three cinephiles have come together to bring you strong opinions, controversial statements, epic battles, and plenty of fun. Introducing our host, the man who watches 52 movies a week, drinks 52 beers a movie, loves women but hates the woman. From the foreign land of Canada, our host, Moodz 616. He is widely known as the man who talks too much. His worst enemies are Postmaster P and Pee Wee Herman. He said Hellraiser was overrated and Leprechaun Origins wouldn't suck. He's the full-blooded half-Mexican, JP. Finally, we have the man who doesn't talk enough. He is best friends with Sean S. Cunningham. His favorite horror movie is Gummo. He is your favorite Jew and mine, Jeremy. Together they are known for extending a helping hand to vampircons everywhere. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Yes, yo. What's going on, everybody? It's a 22 shots of Moodz and horror coming at you live. Episode 28 is upon us. I am your host, Moodz 616, and of course I have my two soulmates with me, NES Ruler 22 and Double Shot J. What's up, homies?
Tired. That's all I could say. Just tired.
Yeah. Well, I'm feeling pretty sick. I know you were feeling pretty sick last week, right, Moodz?
Yes, I do have to apologize for not being able to do the show last week. Yeah, it was my fault. I was sick, man. Like puking sick. It's very odd, but what can you do?
Like Jeremy in April sick.
Oh, man. I actually felt shitty all week until about Friday night. It was pretty weird.
Which I felt pretty good all week until about Saturday night. And now I'm starting to get, I'm feeling pretty rough right now. I've been sucking cough drops all day because my throat feels like there's needles inside of it.
Well, maybe you caught a minor case of Ebola.
Yep.
Yeah. I think you infected me through the internet waves, to be honest.
I probably did. Yeah, I don't know what was up with, like, I haven't been, that sick in a long time where I actually felt shitty throughout a whole week. It was pretty weird, pretty odd, but yeah, so last night, Saturday night, I actually got to go to our local playhouse and watch a couple George Romero films on the big screen. So that kind of made my whole week right there. Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead on the big screen. So
is that what you call movie
really
theaters,
awesome.
Moods, playhouses?
No, it's literally a playhouse that they actually do plays there and stuff.
I thought it's like Pee-wee's Playhouse.
No, no, it's not actually a theater. They do plays there, but they do. But you can go watch movies there too and stuff. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool, dude. How was
pretty
Night of the Living Dead? I feel like that one would have been even better than seeing Dawn for some reason.
It was very interesting watching Night of the Living Dead on the big screen because it's not very often you see a film on the big screen that's in full screen. You know what I'm saying? It was just it's weird.
Was it in 4:3?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the edges were cut off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see movies like that all the time.
Yeah, it's not very often I see films that are actually in still, like, there is no, widescreen print of it or anything. But yeah, that was interesting. It looked really good, sounded good. It was a really interesting double feature.
Now, was that on film or was that on digital too?
It was digital projected too.
So I wonder why it wasn't widescreen. That's weird.
Which cut of Dawn of the Dead did they show?
They played the theatrical cut. I kind of figured so going into it because the director's cut is about a half an hour longer, and I couldn't imagine them playing the Argento cut. So
what if they did though?
Yeah,
that would have been very cool. It would have been confusing to a lot of people. There was surprisingly people at that show last night that had not seen those movies.
Oh, that does not surprise me at all, dude. When I went and seen Halloween, that what was that, last year?
Yeah.
There was like, I could tell like half the audience didn't see it, and the audience was small to begin with, and hadn't ever seen it because they were like just their reactions to things, and a lot of them actually seemed kind of bored, which was a little disheartening.
But you haven't seen the Universal monster movies, so it's like you would be in the same boat if you went to see those. So, and they're classics. So
yeah,
I think it's a little bit different. I mean, those movies are way older.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still on the same level as Halloween.
Yeah, but these kids were they were my age though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, I never got to go to the Playhouse on Friday night because I worked till 12:30 at night. But on Friday they were playing Halloween, and it was an odd double feature. They started with House on Haunted Hill, the original.
That is an odd one.
Yeah, and the original, and of course they played Halloween, the original too. And I was like, it's a weird double feature. And then of course the next night was obviously completely themed. I think I was kind of bummed out I didn't get to go to that, but what can you do?
Yeah.
And actually, oddly enough, if I had watched Halloween on Friday night, if I had been able to go to that show, that would have been the second time in a couple nights I watched that film. So,
oh yeah.
So it was just kind of weird timing that was playing that night. But, so. So how was that? Was it for the week? You guys get lots of films in. I know Jeremy said he's been watching a ton.
Well, last week I watched quite a lot. I think I watched. Let's see. I went to a 24-hour horror marathon. So
how many times did you fall asleep?
I didn't fall asleep once.
Ooh.
Man, that lineup at that 24-hour marathon was, like, ridiculous.
The second half was really, really solid. The first half was I'm not a huge fan of Cab People. I'll talk about that next week.
Was that the remake?
No, the original.
Oh.
But after that, everything after that, the Bowers and... What was it? We had The Bowers and Dead Snow 2, which was awesome.
That was probably the most modern film there.
Yeah. Klaus Kinski's Nosferatu.
I was really surprised that they had Dead Snow 2 playing there.
Oh, I'll talk about that next week. But
yeah, that just really kind of shocked me.
Not next week.
Or 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Audition. Nightmare. What else?
How did the print of Nightmare look?
It was okay. It was a little bit rough.
Mm-hmm.
Don't Go in the Basement, which was presented by Gorgon.
Nice.
A whole bunch of stuff, and everything was shown on 35 millimeter. Besides Dead Snow 2, of course. So it's always great watching stuff on film. I think it's superior to digital, but that's just me. I know that's a pretty huge topic right now.
Mm-hmm.
These last few years, but if anybody has a chance to go to the movies and see a film on actual film, do it, because nothing beats it. So besides that, I watched ABC's of Death 2 and some other stuff that I'll talk about in a few weeks. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of movies. I didn't watch too much stuff last week because I've been pretty swamped with school, working on quite a few stuff. I just wrote a paper on martyrs and working on a script that I'm doing for a short narrative film. Some other stuff. Making a short film is a bitch. Even without the script, you have to make a shot list, which takes forever and it's tedious. You just have to do a whole bunch of other shit that just takes a really long time, and it's really annoying. But hopefully the output...
I think that's the best thing about shooting porno films. You don't really have to do a shot
list.
I imagine there's no shot list for porno.
Besides the ending.
The shots are just like built.
Where the shots on the girl's face.
Yeah, exactly.
The shots are the same shot every time. It's just like there's a couple different shots that you have to get, and that's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I last week I watched a bunch of stuff, and then we didn't do the show. So I was just like, well, what now? So I just started watching the Halloween films for this week, and I got through the first couple pretty quick, and by the last two, it took me quite a while to actually pop them in. I had some other stuff to watch for other things that I'm doing, but I've been pretty chill these last 2 weeks. I haven't really done much. I've been just kind of hanging out and waiting for the show to kick back off.
Yeah, I was. I watched a lot of films in the last little bit. Covering right from like the 20s all the way to brand new stuff. So I got lots of good stuff to talk about when we do that show in a couple weeks. But some really, really interesting films. I watched the new Dustin Mills release film, The Hornet's Sting and the Hell It Caused. I'll talk about that.
You know what? Before you actually go, since I didn't put this in news, Dustin Mills is actually doing a crowdfunding campaign, correct?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's promoting.
Her name was Torment 2, right?
Yeah, and there is like a lot of people involved that are already on board for this, and it just sounds so good.
Yeah.
And they are going to go forward with whatever they make and stuff. But I mean, they've got pretty much all the regular Dustin Mills actors and people on board on this one. I know Dave is involved with this project again, and But just everybody, man. It's going to be a really good one, I think. I'm really excited for it. So, people, if you're listening out there, definitely, I'll leave the link down below. Check it out. Donate what you can, because I think it's going to be something awesome. Yeah, you can't
support
go wrong with this.
Dustin Mills, man.
Yeah.
Also, he has a sale going on right now on his website. Until Halloween, it's buy one, get one on most of his movies. So if you guys want to, stock up, you could get 2 films for $10. So it is worth it. I definitely stocked up on some of his films. So I'm looking forward to watching those.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely support independent horror in general. And this is definitely, from what Moodz says and Jeremy says, I haven't watched any of his films yet, but it seems like a great guy to support. And, this is what horror is nowadays, right? It's the indie stuff. This is what you want to support. You want to support these guys out there grinding. And, we'll
and that's
put a
what
link.
he does.
Yeah, we'll put a link in the description of the video or where you can see it for sure.
I think the plan is if he raises enough money, he's going to make a third one and make it a trilogy. So
yeah,
that would be cool.
Yeah, pretty awesome stuff, man. You got to respect Dustin. I think the dude's got way too much creativity going right now. I think he's just give this guy some money so he can make all these ideas that's in his head right now. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. So I hope it works out. But it's going to work out regardless. It's just a matter of how much funds he's actually going to have for it. So go out there and support that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I guess we probably got lots of news this week, don't we, JP?
Yeah, but actually before we get to the news, I actually wanted to talk about a few different things. So one, we have a voicemail now. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Yes, voicemails.
Yeah, so you guys can call us, leave us a voicemail, and we will play it on the show. You can do a short little review if you want. You can ask us a question. You can do a top 5 list. Anything that you really want to do, you can just talk about what we talked about on the show. Give us your feedback. Talk about what you would like to see us do. Anything you guys want. The number is 724-426-6665.
I'll make sure to leave the link down below too.
Damn,
Yes.
1 6 short.
The links will be all over.
Yeah, but it is, 666. That's kind of cool, right?
That isn't. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But anyway, the way this thing works is it does ring my personal phone. So if by mistake I accidentally answer, just call back and leave another voicemail. So yes, after that, I wanted to discuss how awesome it is that you guys are listening to the show so much, and really, the numbers were great last week or 2 weeks ago for the battery. It did really, really well. Like, it's one of our best shows in terms of how many people actually heard it. Even the cinematographer of the battery heard it. How cool is that, right?
That's badass.
And he, was very pleased with our review. He was like, couldn't believe the amount that we liked the film. And the best way for you guys...
I did not know that he listened to the show.
Yeah, I
Twitter,
showed that picture of the tweet. He tweeted us, and he was like, I can't believe forget the exact words that he used, but he was like, he was really happy to see the love that we gave the battery. And then Jeremy had actually asked in the episode that he would like to read a script to the battery, and he actually linked a script as well. So yeah, that's really cool. And the other thing is, the best way for you guys to, support us and help spread the word of us is, 1, listen to it on Moodz' channel, right? YouTube. 2, Podomatic. Those downloads, have been consistently putting us in like the top 10 of, most downloaded stuff in TV and film. And the one thing that I would love for you guys to do is, leave some iTunes reviews. So if anybody would make an Apple account and leave some iTunes reviews, that would be great to actually get some of those. I've been wanting to see some of those And, of course, you can follow us on Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast, and 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at Gmail. That's where you can email us. And, of course, we will not be doing this every show. It's just been a while that we've actually gave out all our information. And the main reason was the voicemail. So please contact the voicemail. I can't wait to start hearing you guys leaving us voicemails.
Yeah, I got to say I'm pretty excited about hearing those.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Pretty awesome stuff. Yeah. Alrighty, so news? Because I know I know that there's definitely lots of
yeah, there's gotta be some news.
Yeah, there's definitely some news this time. Because there was 2 weeks worth of news, I actually cut a lot of the unimportant things, like just random films that we never heard of being released and stuff. It was just too much, but I just
you didn't cut out the ghostly films, right?
No, those will be in the DVD releases. I actually haven't even looked at the releases the past 2 weeks, so that who knows if there are some ghostlies, but I almost guarantee that there are.
Saw one at Walmart today, actually.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name, but I know I saw it.
Walmart is the official home of the ghostly. Yes. So, the first bit of news comes to us from Mustafa Akkad, a.k.a. the producer of Halloween 2 through H2. And he says, and I quote, "It's been a joy to work with so many creative people. 10 films. Touching the franchise's legacy, we are working on an 11th as we speak. We are working on a script right now. A new draft, perfect timing, is supposed to hit the day before Halloween. Hopefully my Halloween night reading will be a good read." So he's saying that the script is nearly finished and it should be done by Halloween. So he's just giving us a little update that Halloween 3 is being wrote.
Okay.
Interesting. Like I said, it's kind of hard to judge right now what this is going to be.
Yeah.
But I guess we're going to have to wait and see how it plays out. I'll see it, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Right? I mean, there's no way you can't not see it. But the thing is I'm just curious, is this going to be a sequel to Rob Zombie's stuff? Is it just going to be a standalone Halloween sequel? Or is it going to be like another reboot, remake thing, or even a prequel, or the many other possibilities that it could be? Once that is figured out, then I'll have like more opinions on the film in general.
Man, could you imagine if they actually remade Halloween 3?
Oh wow, I mean,
like that would just blow my mind.
Not remake it, but like do like an own story again, like they did with Halloween 3. Like make it like an original story that doesn't have.
That
I know, but thanks, JP. They wouldn't remake it either. No,
but could you just imagine? Fuck, that's just ridiculous. But I gotta say though, I am really curious to see which way they're gonna go. If they're gonna, play off the Rob Zombie 2 or just kind of start something else up. Like kind of like a Halloween 4 thing.
Yeah, if you had to guess, like, what would you think that would happen?
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know, like, what they're capable of actually trying to pull off.
They would have to reference Rob Zombie's 2 films, though. So
Would they though?
I mean, if they wanted to start like something totally unique, I mean, that would probably.
I'm thinking that it might go like to the, like, I feel like that it's gonna be like just a standalone, like, Halloween film. Like maybe like I'm trying to think of another example. Like Jason Goes to Hell or something, where it doesn't really have a connection to the other films. Like there's no returning characters or anything like that. It's just a Jason film. Mm-hmm. I think that might be what they do.
Well, would that be the first time that they do something like that?
Yeah, because you have, if you exclude Halloween 3, you have 1 and 2 connected, and then 4 and 5 are connected with 1 and 2 loosely. Jamie Lee Curtis's photos in there and stuff. And then 6 follows 4 and 5, and then Resurrection follows 2, or H2O follows 2, Resurrection follows H2O, and then the remakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be the first time they would do that, but...
That's an idea. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just don't want to see another, like, origin story. Like, I don't need to see Michael Myers get his mask and go to
No, I don't think it's going to go that way. I think they're gonna maybe not continue. I mean, I think they're gonna kind of go along with what's going on in the first two remakes, but kind of maybe or start off like that and then just go into something completely new. I think it's going to be connected, but I think they're going to throw something new in there, like out of left field. I don't know.
I would like them to do maybe a Halloween 4 type joint where they just kind of continue the story with new characters and stuff and just have some references to the first two films.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would kind of like, I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see as it gets closer. After that, we have Night of the Living Dead Origins. Now, before you say, oh my god, another, public domain grabbing the rights to make a Night of the Living Dead prequel / sequel / remake / animated film, I know, all that shit.
And it's in 3D.
But this one actually has a little bit of good footing. And this one is actually trying to be created by George Romero's son, who wants to tell the story of the origins, the prequel, I guess, of his father's film. Seems really passionate about it. He also is doing it Indiegogo style with a campaign.
So it's all going to be around NASA and their radiation and shit?
He said it's set in a turbulent late 60s. The film tells the story of a brilliant scientist, Dr. Alan Cartwright, who strikes a deal with the military that will give him all the resources he needs to finalize his work in exchange for what he later learns is a price all mankind will have to pay. So it's probably the story of how the
radiation fucked everybody up.
Yeah. But I like the idea that it's set in the 60s, right?
Yeah, but is it going to be black and white? Is it going to be color?
Who knows?
That would be fucking cool. That would be super cool if they did that in black and white.
Yeah.
It would be cool.
Yeah. That would be a nice touch.
But does it give it any more of a chance that George Romero's son is doing it?
You know what? I don't know if it holds a whole lot of merit because he's just related.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it really means a whole lot. I mean, it sells it a lot more, for sure. People are going to see Romero's son on there. Of course, that's, a selling point. But I don't think it holds that much merit. I mean, he's not fucking George.
Yeah, but doesn't it make it also to where if you're touching your father's legacy and you're trying to, live up to him, don't you think you're going to try as hard as you possibly can to do the best that you can? He's probably
100%.
thinking that, it would taint his father's legacy if he delivers a dud.
Yeah, but you don't see Brandon Cronenberg going doing a prequel to Scanners or anything like that. It's why can't he just do something original? It's
I don't honestly think that anything that George A. Romero's son could do. He could fuck this up as bad as anybody could fuck something up, but I don't think it's going to taint Romero's legacy.
Yeah, I don't believe
it has nothing to do with George. Yeah. His son's taking this away. And it's funny that it's interesting that Jeremy brought up Brandon Cronenberg. With the same thing. It's like him making this antiviral,
yeah, but that film's actually good and original, and
and it's very similar to his dad's work
very
too,
similar.
Right?
I mean, obviously he was trying to capture what his father does, though.
Exactly.
It's kind of a similar type deal here.
But the point is, I mean, obviously if antiviral didn't work like how it did, I don't think it would have mattered. It's not going to taint David's
no, and I agree with that. So. I was just saying how he would perceive it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
I think that, but I also think, guys, that maybe we would be a little bit more excited about this if there wasn't so many Night of the Living Dead remake origin story things because it's such a it's public domain. Well, anybody can get the rights to the title and stuff. So I think that kind of lowers our expectations a bit.
I completely agree because usually when I see something titled Night of the Living Dead, it doesn't get me excited.
You just
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not getting a little chubby.
I just pick it up and I put it back down. It often looks like crap.
What was the one that came out a few years ago? Night of the Living Dead
3D.
Yeah. Oh man,
Sid Haig.
That's a perfect example of one that just
Like, isn't
fails.
Danielle Harris going to be in one coming up?
Wasn't that like Reanimation or whatever?
Yeah, I've actually still yet to see that. I've heard a lot of mixed opinions on it.
I heard
some
it was
people say it's
awful.
actually kind of cool. Yeah,
I
I've heard
think
some
that
people say it's
one
really
was
bad.
just like different styles of animation. Like they had
It
like
was.
like they had like fans or something do their own like, oh, like this guy did a little scene in claymation. This guy, and so it's so jarring because it just keeps cutting to different things.
I think Danielle Harris actually is in this new Night of the Living Dead origin story.
Oh yeah.
No, wasn't she in that one that I'm talking about? Like
I knew
she
I
did
read
the
it like
voice.
somewhere.
Oh, maybe she in the reanimated one.
Yeah, thought that.
I'm actually not sure. I have a copy of it, and I still have yet to watch it. So, but
yeah,
hence how I don't get excited about Night of the Living Dead stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll just have to see how that one goes. But they did raise $24,000 so far in their $150,000 goal.
Oh, that's quite a bit.
And it's been only, I think, like about 2 weeks.
This is on Kickstarter
Wow.
or Indiegogo.
I think it's Indiegogo.
So they're gonna get the money anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yep, that is pretty good. Next up, we have a bit of update on the Saw sequel. I guess it's the producers of it are saying that, they're really considering, going back and doing another Saw film. I guess a sequel would be. And they even said that James Wan is considering coming back to the director's chair. He says they're getting closer.
It's supposed to take place directly after the last one.
I haven't seen them, so I would not know, and if it could or it couldn't. And they haven't really said.
Everyone can fit in with each other, JP. That's not giving anything away.
Because I remember hearing something on that too, and I think the consensus was it wasn't. I don't think it had been noted that if it was going to be part of the original franchise or if it was going to be like a reboot type deal.
I hope it wouldn't be a reboot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. It's pointless to reboot Saw. It really is.
Those films hold a special place in my heart, so I hope it's a new sequel.
So do they. They do mine too, because I've talked about it before. But I just loved how, look at this October, guys. What's coming out? There's not. It's kind of like a little bit disappointing that it's just there's nothing big.
They're re-releasing Saw.
Yeah.
Well, I got to see Annabelle on my birthday. Woohoo! Released in October.
Yeah, that shitty Ouija PG-13 movies coming out.
Yeah, and all of them are PG-13, the shit that's coming out. Like Dracula Untold. Who cares about that?
Pure garbage for kids under 13.
That thing looks like a action film or something.
It's so funny because Rich actually from The Devil's Eyes actually posted today on our group page about the town that dreaded sundown.
Which isn't getting a wide release, so it doesn't, I'm talking about
Yeah. No, but
I seen he gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, we got talking back and forth and stuff, and he said it was the best film he'd seen this year besides Dracula Untold or whatever.
How does he like Dracula Untold?
Well, it just surprised me that he said that. I was like, wow, crazy. It just really surprised me because I've heard actually quite a bit of bad things about it, but, it didn't really pique my interest. So,
yeah, Vince,
I'll check it out.
More surprised me.
Vince from Rabbit and Red, or for the ex-co-host of Rabbit and Red, I think he's still a co-host sometimes, but he was the creator of Rabbit and Red, which Rich runs now. But he actually messaged me and said that the town that dreaded sundown was really disappointing.
Well, so it's like a mixed consensus.
Yeah, you probably see my reaction. I posted I read his review, and I was like, wow. It just blew me away. He praised it really, really high and gave it a 10 out of 10. It just... I literally even said to my wife, I was like, holy crap, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because, me with 10s, right? It's like, wow.
All of us with 10s.
I know. And that it really caught me off guard. I was not expecting that. And I was like, holy shit. But he did note in it that it's not like a direct, remake. It's not a remake. It's more of a kind of a sequel.
Yeah, but they've been saying that since, that since they kind of created it, that it was like a pseudo remake / sequel thing.
Oh no, totally. But my point was, it was nice to hear from somebody that actually seen it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So they also said that James Wan says it's kind of more of a fantasy, but he really, who knows? He would maybe really like to do it if the story was there and stuff. And also,
I think they said something about they're aiming like 2016-ish for the return of Saw.
It's a while.
Yeah,
It is a while.
definitely. But I find it interesting that they're, going back to it. I mean, I guess why wouldn't you? It's made so much money. It's one of the most successful horror franchises ever. So yeah, I guess you would go back to it. And right now, there's nothing dominating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. After that, this was some really exciting news for me personally because I love these films. Tremors 5.
Tremors 5.
Yes.
Wow.
And this isn't a rumor. This is actually happening. Principal photography has actually began in September in South Africa.
Huh.
Yeah. How cool is that?
Wow, that's really
Such a random franchise to bring back.
yeah. It's shocking actually. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one actually sounds kind of cool. You have Michael Gross, who of course played Bert. He's played Bert in all of the Tremors films. I think he's the only person to be in all the Tremors films and the TV series. He is in the film with Jamie Kennedy, and
Really? Where the
Yeah.
hell's he been? Man, Jamie Kennedy.
yeah, I guess they're going to be battling the graboids and all the other creatures out in Africa, probably, or somewhere like that. And it's slated for Blu-ray and DVD release, so it's going to be direct-to-video in 2016.
Nice.
Yeah, how do you guys
Little
feel
Jamie
about that
Kennedy.
franchise?
I've only seen the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Moodz?
The Tremors franchise.
Yeah.
To be honest, I actually really kind of do like the sequels. I don't remember the fourth one
Yeah.
that well. Was the fourth one?
It was a prequel.
It was okay. Yeah. Okay, I remember it now. I need to rewatch those films, but I haven't watched them in a long, long time. But
Maybe we
I
should
remem-
do them on the show.
I remember. I
Oh,
really
that could
actually,
happen.
I actually really remember liking part 2 and 3. But yeah, I got to revisit those, man.
Okay, so part 1 is a classic, dude. Part 1 is awesome. What they did was truly great. There's some fantastic actors in it, and the worms look like, amazing. No CGI. Part 2, very fucking solid sequel, dude. Nobody talks about Tremors 2. Tremors 2 is solid as hell. I love that film. I think it's my favorite in the franchise, even though part 1's better. And then Tremors 3, not as good, but for like a TV sequel, pretty awesome.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Part 4
I
kind
couldn't
of
remember.
fell down.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if that one was a TV sequel or not. But yeah,
Yeah, but overall, man, I love that franchise. The first 2 are fantastic, and the third one is, a nice rounding out the series type thing. Yeah. So, fucking Tremors, man. Tremors
Weird
5.
franchise to bring back.
So when
is.
was part 4? Like, when did it come out?
Oh man, it was so long ago. I can't even remember. It was. I think it was made for Sci-Fi Channel or something.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
No wonder
Yeah.
why it was shit.
No, it was It was way quality. It might not have been made for Sci-Fi, but it was like direct to video, and it was better quality than anything that you see on Sci-Fi Channel nowadays. But
Oh, yeah.
it's still a watchable movie. It just didn't make much sense because you have Bert Gummer playing an ancestor, or Michael Gross playing Bert Gummer. Bert Gummer's like ancestor, but it's the same character, so it's like weird. It's a weird one.
Yeah.
It's
But
just
yeah,
not that good.
So it's been a long time since that part 4 actually came out.
Yeah, and then they did the TV series.
Yeah, which lasted 1 season, right?
Yeah, but it actually had good ratings, but Sci-Fi wanted to change their target demographic, so they canceled it.
Yeah.
Which
Is
I
that
did
any
just
good,
pick
JP?
up. No, I haven't watched it yet. I watched the first couple episodes when it premiered, and I liked it. This was so long ago, like 2006 or something. But I did pick it up. I haven't watched it yet. Not Go Hastings. Hamilton Books had it for like dirt cheap, like $7-8. So I grabbed the first season.
Isn't it weird to think that 2006 was a long time ago? It's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. Texas Chainsaw Massacre prequel. So this is kind of the Chainsaw franchise has like the worst timeline in horror. You have part 1, right? and then you have part 2, which is a direct sequel. Part 3, say what you want, I think it's a remake. It's barely a sequel. Part 4 is definitely a remake. And then you have the remake, which is also a remake. And then you have the beginning, which is a prequel to the remake. And then you have the 3D version, which is a sequel to the original. And now they're going to do a prequel to the original.
I'm lost already.
Oh, man. Yeah, I honestly have always said that part 3 is more of a remake than a sequel, too.
Yeah, it's just called part 3, but the only thing, they keep his leg, like, that he has that brace on his leg and it squeaks and stuff, which is a callback to the first one when he gets injured. But let's be real, none of the characters are the same except for Leatherface, and he feels so different than part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
It's just, the grandpa character, it's absolutely, there's no way he could even come back from part 2, how he dies and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just, that would have been a good
fucking Michael
example
Myers
for,
got
the
his head
Halloween
kicked
thing.
off, though.
Man, I actually, I want to say probably maybe about a month ago, I actually popped in Chainsaw 4, the new generation, because I hadn't watched it in so long, right? And man, that
movie's terrible.
That movie really is bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
bad.
believe people defend it, dude. It really bugs me when people defend it, but they're
Because
the
it has
same people that shit on 3D.
It's because it has Matthew McConaughey in it.
Oh, the new generation, it's definitely the worst one. Like,
Yeah,
it
it's
is just,
terrible.
it's actually a bad film.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
It was
so hard
bad.
to get through.
It's so bad. Anyway, the prequel is, moving forward, and I like the idea of doing a prequel because of it being set. It's going to be set before the 70s, obviously, which I think is cool, but I don't like doing a prequel because, come on, we know the story.
Yeah.
But the people they're interested in getting for the film are the duo that did Inside.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good part. I'm curious.
Yeah, and then the other people they're talking to is the people who are doing a new film called Starry Eyes that is being put out by Dark Sky Films coming this November, and it's I guess it's a pretty solid slasher film that is getting good reviews and stuff. So right now they're in talks with 2 different group of people to do this film. I think it would be cool grabbing those guys from Inside. Because that film gets so much praise. So
It's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the movie's awesome.
It's a good start anyways.
yeah,
Is there a script? I would assume there's already a script written.
or
I
are
would
they
assume
trying
there's
to
something.
find the guys to write the script?
Oh, they were going to write the script? They weren't
I don't
gonna-
know.
Yeah.
They might. I don't know.
Okay.
They haven't really elaborated on it too much. But this was reported by Bloody Disgusting. It was kind of an exclusive thing. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm a huge Chainsaw fan. I love these films, good and bad. So I'm always looking forward to another one.
Mm-hmm.
After that, we get an update on Poltergeist. I can't even say this like with a straight face. Poltergeist has been rated PG-13 for intense, frightening sequences, brief, subjective material, and some language. But that's okay, because the original was rated PG also.
Yeah, but that was different times.
Yeah, I know, right?
It would have been
it-
an R if it was today.
You think
Yeah.
it would have been R?
Yeah, just the mirror scene would give it an R.
Nah, I think it would have been PG-13.
I
Come
think-
on,
think
Caroline getting sucked into a giant closet vagina. Come on.
I don't know,
totally
man.
Get a freaking...
I honestly think that the original Poltergeist would be PG-13.
Yeah, I do too. If Insidious can pull off a PG-13, I think Poltergeist can.
Yeah, but Insidious is just based on scares. There's not really that much gore in it. I mean that mirror scene's pretty gory.
Yeah, I
For a
guess
P-
so.
For a
Yeah, I mean it's a good
film.
it's a good argument, but I don't know, man. I think I'm going to stand tall with the PG-13 though.
There's
I
so
think.
many hidden messages in that movie. I love it.
Wasn't Drag Me to Hell was pretty gory, right?
Drag Me to Hell is actually really, really good.
Yeah, and it's gory,
Yeah.
right?
It's a good objection film. I love that movie. It's good.
That one right there is actually quite surprising. It's PG-13.
Yeah.
I always thought it was really surprising to see that rating on there, because it has this kind of gross out moments and stuff, but I agree it's actually one of the better ones.
Yeah,
especially
really
in the last 15 years or whatever you want to call it. But
yeah, I don't know why everybody hates that one so much. I see a lot of hate for that film.
I've kind of really liked 2 PG-13 films, or 3 really.
There's a bunch, dude. There's more than you even realize.
I like Disturbia, kind of.
Disturbia kicks ass, dude.
Yeah, I kind of like that movie. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I kind of like that movie.
It's a fun update of Rear Window.
Yeah.
But,
it kicks ass, dude. That movie's fun.
It is. It's a fun film.
Yeah. This film is going to be in theaters July 24th of 2015, and reports are saying that it's a pseudo sequel. So they're doing this shit again. Everybody
pseudo
seems to be doing
sequel.
that. Yeah,
pseudo
sequel.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's like basically it looks like a remake, but it also has elements that would make it a sequel, like
the Time I Dreaded Sundown
and stuff like that. Yeah, they're doing these a lot lately. I've noticed. Like, seems like a lot of people are like doing that in their films when they're remaking them.
It's a pseudo sequel to the first one.
I don't know. I've never even seen the sequel, so.
Really?
So yeah, because when they say pseudo sequel, like, is it based off the third one or the first film or what the fuck? Like,
well, that's probably what they mean. I have no idea, dude.
Because that's very confusing.
We should do those movies then, JP. If you haven't seen the sequels.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. That's a nice trilogy to do.
I haven't watched
them
2
all.
and 3 in so long.
Yeah, I haven't watched 3 in forever.
Yeah, it's been
since like
fucking
VHS
years.
days.
Yeah, we could do
crazy.
that. Maybe we'll put a poll up like soon and ask people like what is the franchise they'd want us to do.
Ironically enough, we were fucking around with the spreadsheet before the show trying to figure out shows, but here you guys go. Now you can have your say.
Yeah.
What should we do? Yeah. Fuck.
After that, Resident Evil and Underworld, I guess they're getting TV series. I didn't even look into it. I just seen the titles and figured I'd write them down, but I don't care enough to actually like write the news down in a notebook.
You know what?
I hate the Resident Evil movies after 3.
I hate them after any of them.
I like the second one, actually. That's my favorite.
The second one is the best out of the series.
Yeah.
I've only actually ever seen the first Resident Evil film, so I shouldn't really say anything about the franchise. And as for the Underworld films, I've never seen any of them. So
yeah, I haven't seen any of it.
I can't
that shit's
talk about
action
those
horror.
ones.
I don't really like it. It's over stylized. I don't like that look.
It never piqued my interest, so I just kind of stayed away. I didn't really care for the first film.
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I really liked it when it came out.
I didn't think it was a shitty film.
The CGI looks terrible.
It just didn't really do a lot for me.
Yeah.
But I understand why people do like that film. But
After the third movie, it gets so bad.
Yeah.
The new one is so garbage.
See, the problem that I have with it, man, and I know people say you should like disconnect and stuff, but I love the first 3 games as a kid. The first game is probably my favorite game of all time.
They're remaking it, JP.
Yeah, I know. I've been looking at it as they post videos and stuff. Yeah, it is a fantastic. It literally is one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. Like, even compared to movies, there's something about that original game that just has never been duplicated since. And the story in the original game is very good. It seems like it could be a classic zombie film that would have came out like, in the 80s or something. The story is great. There's a bunch of these police people locked in a creepy ass mansion with all kind of zombies and giant fucking snakes and spiders.
Oh, the game's so good. Even the sequel's good too.
Have you played it? The original game?
Yeah. Oh,
Isn't
yeah,
it fantastic, dude?
The first 3 games are fantastic.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I don't like Resident Evil. After that, we have some DVD announcements. We have Cybernatural. This is being released by, don't laugh, Universal and Blumhouse. Snatch it up. It's getting a home video release. April 10th, which is my birthday, that film is going to be released. And it follows video chatting one night. 6 high school friends receive a Skype message. Skype. From a classmate who killed herself exactly 1 year ago. Ooh, that actually doesn't sound too bad, because they're dead, but they got a Skype message.
Yeah, they've done that shit before, though.
It's not really that original. Come on.
Yeah, they've done
Yeah,
that shit
I
before.
know, but
They're just changing up Skype.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, they think it's a prank. When they start revealing the friend's darkest secrets, they realize they're dealing with something from beyond this world. Something that
It's on Skype and stuff, a text message. It's original.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
obviously this
I gotta
is like
say,
some
man,
like ghostly shit.
This is really, really piquing my interest right now. Can't you
It
tell by
doesn't
the tone
sound
of my
that
voice?
bad, dude. Like compared to
Sounds
your
pretty bad,
average
JP.
ghostly, it doesn't sound like dude. Freaking
Okay,
Blumhouse, I have faith.
Is there
in it.
somehow a videotape involved in this too?
Yeah. Shut up, guys.
No, DV. No moods. A Blu-ray. Get your shit
Oh
right.
yeah. Get with the fucking times, man. It's not a fucking VH tape.
It's on an
VHS tape.
external hard drive placed by the front door. They get to ring the doorbell and plug it into their computer. And it just
imagine?
wastes 5 minutes is trying to figure out how to get the file.
Anyway,
It's a fucking ultraviolet code.
oh my god. Okay,
You got a fucking
IFC.
text, it's an ultraviolet
Hey
code.
guys, I'm saying IFC right now.
Already redeemed.
Ah, fuck.
IFC
That's
has
so good.
picked up a independent horror film called Dark Summer. This is from the guy who did Grace. This is his next film. He did Grace way back in 2009, I believe, or 2006, somewhere around there.
Grace was a very surprisingly good film.
Yeah, it's solid, man. I like Grace. We talked about it before, I believe.
Yeah,
New Moods.
It was one of those films that I just, I put off watching for so long because I kind of figured I was going to be mediocre or whatever, but it was really surprisingly good. It's kind of fucked up end to the film and stuff, but
Yeah, I think the ending kind of sucked.
yeah, I mean, definitely, I think there's a lot of people that have mixed opinions on the ending, but overall the film was really solid and kind of nasty.
Yeah,
It's
something
fucking up
about
this-
that film that
Yeah,
really gets
it's-
under my skin. I told you also at Proxy. Something about babies and like just gross like blood stuff. I don't know, man.
The scene that really fucking gagged me in that film, dude, is after she got home from the supermarket and she's squeezing out the blood from the raw beef
Oh yeah,
into those bottles.
Mhm.
I was fucking because that smell of when you're dealing with raw beef, like
Yeah,
just the
yeah.
blood and stuff.
Yeah, and you
Just
think it
imagine a
just be
whole bottle of it.
amplified. Yeah.
Oh god, fuck. Oh, I was like gagging.
Yeah, that I definitely like, and it's about that mother, just something about I think that to me, like something about mothers in horror films, when it's centered around the pregnancy or the birth, really kind of gets under my skin. Same thing like Rosemary's Baby and Proxy and Grace, of course. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this guy's next film. Little known fact is, I guess it wouldn't be little known, but Grace is actually the only film on the Ariscope production that wasn't an Adam Green film.
Interesting.
Yeah. They believe the guy used to carry his script around at conventions, and which is totally like a no-no if you talk to any like filmmaker. They hate when people do that, but for some reason it got into Adam Green's hand, I think, and they helped make the film. But this new film called Dark Summer is getting released January 9th of 2015. It's a modern ghost story, so what are you going to say about that? There's a 17-year-old on house arrest with his mother away on business. A horrifying incident occurs, followed by even more terrifying presence in the house. Now, see, this kind of sounds like Disturbia mixed with a ghostly, right? But
A little bit.
I think that this film fits this director because in Grace, we follow a central character in a house dealing with stuff that, I think that it kind of fits his style.
Is Grace an occult film?
A what?
An occult film? Moods, do you know what a occult film is? OCCULT?
No, it's not.
It's not?
Grace isn't. No.
All right. That's
You've
what
never
it
seen
sounds like. That's the only reason why I was asking.
You've never seen
No.
it, Jeremy?
No, I haven't. That's why I was asking.
Dude, it's dirt cheap. You might as well grab it. It's
Yeah, I
definitely worth it. It's one of those sleeper hits that that is so cheap anywhere you see it. So it's
Yeah.
worth grabbing. So yeah, that's it for those. Then we have just a couple Scream Factory releases announced.
A couple.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, so 2 weeks worth of them here, boys. 1988's horror comedies Vampire Kiss with Nicolas Cage and High Spirits.
What a weird fucking double feature.
Have you seen either of these films, Moodz?
Vampire's Kiss I've seen before. I saw it years and years ago. To be honest, I remember not caring for it, but I haven't seen it probably in over 20 years. So, and the other one I have never seen.
Yeah.
So
honestly,
that's so weird.
Those two films right there are probably the Scream Factory release that I care the least amount. I've never heard of either of them, and they just don't look that good to me at all, just by the cover arts.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's their first double feature they announced. Then they announced 1984's Ghoulies and 1988's Ghoulies 2 in a nice double pack feature thing.
That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Ghoulies films. I talked about them 2 weeks ago. Ghoulies 2 was my pick of the week. It's definitely a solid film. The reason I am looking forward to this release is I have a feeling they'll be able to at least get like a commentary with Charlie Band or something. Which,
Charlie
dude,
Band.
I don't know. You know, Charlie Band, we joke about him and like poke fun at him and stuff, but the guy like did some amazing things in his days. And I don't know if you've ever heard him talk like in a long form where he really just talks about the history of film and stuff. Dude is entertaining and he talks about important stuff and he really knows his shit because he revolutionized a lot of stuff.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
We make fun of him, but dude, he is, you know, a big player in horror.
We were just making fun of him this week on the podcast page too. It's funny.
Yeah.
With this random box of shipping that cost $80 to ship.
Yeah, he needs to revolutionize the fucking shipping costs.
I think if he like fixes his shipping, like we would stop making fun of him as much as we do. Cause it's it's ridiculous.
It's just outrageous. It's like laughable.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even like, oh, it's a little high. No, it's like you need to like, you know, fucking give up a kidney for it or something.
Or did I send it by carrier pigeon, man?
I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
I want to tell you, if I could find this podcast that I heard Charlie Band on, it's like a full, you know, like 2-3 hour podcast where he's just talking about his history in the world, the entertainment world, and films and the video boom era. He really
he
talks
caused
about
like
that.
the video boom, man.
Yeah, he's like one of the
all
main
responsible
guys who
to him.
created it.
Yeah.
So if I could find this podcast, I would love everybody to listen to it. It's one of the most interesting podcasts I've ever heard because he just goes into so much history, and it was so entertaining to hear him talk. I got like a kind of a new respect for him after that, you know. So yeah, Charlie Band, do some commentaries, bud. After that, we have some killer animal flicks. We have 1972's Frogs and 1976's Food of the Gods.
This one's pretty cool too.
That's
Yeah,
an
I
excellent
actually
double
like
feature.
this one. This one's a
Yeah.
solid double feature.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's fucking oddly enough, man. I was down at my buddy's shop the other day. We were talking about films and whatnot and stuff, and we actually brought up Food of the Gods, and I was like, man, that DVD is out of print, goes for stupid money. It's one of the older MGM midnight releases, and sure enough, I swear it was the same fucking day or 2 days later, they announced that double feature, and I was like, awesome.
Look at Carrie 2, man. I just sent you a copy of Carrie 2.
Yeah, that's been happening to us a lot lately.
Yeah, it really
even just me and you guys.
Even
really
with
has.
Splatter University, right, Moodz? I sent you a copy of that, and it fucking...
I know. And then
Yeah.
fucking 88 Films puts it, it's part of their retro slasher collection series. And I was like, fuck, are you serious, man? Like, I'm going to stop buying older DVDs right now because they're getting released by people. But yeah, I'm really excited about that double feature. Frogs is awesome.
Food of the Gods, that one's out of print, correct?
Yeah, well, that's what I just said. And
Just said that, JP.
it actually goes for like really high prices, like really high. So I was really excited about that.
Yeah, I love when they do like themed double features that make sense, like Terror Vision, Video Dead. So I like the Killer Animal double features. I mean, like, can we talk about that for a second? Like, how do you guys personally feel about double features that Scream Factory does?
You know, to be honest, man, I have no problem if they are appropriate. Like I said, like, you know, my favorite release to date from Scream Factory happens to be a double feature.
Yeah, but your least favorite to date is a double feature too, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Scanners 2 and 3.
Scanners 2 and 3 are garbage.
Yeah.
Both those movies suck. But yeah, and and I've stated in the past a lot that I'm not a huge double feature fan. Like double feature DVDs and stuff like that. I would rather have individual copies. But if they're done right, like themed, like JP said, the Video Dead and TerrorVision, and hence Food of the Gods and Frogs. These are perfect. They're fucking. I think they're essential. I think they're awesome. So.
Yeah, I actually left a comment on there, and I was like, what's up with all these double features? I think both of these films would be strong enough to get their own separate release. And somebody was like, I can't believe this guy's complaining about getting two films for the price of one. I was like, I wasn't complaining. I was just saying that, I feel like these films would have been strong enough to be released by themselves. And I was wondering why there's so many double features.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of double features.
It's been.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's totally financial stuff, though. I think some of these titles we can probably admit that if they were released solo-wise, it would be financial.
Like, why not do a Jack Frost 1 and 2 double feature, man?
Who owns the rights?
I don't know, but I would totally
feels
buy
like
that
a Universal or something to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think Scream Factory is doing that just because of financial,
Yeah.
I mean, really, they don't want to take a lot of chances. It's double the money to release these.
Yeah, well, they've had a good solid testing run, a couple years now, I think, to really see like what sells and what doesn't, and maybe they find that their double features sell more than most of their single releases.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of people don't mind, like what Buddy commented back to you saying that what's the big problem with getting two films for the price of one? And I think a lot of people do look at that. I mean, Scream Factory titles aren't the cheapest on the, on the shelves out there. So I think that's the way people are looking at it. They're seeing two titles that are decent for the price of one. Why not? Right?
Yeah,
so,
and I'm cool with it too. Like I said, I wasn't complaining. I was just purely like, I was surprised that it's been nothing but double features that they've been announcing,
Well, I mean, I totally, some of the collector's editions that Scream Factory's put out, in my opinion, probably shouldn't have been collectors because based on maybe the type of film, but also the features on them too. Not the most.
Yeah, you look at Video Dead and TerrorVision, dude. There's so many, like, there's a lot of special features on that disc.
That's exactly what I was getting to. Both those films. I mean, I understand why they did the double feature because they probably thought, and it was earlier in Scream Factory's, establishment. It was still establishing themselves really back in those days. So that double feature made a lot more sense because of total financial, But it is kind of bad because I'm pretty sure that one sold really well. I think those films would have done pretty well by themselves.
What are some that you think that shouldn't be collector's editions that got collector's editions?
Well, Lake Placid
Terror Train for sure. That's definitely one. I think there's like 2 features on that thing or something.
Yeah, Terror Train does not have many features. Lake Placid, I think, has more, but it's still pretty...
Funhouse?
No, Funhouse had a solid amount of features, I think.
Funhouse is pretty good with them. Oh, what am I thinking? I know there's another one, too. Just can't think of it, but there is a
Swamp Thing of collector's edition?
No, it wasn't.
No.
But
yeah, the Video Dead and TerrorVision have a lot of features on them. It's pretty crazy. Like, they definitely have more features than some of those collector's editions. It just blows my mind. So,
yeah, I think that I'm fine with the double features. I like those. The only thing that sometimes that I don't like, for example, like Scarecrows, it's getting just a regular release. I almost want them to be collector's editions simply because I like when they do the new cover art, So, like, that's something that I miss. Like, why can't they do double feature collector's editions?
They haven't even, like, announced any collector's editions during October. Just, like, strange.
Yeah.
It's all double features.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And there is another solo release that JP hasn't said yet, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I actually thought the same thing a while ago, JP, about double feature collector's editions.
Yeah.
If they're themed, why not? Like with Frogs and Food of the Gods. Could you imagine that cover art?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It'd be fucking pretty cool, man. You could intertwine, you could have it split, but you could have it intertwined. I don't know, man. You could do some pretty cool
like
things.
Like rats and
like
frogs.
What if you actually designed the cover to where it wasn't like split? It was almost like there was 2 different cover arts, but they started molding into each other at the middle. Exactly. It was like a shared
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be dope.
They're literally kind of bleeding into each other.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
After that, we have some more killer animal type movies. We have Empire of the Ants paired with Jaws of Satan, which is a ghostly cobra film or a devil-possessed cobra film, which sounds pretty cool. I've never seen it. I'm excited about that one. I haven't seen either of those films, and I love 80s, 70s killer animal films. Those seem to be the best era for those type of films.
Yeah, I of course, I just mentioned this the other day to you, JP. I just picked up Empire of the Ants and the Tentacles MGM double feature.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck. And I was like, it was like a week later, this thing gets announced, and then of course
always happens.
There's another double feature. So I literally said to myself, JP's like, you got to stop buying these DVDs. I'm like, yeah, that's it, man. I'm done. I'm not buying any more MGM releases until this parade of fucking announcements is done.
Yeah, because they're all MGM releases.
Every single film has been an MGM release.
Well,
I'm like, okay,
actually,
that's enough.
Mention that really quick. Me and Moodz was talking about this yesterday or the day before or something. We're really hoping that in 2015 maybe some contracts end and Scream Factory can get in with another company, because MGM is like everything right now, and they're running out of titles, and it kind of sucks. I want something else. We need another vault. There's so many films out there. I was just sending
Paramount, man.
Yeah, Paramount. Those bigger ones are hard to get into. I would love to see Lionsgate, because Lionsgate owns like Artisan and a bunch of other companies. So
I mean, let's face it. Some of these recent announcements they're reaching, man.
Yeah, bottom of the barrel. Like,
They're
they still could
reaching.
be. That's not like an insult either. It's just
No.
Running.
Yeah,
out.
I didn't want to sound like an asshole, but some of the titles definitely are probably not titles that they would have released 2 years ago.
Where the fuck is fucking
what I'm
Clown
saying?
House, man? Where is Clown House?
That
That's
is an MGM
film.
title, man.
Come on,
I don't know.
where is that?
Dude, I actually think if we like went and like really pushed Scream Factory, I bet they would do it. They would get it.
That would be like the holy grail to the end of the month of October if they announced that film.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? The month's not over.
That would be so amazing.
Yeah, I have a feeling they are. Do you guys think that they obviously had this Shocktober thing planned, right? So don't you think that they're gonna announce their biggest titles the last week of October?
I think
hope
probably
so.
Halloween.
Yeah.
Halloween.
Man, if they announce Clown House, that'd be so amazing.
It's a Friday night. Why not make everyone's Friday night with a Clown House announcement? Collector's edition, fucking cover art. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
Commentary by Victor Salva.
I mean,
and the way he molested.
If it never does get announced by Scream Factory, there has to be some reason why they aren't releasing it, because you really have to look at it that way.
I do know some backstory on the head, company guys at Scream Factory, and I heard this repeated before, that they actually had a chance to get Miss 45 before whoever got it put
Draft
it out.
House.
Draft House. But
excellent
they
film.
decided they didn't want to, based on the subject matter of the film. So I could see them saying no to Clown House too.
Because it's a rape revenge film.
But at the same time, Clown House, it's not the content of the film.
Yeah.
It's
true.
What's behind the film. And I mean, that's a little different. I mean, what you're seeing on screen to what's behind the screen, I think is completely, I mean, obviously it's not irrelevant. We don't want little boys being bum raped and stuff like that. We don't want for that, but it is not on the screen.
True. I'm 100% agree. That's why I will say I love Clown House. Like, I have no, problem saying that. It's a pretty awesome movie. I don't like Victor Salva, but Clown House is a pretty strong movie.
And, Scream Factory must know, too, if they release that, it's going to be a big hit.
Yeah.
Because people are dying.
Huge.
There's so many collectors out there that don't have it.
That might be their
Everyone's gonna
highest
buy
selling release if they picked it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How many people do you know that actually has one of those very few Clown House original DVDs that came out? Yeah, I know a couple people, too. And
I'll never, ever come across that movie. That's one movie I will never find.
It's so rare.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. After that, they announced Tentacles and Repticulus. Repticulus as a double feature. Yeah.
Like I said, Tentacles was part of that Empire of the Ants double feature, but they're Tentacles is a great film, man. It's cheesy fun from 70s.
I'm actually looking forward to all 4 of those films when they release those. I love that era of killer animal films, dude.
Well, those last 3 releases are all pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, I think those 3 releases right there are pretty decent, but we'll get to a couple others.
Yeah. After that, they announced a Carrie double feature. You got Carrie, the 2002 TV remake, and the Rage Carrie 2 1999 theatrical sequel to Brian De Palma's original 1976 masterpiece, quoted by Scream.
Yeah.
Masterpiece. Wow.
That's Scream Factory's words, but I would consider it. I love Carrie, dude. I think
it's a fantastic film. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece.
I don't throw masterpiece around a lot. Not sure if I would give it to Carrie, but it's damn close.
You give it to The Battery?
It's interesting,
Yes.
man. In my opinion, it's not even close, but it's not De Palma's best film.
Well,
My
it's
opinion.
De Palma's only film to me.
I haven't seen Dress to Kill, man.
I haven't seen. I just said it. I've only seen
Geary, Obsession, fucking Sisters,
the close-up
Nope.
muff scene.
Scarface.
Nope.
Close-up
Scarface.
You've never seen Scarface?
Yeah, I've seen Scarface. I didn't know.
Raising Cain. Fuck, he's done a lot of movies. He's done some duds though. The Black Dahlia I thought was shitty.
Oh, I seen that too.
The Phantom's Paradise, another Scream Factory release.
Oh, he did that.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, he's
Well,
got a fucking.
dude,
He's got
I
quite
don't-
a resume.
I
Right
actually
after
don't
Sisters.
really. I don't really know about Brian De Palma too much, so.
You need to watch Dress to Kill. Then it's a ripoff of Psycho, but it's
Yeah,
it's,
I actually
it's
know.
fun.
I actually do know about that film. So yeah, I mean, Stephen King's first movie, Carrie, that shit is awesome. But Scream Factory is releasing the remake. What is up with that? I know that they originally had Carrie locked down like last year, but MGM at the last minute kind of said that they were too worried about the negative or whatever being damaged because it was in real rough condition. So they decided to opt out of that deal or whatever.
It sucks.
I haven't seen either of these 2 films though. I think it's a weird double feature. But
I've seen Carrie 2. It's okay. I mean, it is kind of a sequel. It is a sequel, but there is kind of like recurring characters and things like that.
Yeah?
in it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay,
It has the original girl who survives at the end. She's in a few scenes and things like that, and there's flashbacks and things like that. But it's interesting. It's not good by no means, but it's an interesting movie to make a sequel to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I honestly think that double feature is going to do pretty well.
yeah,
I think it is actually surprisingly going to do well.
I've never seen the TV movie, so I'm curious.
yeah. Well, I was actually just gonna grab Carrie 2, because I seen it on eBay for an okay price. Glad I didn't, dude. I'm done. I mentioned this to Moodz. I'm not buying any more MGM titles. None.
Yeah, man.
I'm completely
I gotta stop
done.
That too.
Because they're getting so far down that they're going to release everything pretty soon. So,
Besides Clown House.
and as of right now, this is the only big library that they have. So, if they're going to continue releasing films, chances are they're going to get something that I'm planning on buying. So I'm just done.
Yeah.
That's it for the releases, I believe. But you guys said there was a single release one this week. Did I miss it?
Was that not? It was in the last 2 weeks. Wasn't it Supernova?
No, that was.
We
in the
talked
first
about that
batch.
already.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah, that was the first
Okay,
batch.
Honestly, I don't remember.
I had no idea what the hell that movie was, and I was
Oh, that's
making
right.
fun
That's
of it.
right. That's right. We did talk about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that movie looks like shit. So, okay, but yeah, still that's a lot of announcements, and obviously there's still some time left in the month. So, Clown House.
Clown House, please, Scream Factory. do
Was they
Clown-
announcing like one a day, Monday through Friday? It feels like they were.
They did a lot.
Like one announcement a day.
It wasn't one a day, I don't think, because no, I don't think so.
I think it was like 3 or 4 a week.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully next week is a pretty solid week.
Conclusion.
There's still 2 weeks, man.
Yeah,
if
2 weeks.
if they're sticking the same rate the whole time, we got plenty more titles to come.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it for the news.
Alrighty. Yeah, the news. Quite a bit. All right, so I guess we'll get into Moodz Swingz here, and with the new releases announcements. Since we weren't broadcasting last week, I just want to just throw out a couple notable ones from last week that people might have been looking for, or that might be interested, not looking for, but might be interested in, that came out. Most notably last week, I wanted to mention, I know JP had brought these up. I think that was from, did they come on the 7th? The Asian Extreme boxes that we never talked about?
Oh yeah, we missed them. Those was at the beginning. Yeah, the 7th. They for some reason they weren't listed on my source at the time until like the next day.
Yeah, and I had like completely missed these too. But yeah, this is from a couple weeks ago, and I haven't really heard anyone talk about them or show them off. So I don't think anyone's really even doesn't know. Like, I don't think anyone knows about these. But there's 3 volumes. They're called the Asian Extreme Collections, and each volume has a different. They're from a different country. Volume 1 is South Korean films, and there's 3 films in there. One of them is called R Point, Face, and The Red Shoes. Asian Extreme Collection Volume 2 is the Japanese horror films, and that one has A Shake of June, Prey, and Vital. And the 3rd volume is films from Thailand, and that one is Ghost of... Man, I can't even read this right here. The Ghost of May Nak, The Victim, and P. There's a film called P.
I'm a little P.
So I don't know. I think these look pretty interesting.
Yeah, dude, they were a total surprise. Like, I want these sets, but they're just way too pricey right now. You know, maybe $20 a piece I would pay, but who knows if the films are even any good? You know?
Yeah,
I mean, they're about $24 a piece. So, you know, I mean, yeah, maybe they'll go down, but they are released by Kino Lorber. So,
oh yeah, of course, that's why.
Another notable one from this. Oh no, not from the 7th, but from last week, from the 14th here. There was, of course, our favorite company in the world.
Don't even say it.
Went on a releasing spree, and that's Times. They released Audrey Rose and The Believers and The Blob.
Did you get your copy of The Blob yet, Moods?
No, I have not.
Fucking traitor.
I actually hadn't even looked at the. I hadn't looked at the releases, and I didn't even know that they were releasing the Believers and Audrey Rose.
Yeah, I knew they were doing Audrey Rose. I didn't know about the Believers, though.
It's interesting. Of course, the one I really wanted to talk about from last week, though, is another. I believe this is another Kino release. Oh no, actually, no, I'm lying. This is from Olive Films, I believe, and that is the Boris Karloff film Cauldron of Blood, released by Olive Films. So Olive's back releasing horror films.
Cool.
Yeah,
they've been quiet for a while. Huh?
Yeah, I know, because we brought this up a couple weeks ago, and that's why I really wanted to talk about this one, because we're like, what the hell happened to Olive Films releasing horror films? But yeah, here they go. Boris Karloff's Cauldron of Blood. So that's pretty cool.
What year is it from, Moods, if you know? Is it early Karloff or late Karloff?
It's a good question. I actually don't know when the film was released.
Huh.
Somebody can look that up. You know, this one actually caught me off guard. I had no idea, because I don't watch TV, that they made a television series called Fargo.
Oh yeah, I think it's been on for a few seasons. Like, people have like talked about it.
I had no idea about this show.
I think it's on FX.
What the hell is Fargo? Never even heard
Coen
of that.
Brothers movie.
The Coen Brothers Fargo?
Is that a horror film?
Oh my God, JP, how have you not seen Fargo?
Fargo's amazing.
I don't watch non-horror films anymore.
A fucking guy gets destroyed in a wood chipper. It's freaking amazing. How have you never seen Fargo?
Fargo is... When did Fargo come out?
Mid-90s.
Yeah, about mid-90s, the film. Yeah. So, from Scorpion last week, they released Jennifer. I believe this is like it's kind of like a rip-off of Carrie, something like that, dealing with the same type of supernatural
things. There was a
things.
lot of those. Is it from the 70s?
Jennifer? Yeah, I believe so.
Looks like Jennifer Connelly's on the front cover.
It does, actually.
Yeah.
Some other notables from last week. Evils of the Night came out. It's released by Gorgon. If you want to know more about that one, I did a review of it on my YouTube channel, so you can check that out. But I do highly recommend it. It's actually a really fucking fun film from 1985. It's got quite the cast in it, too. It's got porn star. It's so many recognizable faces in this film. It's pretty cool. And the other one I wanted to talk about was another IFC midnight release, Witching and Bitching, came out last week. So for all you IFC freaks out there, Jeremy.
I just made a list of all the ones I need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are a couple of the ones from last week I just wanted to mention. From the ones that got released, or that are getting released on the 21st here. And the 21st, I gotta say, man, is got some pretty fucking good ones.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of big titles here.
Yeah, the 21st is, wow, they're coming out now.
Some of these films are already out in my Walmart. This is crazy. I didn't even realize that. Yeah.
Crazy.
Have you seen The Beneath yet, though?
Beneath?
Beneath
comes...
That's in November.
Beneath comes out actually on the 28th, I believe.
Oh, 28th?
Yeah.
I want to see that movie.
Yeah, I've got it on pre-order, actually, because I'm dying to see it, too.
Yeah.
Anyways, so first up for the releases this Tuesday, we got the Vincent Price Collection Volume 2 from Scream Factory. Awesome stuff. Looking for it. I got mine on pre-order. Actually, probably should be shipping tomorrow because, you know, my luck with Scream Factory releases. I probably won't ship for
2 weeks later.
Exactly. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. And then we got another Scream Factory release of The Squad,
which we will be covering in a later episode.
3 weeks from now.
Yeah, so we'll be doing The Squad. Looks very, very interesting. None of us have seen it, so very cool stuff. Another film called The Housewife Slasher.
Wait, what is it called?
The Housewife Slasher.
So it's like housewives slashing people?
I love the tagline, though, man. It's funny. Staying home is murder. It's released by Wild Eye, so it could possibly,
okay.
Yeah, it could possibly be pretty decent. So
they're hit and miss.
Wild Eye they've got some good ones, they've got some bad ones. One of my favorite releases of this Tuesday that's coming up here is a film that's never even been released on DVD. It's coming out from Scorpion, and that is To All a Good Night.
Yep.
The David Hess direct film from 1980, Christmas themed horror film.
Awesome.
I know this is like your most hyped movie, right, Moodz?
Yeah, I have an old bootleg of this film, and it just looks like shit. It's like a really, really bad VHS transfer of it, and it's actually hard to watch. Like, it's not very clear. So this is just fucking awesome. Really good timing. So just in time for Christmas. Yeah. But yeah, we were talking about that, they need to start releasing some of these older Christmas films on Blu-ray, and they're starting to come out a little bit, aren't they, JP?
Christmas Evil and some other things.
Yeah.
Scream Factory, we're looking at you.
Yeah, exactly. There's lots more to release. Come on, guys.
Yep.
But To All Good Night, check that out. Then we got the Soska Sisters sequel to See No Evil 2.
I see it.
Which,
I'll talk about that in 2 weeks.
I'm hearing it's just average.
I've been hearing lots of different opinions on this. I've heard people say it's fucking awesome.
Do you want me to say what I think now?
You've seen it?
Just a brief if you want.
Just like a 2-sentence type thing.
I thought it was average.
All right, that's all
It's
we
not
need.
the Soska Sisters' best film. It's probably actually the worst film out of the 3 main films.
But
they've only done 3, right?
Yeah. But it's okay. Check it out if you like the first one.
They had nothing to do with the script in this film, so they're working what they're given, right? So, But anyways, next up we got a film called Play Hooky, and it's got a fantastic cover, just an ass.
Oh yeah, I like that cover, man.
That's pretty fucking awesome. Don't really know much about it, but it does look pretty cool. Then we got another one called The Scribbler. I have no idea
what
this one is. The Scribbler.
Oh man.
And apparently it's released by some company named like Turbo or something. I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know anything about this film.
That one's not even on my list, so.
Okay. And then we've got another sequel in the Wrong Turn franchise, Wrong Turn 6, and it's probably inappropriately subtitled Last Resort, because there'll be like 12 of these.
Is it at a resort, though?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I keep feeling that it is. I feel it's like a double meaning.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I've actually heard from some people, most notably Zach.
I know Zach said it.
And I've heard some other people say they
oddly
hated
excited
it,
for this one for some reason. I just love this series, dude. It's just like one of those things that you look forward to. It's like, oh, sweet, they're making another Wrong Turn. All of a sudden, there's another one in Walmart.
Well, to be honest, man, after part 3 and 4, I wasn't really looking forward to part 5 that much, and I really enjoyed part 5.
Really? 4 was pretty alright, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of the CG in it was kind of fucking getting on my nerves a little bit, but I did like the setting and stuff. But overall, I didn't find it that great. But part 5, I know a lot of people dislike, but I personally really enjoyed it though for what it was. Popcorn flick.
And I've never seen those movies.
Yeah,
They're fun, dude.
I know. I was gonna buy part 4, and it's $6.66.
You can get it in the $5 bin.
I know. I could find a cheaper at Family Video too, but.
Okay, so next up, there's a film that I'm really intrigued by. I hadn't heard of this one. I think it's like an indie film, and it's called Cannibal. You know, it's not the most.
Yeah, this one's trailer released back when I was doing those like hardcore news videos on my channel,
Mhm.
and this one looked kind of interesting. It looked like a very serious film, and
Yeah.
I like the cover. It looks kind of artsy, which can be a good thing sometimes a bad thing as well. But I'm looking forward to this one. It looks cool.
I'll give a little brief breakdown of this one. I read this, the product description on it, and it really fucking interested me. But basically what it says here, it says, Carlos is the most prestigious tailor in Granada, Spain. His life is a study in details, from the meticulous suits he creates for wealthy clients to the macabre murders he executes in the shadows. He performs these gruesome acts, including dining on the women he kills without guilt or remorse. When Nina, a beautiful young immigrant from Romania, comes looking for her missing twin sister, she awakens in Carlos, a kind of love. Oh, I see. In Carlos, a kind of love he had long since written off. As the relationship builds, based on secrets and deception, Nina's pure innocence will become undeniable, even by Carlos, a man driven by a dark secret. Cannibal is, in the end, a love story of a demon.
I'm getting like a vibe of like the Maniac remake mixed with like Let the Right One In mixed with like some other fucking artsy film.
I'm thinking it's going to be very artsy and serious, but it fucking sold me.
Who's releasing
I'm
it?
down, man.
I'm not sure who's actually releasing this one. This is put out by Ram Releasing / film. I don't know.
Who the hell's that?
I'm not really too
Never
sure.
heard of them.
Yeah.
But this one was, I think it was playing the festivals, and New York Times says it's pretty good, I guess.
New York Times, nice. And then we got the sequel to The Purge Anarchy, coming
Which
out
is
on
already out in my
DVD
Walmart.
Blu-ray.
I didn't realize that I was like, I seen they have that Walmart exclusive film Mockingbird.
Yes.
I saw that today too.
I actually grabbed it, but I seen it had a little like sticker on it that was like, get $3 off when you purchase this with The Purge Anarchy, and I'm like, well, that would be great if The Purge Anarchy was out. And then I checked out, and then the next day I went there, and The Purge Anarchy was like sitting like 2 rows down from it, and I was like, well, damn.
Crazy. Yeah, that shit never happens at my Walmart.
I've like read on Blu-ray.com that happening to other people too. Like it's been popping up early, so maybe it's a thing or something.
All right. I got a couple more here that are being released this week. I honestly didn't know shit about this film. I just saw it on this list, and it's a film with John C. Reilly in it.
Really? I love John C. Reilly.
And it's called Life After Beth, but the tagline says "Till undeath do us part." So I'm assuming it's some stupid Zomcom fucking. The cover just looks ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought that was like, it's on my list too, and I was like, sometimes these lists have like films that are like accidentally like leak into them. Horror films. I thought it was like a sitcom, like so. I was like, "Oh shit!" It's funny. That
it's funny. I thought the same thing when I first saw it. I was like, "Oh, it looks like a fucking sitcom." And last up for the ones that I have here, JP probably has more. Is a newly released film by Unearthed Films, and it's called Necrophile Passion. It's quite obviously about necrophilia. And looking at the cover's fantastic cover art, but it's got a girl kind of groping a fucking skull. So basically, I had to pre-order this.
What's it called?
It's called Necrophile Passion.
Huh.
Yeah, I see that one too. I like the cover. It almost kind of reminds you of Necromantic a little bit.
But like with Unearthed stuff, they put out some pretty fucking nasty shit, and sometimes it goes out of print. So I was like, wow, I got to jump on this one. But anything to do with necrophilia, though, I just find so intriguing.
They're releasing Ryan Nicholson's new film, aren't they? on
Are they?
Yeah, I swear I read that on his Facebook.
That would be awesome.
Collar, right? That's the name of it. Collar.
Yeah. Collars. Yeah, they'll be releasing it probably on DVD.
Yeah.
Because Collars has been released on VHS, I think, right now. So, but yeah, that's all I got. Do you got anything else, JP?
Yeah, I got a film called Red Nights, and it looks like a girl like on the cover with some like Freddy Krueger type claws, but they're on all 5 fingers and they are like green. It's kind of weird. I don't know, but it does have the little branches with Toronto Film Fest and Sitges Film Fest or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, that one's being released by Vicious Circle Films.
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah.
Then we have a film called not Inside, but The Inside. Little callback to Moodz' beef with that one film called Inside a couple weeks ago.
Right?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I'm not sure if you said this one. There's a film called Tormented Female Hostages. Looks completely awful.
Yeah. Dude, that little fucking hook on there, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and then we have a film called Bloodwork, which I actually rented yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to watch it because I fell asleep. I rented it out of the Redbox, so that's weird that it's in the Redbox already.
What's it called?
It's called Bloodwork. The cover just kind of interested me. It has like the title Bloodwork, and then there's like these umbilical cords like leaking down from the title, like attached to like the back of like this fetus looking person, and then like a needle going like up into him. So I was just like, that looks kind of cool.
Huh.
And then there's a film called Autumn Blood. It doesn't look very good. Based on the cover. And then the final one is like this weird double 6-pack, 5-pack called Ghosts, Curses, and Creepy Kids.
What's in
it? This is put out by Cinema Epoch, and it has Slaughter Island, Psycho Shark, Death Tube, Killer Car, and Hide and Go Kill.
Oh man, what quality titles.
Yeah, these all look shitty.
Give me a break, man. Cycle Shark looks fucking amazing.
Get the fuck out of here.
Killer Car. I wonder what Death Tube is about. I wonder if it has anything to do with, like, computers and videos.
Yeah. So that's about it for all my releases. Actually, not a single Ghostly this week, surprisingly.
Oh.
Yeah, that's odd.
That is pretty odd. I mean, the inside looks kind of ghostly, but it also looks kind of zombie. So unless it's zombie ghosts, but it also looks kind of found footagey. So who knows? There actually is another one called Homecoming, and this one kind of looks ghostly. So yeah, we still kind of have a ghostly.
I don't know, man. I thought Homecoming kind of looks like it's a fucking home invasion film.
Did you say that one?
No, I didn't say that one. But
yeah.
I know which one you're talking about.
It looks
when
home
you
invasion, but it looks like we're looking at the it's from the point of view of the final girl, and she's looking towards a house, so it makes me feel like it's not home invasion.
Yeah, you're right.
Did you guys see the trailer for a movie called The Final Girl with Abigail Breslin? It looks fucking terrible.
I never seen the trailer, but I know yeah.
Oh, it looks so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so, and that is going to do it for the releases for October 21st. So, if you're interested in any of those, run out and get them. So many releases, man. Just fucking burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah, I can't keep up with these ones, so yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. So I think since we've been gone, I think Anchor Bay has issued a statement stating that they are in fact going to be replacing the Halloween 4 defective discs in the Halloween 10 disc and 15 set complete box sets. And that is very, very good news because there was a lot of people that were really pissed off because, I think it was a little bit of due to impatient people. They're just, they're not going to fucking replace them. They're not going to replace them. It just had to wait 48 hours.
On Thursday, my horror class, somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I bought the Halloween set." So I turned around. I was like, "Did you pop in your copy of Halloween 4 and notice if the audio was off sync?" And he's like, "Yeah." I did notice that, and I was pissed off. So I was like, oh yeah. So I told him that Anchor Bay was like reissuing them. And,
Now the only thing, guys, is this only lasts till the 31st of this month.
yeah.
Exactly. And you have to send in your defective disc.
Do you?
I think so.
No. They didn't say anything about that because I didn't send mine in.
Really?
Unless they send it to you to like send you something to send it back in. But basically, they just said you have to show proof of purchase through your email, meaning a receipt or a copy of the receipt or a scan of the receipt or something.
So can't you just give me the receipt and I could get a free copy?
How many people don't have their fucking receipt?
Probably a shit ton of people.
Yeah, so a lot of people are going to be fucking shit out of luck. That sucks. But I don't know where I heard that. I swear it might have been for something else, but I swear I read that you had to send in your defective disc and they would just take that disc and replace it. Because I mean that's obviously proof, right? So
yeah.
But when they did the Halloween 2 replacement disc, they didn't make you send it back. So, but that was Universal. So
yeah.
See,
who knows?
I think that, I think it's cool that they are replacing them, but what about all the sets that are sitting on store shelves right now,
Mm-hmm. Like who buy them after Halloween?
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing. That fucking sucks, man. That really sucks.
But all that really matters is I'm getting mine replaced, so I'm cool with that.
What really fucking matters is that both Halloween 4 Blu-rays I've bought have not been fucked up.
Yeah, and you know what? I was super pissed when I
seen
it happen when I popped mine in and it was like out of sync, and I was just like, man, this ruins the whole set for me. Like, this just sucks. And then after they announced that they were replacing them, then I watched Halloween 4 for this show, and it really wasn't that bad. It's in a lot of the non-talking scenes, and it only lasts 15 minutes or something, and it's like definitely dealable. And all of a sudden I was like, yeah, I guess it wasn't that bad. But I think it was just the comfort of knowing that I'm getting a replacement disc.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Facebook post right now, and it says nothing about sending it back. It just says you just need a proof of purchase, a photo or scanned of receipt or digital receipt from online retailer, your name and mailing address, and it says your replacement disc will then be shipped to arrive no later than November 14th.
Well, so what have we learned, listeners? You obviously do not listen to me, because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about ever. I must have been reading. I honestly, maybe.
But what's funny is you've done this twice with this particular issue. When you said that they said they wasn't replacing stuff.
I'm literally gonna stop talking about Halloween 4. So during the Halloween 4 review tonight, during the review, I am going to say absolutely nothing. Fuck Halloween 4. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know where I came up with that, man. That's really odd, but I don't know. Maybe I'm still basking in my awesome luck and my glory that my copies weren't fucked up. And to be honest, man, I'm really confused on why there is copies that are and why there isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Why there's copies that aren't fucked up. Like, explain this to me.
I don't know. Maybe it was pressed differently or something.
But you think it would have been done in one, like a mass fucking production, right? So it's odd.
Oh, wait. I just thought of a reason why, maybe. Okay? Hear me out.
Unless they did it in separate pressings, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, check this out. I bet what happened was when they went to make this box set, they used the bad copies in the Halloween 4 from the Anchor Bay sets, and then they didn't realize halfway through production, they're like, oh shit, we gotta change these discs. So they started using the next disc, but instead of just axing all the copies they already made, they're like, we'll just release them and deal with them, because half the people won't even try to get it replaced. It'll be a big problem, but we'll deal with it then.
Fuck, JP, I bet you are right.
You know what? That totally does make sense.
Yeah.
And you know for a fact that there is people who are like, fuck it, I can deal with it, man. Like Corn Dog, man. He's like, I got no fucking problem with this. I don't know if he ever said that if he's going to get it replaced or not. But he even said in the video that he made, he's like, It doesn't fucking bother me.
Yeah, I seen the video, and he was just like, it's not that bad. It kind of sucks, but it's like whatever. It's not going to ruin my entire day. It's still a pretty fantastic box set, and he's like, the transfer still looks pretty good. I didn't even notice the audio.
And they were brainstorming this too, going, you know what? If there's like 1,000 people, maybe 114 are going to return them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know what? To destroy all these box sets and put new ones in, it's going to cost us a lot more money than that. Let's just release it, knowing this problem exists. And
just wait till
what do you guys think?
Bitching,
you think I'm right on that?
They just waited till people start bitching though before saying anything.
Yeah.
So it's like, why didn't they say something before people started bitching, and then they could have addressed the problem before everyone,
Well, my only problem with the whole situation, or my thoughts on the Halloween, wasn't the transfers different from
I don't think
the
so,
Anchor
man.
Bay
I think these are
Blu-rays?
the same things, man.
Okay.
Because even the menus look the same to me.
Yeah, I haven't popped in the other Anchor Bay one in a while, but I just don't remember the transfers looking that good on the Anchor Bay ones. When I was watching Halloween 4 last night and Halloween 5 today, I was thinking to myself, going, "Fuck, these transfers are really good."
I kind of feel the same way too, because in my head I'm like, but these ones feel a little better. But I don't know if it was just like I couldn't remember what I felt back when I watched the.
Is the artwork different on the discs? Or is it the same artwork from the
I'm pretty
old
positive.
release?
I'm pretty positive it's the same artwork too.
Is the Scream Factory logo on it?
No.
Oh, then
I
would
don't think it is.
I
mean, even when you pop the DVD in, the Scream Factory logo never shows up in the intro either.
But I mean, that doesn't really prove a lot, because remember when I found the Australian art on the Halloween Rob Zombie's remake?
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah. I don't think it's that transfer. I don't get it, man. I don't know.
Maybe they just had a whole bunch of discs laying around, and they just put them in the box set.
Yeah, I don't know.
These will do.
What it is. But I don't know. But it's still a pretty cool box set.
Oh, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, man. It's beautiful. Yeah. But yeah, enough of that Halloween talk, because we'll be talking more about Halloween here in a couple minutes. And I'm going to end this Moodz Swingz, segment off with, of course, the Rue Morgue weird stat and morbid fact of the day. Now, this one right here is from one of the very first Rue Morgue issues I remember buying, actually, from October of 2010. This was the October edition with Anthony Perkins on the cover, this Norman Bates on the cover. Fucking great issue. But this stat right here, this made me laugh so hard. And I'm sure you guys will laugh too. The reason why I picked this one is because it's, you guys will understand. I just got to find it here. Okay. So Canada Customs. There we go, right? Sorry, Canada Customs recently banned 2 horror-themed beverages, Zombie and Blood Potion, which come in transfusion-style bags, from entering the country, allegedly due to their caffeine content.
Well, I'm happy I didn't.
I've seen those before.
I'm happy I didn't throw those in the box with you, man.
Oh my god, I was swimming through that. I remember laughing so hard reading this. I was actually on the airplane when I bought this. I was on my way to Vegas one time, and I picked this magazine up, and I started laughing so hard. I'm like, really? Caffeine?
I really, really hope that they don't open your box in Customs. For one, it's taped like it's going to Bosnia again. And for two, they're going to open it up and you're going to be like, why the fuck is there combos, fright rags, and trick cereal in this box?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Alrighty, guys. So that's going to do it for Moodz Swingz. And so we are going to be talking about, the first half of one of the most recognized and liked franchises out there. Everybody knows about this franchise. Doesn't really need much introduction. And that, of course, is the first 5 films of the Halloween franchise.
As always, there will be spoilers in these franchise discussions, because you can't talk about one film without spoiling the ending of another film, especially in the first couple Halloween films, part 1 and 2.
You haven't seen the Halloween films, then
Yeah, we definitely don't have to spoil part 3, but 1, 2, 4, and 5, yeah,
Spoilers.
pretty hard to talk about. But of course, the original Halloween film from 1978, directed by John Carpenter. JP, you're going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you guys think that this franchise has the most hardcore fans out of any horror franchise or character?
I think Jason. It's a little bit more hardcore.
I don't know, man.
You know, to be honest, I think Halloween does. I think a lot of people. I mean, if you took a poll, you know, like what's your favorite, slasher of all time? I think Mike Myers is going to come up there.
Well, why don't you guys let us know in the comments below? Who do you choose as your favorite horror slasher character? And we'll see. And we'll see who comes out on top.
I don't even mean like the like quantity of fans. I mean like the hardcoreness of them. Like Halloween fans are just these like obsessed thing. Like the people who are like real, like big, like Mike Myers fans and Halloween fans, like they just seem like they go way, a couple steps ahead of what people do for Jason or Freddy.
Like for collectibles and stuff like that.
Yeah, collectibles and masks and just
masks. That's
editions.
Right.
Like how many have you seen people that have like 1.5 million Halloween DVD editions?
Not even editions. Like even on the horror pages, like I see people selling custom Michael Myers masks all the time. At least a few a week, like a labyrinth, mache type Halloween Michael Myers mask. So that is a good point.
Yeah, and I don't mean to insult anybody by saying they're like hardcore or anything. I'm just saying like I've my experiences with the Halloween fans has just been like these guys are hardcore serious about their Halloween films.
Halloween night. A small American town. 15 years ago. Michael? Halloween.
I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil. I think he'll come back.
Exploring uncharted territory.
And totally charted.
Just talk.
Sure. The only reason she babysits is to have
Halloween.
Okay,
come on out.
Halloween. The night he came home.
Alrighty, so Halloween. Does JP? Do you want to give the honors of the the plot of this film?
Halloween from the year 1978, the Jonathan Carpenter classic.
Oh,
Jonathan.
Yeah.
This film follows an escaped mental patient who was institutionalized after killing his sister as a child. It is some years later. He escapes. He goes back to his hometown where he is stalking a group of teenage girls, high school babysitters. Meanwhile, his doctor, who has been looking after him, played by Donald Pleasance, is trying to track him down and stop him before the craziness and murder gets taken out on the whole town.
I wish Haydenfield, Illinois was a real place, because I'd totally fucking go there. I wish it was real.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I would have
that'd
liked to
been
have
sick.
visited it also. So, how do you guys feel about Halloween? Have you ever seen it before?
Really?
Yeah.
Only about 80 times.
Oh God, I've seen this movie so many times. So where do you guys want to start?
You know, this is one of those films that is so hard to talk about because everybody said everything about it, but I figured we could just kind of give our opinions on it and like kind of our experiences with it. So I guess I'll start off with this. Halloween to me was never one of my favorites. Like, I grew up as a Freddy kid, a Jason kid. Like, I barely even noticed Michael Myers. Like, I knew him and I knew the films, but I just wasn't into him. It wasn't until about high school where I finally decided to sit down and watch the original. I was like, you know what, this is pretty solid, but I'm still not overly blown away by it. And as the years went on, man, it's just grown on me and grown on me and grown on me. And now it would, you know, it makes my top greatest horror films of all time. And one thing that I noticed when watching the first two films is it feels like, one, the film was lightning in a bottle, right? I mean, so many things worked so well. Like, just imagine if the score wasn't there, you know?
Oh, the score's probably the best part of the film.
Yeah, just imagine if they didn't get the mask, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's so many different, like, variables that could have made this film. It would have just been known as, like, a cool kind of slasher, right? I mean, there's so many things that went right for this film to become what it is and be as iconic as it is. One thing that I always noticed with the first two films is it feels like there is no shot that isn't like planned. Like everything feels like it's so specifically done on purpose. Like even, you know, where the actors and characters are standing. And
Yeah.
I'm not just saying that because it's held at such a high like standard, like it's such a like beloved film, but I actually feel this way. Like you look at it and you're like this shot was designed to look exactly like this.
And, you know, I feel the exact same way about this film because it's literally the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about Halloween is the cinematography is just fucking excellent in it. It's shot so beautifully. You know, for being such a... Did you guys actually know how much this film was made for?
$675,000.
$675. So, you know, even in those days, it was still relatively...
That was low as hell.
I heard it was
Low
300,000.
300. I heard 675.
You know, but either way, though, it's still relatively low budget and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, this movie looks like a way higher budget film. In my
does,
opinion,
man.
you know, it's just the look of this movie and it's executed so perfectly. I've always thought personally that the score by John Carpenter is one of the most. I mean, it's so recognizable, but the way he cues up the music in the film.
It's perfect.
It's so perfect to the way it's shot and the way the cinematography. It blends
such an
so well.
important thing for horror because not only is it important because we wouldn't have this movie, but this movie is one of the rare cases where the horror genre actually gets respect from the mainstream film world, and that is like huge for us, you know, and huge for the genre.
I think even like mainstream critics and stuff can
like
honestly,
and
they can
Siskel.
honestly say that Halloween is an excellent looking film, and you know it's a good film. You know, it doesn't happen a lot in these type of movies, but you can't deny it. Mm-hmm. It goes together so well.
It's so crazy when you actually sit back and watch this film with like a critical mind, you know, because when we're reviewing these films, we kind of
voyeuristic gaze.
Do you guys kind of watch them in a different way than you would if you would just, you know, chill and watching Halloween, right? I mean, when we're reviewing them, we're trying to pay attention to things that we need to talk about. So, like, you just really do notice the brilliance of like you said, like the cue of the score. so much more. It's like literally perfectly timed. And it's amazing like that this even was created.
It brings out every scene. It's almost chilling how well the music works.
I actually like
the way
Laurie.
the shots are developed.
I actually like Laurie's theme more than Michael's theme, like the intro theme. I know that's kind of a nay thing to say, that you like another song in the film more than the iconic opening theme, but
not really. I mean, I've actually heard other people say that before too, but in my opinion, I actually do prefer the Halloween 2 theme more than the original one.
Oh yeah, me too. It's so much synthesizing.
It's just a little more amped up, but it's noticeable. It's
I do
slightly
too.
noticeable, and I think it really does work for Halloween 2, which we'll get to. But yeah, I mean, I've actually heard people say that before, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I love. Ashamed of.
I love Laurie's theme. I think it's so. Whenever I hear it, I just get that warm, nostalgic feeling inside that it's like, oh, it's Halloween time, and hearing the wind outside and things like that. I just love that song.
Yeah.
I like the opening to this film when they go to the after the main opening, the point of view shot and stuff. When they go to the Insanitarium and he escapes, like I always find that scene like very creepy when all those people are like standing out in their robes and stuff, like in the dark, like stormy night, Loomis and stuff. I really love that scene.
It's a great scene. Does the exact same thing for me. It's so kind of subtle. There's not that much, it's not just kind of drawn out or anything. It's subtle, but it works. Like pretty much everything in this movie is kind of, it's just, it's subtle and it's executed perfectly. Nothing's ever kind of drawn out to the point where it's like, ugh.
Even the editing is beautiful, especially in some of the later sequences, especially when Laurie goes and she's downstairs and she hears the noise upstairs and she goes up and finds, the body on the bed, the iconic scene with Mrs. Myers. But I love how, as the scene goes on, the editing becomes quicker and quicker and quicker as she gets nearer and nearer to the danger, and it really adds a sense of suspense and oh shit in the spectator, because it's not something that you really notice. It's more of an unconscious type of a thing, but the editing, next time you watch it, just pay attention. It's really, really quick as the scene goes on, and I just find it so brilliant.
If you actually pay attention to your heart rate at that moment right there, when the editing is starting to go a little bit faster, your heart rate goes up. Yeah, it's almost like a subconscious thing. You start to notice it a little bit, but it's totally, that's a good point. The editing is fantastic.
It's so brilliant. So brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Laurie herself, Jamie Lee Curtis, I've said this before, and I stand by it even watching it this time. I don't think there's anything particularly amazing about her in the original Halloween. Like, I feel like she is definitely good in the film. Like, it's like she works and stuff. I'm not saying she doesn't, but I don't see her and put her high on a pedestal like other people do, because I honestly just feel like other people could have done just as good of a job.
I've always thought the exact same thing, man. I mean, she's fine in the role. I think everybody's actually pretty good in this film, but what I've never been able to understand is why her performance. Is that what people talk? Is it more about her performance? I don't know. That separates her from any other type of film and Final Girl and stuff like that.
Well, I think it's because she's the main image that pops into your mind when you think about the Final Girl in the slasher genre. Like,
not my mind, but
really, who pops into your mind as being like the first Final Girl besides the Texas Chainsaw?
Well, if I'm thinking like the first Final Girl, I would probably think Sally from Chainsaw.
Yeah, but Sally gets saved by a male force. Laurie...
Doesn't Donald? What do you mean?
Yeah,
I guess. Pops Myers with the shot him 6 times. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're looking at like Final Girls and like what comes to mind first, it doesn't have to be the very first one or whatever. However,
but I
you
think
want to
she's
put
like
it,
the most like famous one when people think about the Final Girl. Like Laurie Strode is like the main person that pops into your mind.
Because Halloween is the most famous slasher.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that. But
from that angle, that totally makes sense. But for me personally, it's always Heather Langenkamp for just.
That's my like second main like when I think of a Final Girl, I picture like the image, like he asked me who I think of the first Final Girl, I think of Sally, but when I think of like the quintessential, like the image I think of when somebody mentions Final Girl is actually Heather Langenkamp as Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm right with you on that.
Yeah, I think it just depends on how you look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, maybe I'm biased, taking this horror class. We talked about the Final Girl quite a bit, and of course, everyone brought up Laurie Strode, so maybe that's the only. And even when I'm reading, Carol Clover is probably the most.
But do you think maybe it's a popularity thing though too?
Yeah.
You think maybe because more people just, they just automatic Halloween, Laurie Strode, just kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. More people know who she is than Heather Langenkamp kind of thing. Oh, yeah. So it kind of almost is a popularity thing.
Maybe it's like more of a pop culture type of a thing.
Not only that, but I mean, like Halloween has a lot of things going for it. One, it pretty much created the slasher genre. Obviously there's been influences before Halloween and with Black Christmas and some extent people say Peeping Tom, but also it is set on a holiday, which is instantly recognizable to people in pop culture. And it also has such an iconic killer, and all of those things I think automatically makes Jamie Lee Curtis popular by association, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it comes from that and less about what she actually does in the film, her performance and character and everything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
But, who is fantastic though? Donald Pleasence.
Yeah.
Donald Pleasence is great.
He's always good though.
He always brings lots of flavor and
people think that
maybe it's that accent, I don't know.
If you would ask people what this story is, a lot of people would say it's about Jamie Lee Curtis and Michael Myers, but I've always felt like the true, character to Michael Myers was Donald Pleasence, Sam Loomis. Like I've always felt like he was the real, protagonist.
That's a good way of looking at things right there. I mean, I find with Donald Pleasence, Dr. Loomis's character, I mean, he completely feels responsible for what's going on, right?
To a completely unhealthy degree.
Because he feels that, he should have been, like, he kind of puts it all himself. He's been looking after Michael for all these years and whatnot, and he wasn't there. He broke out, and now he needs to snatch him up. He needs to get him back there. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that.
And the thing, we'll touch on it later as the films go on, but to me, I always felt like the Halloween films change a lot as the series goes on. And they kind of change in a way where it's not an evolution. It's just something different. But I feel like Donald Pleasence's character is the one constant throughout the entire, main part of the series.
And actually, as the series goes along, it seems like he gets a little more agitated too.
No, he does. And that is all an arc. And you give that credit to Donald Pleasence for actually carrying that with his character through the films, even though it probably wasn't written in all the films. I have a feeling he had a huge influence on where his character went and what his performance was, man, because you can feel it get more and more as the films go on.
Totally. It's the way he delivers lines and like, what he's saying and stuff, but it's really, really noticeable in part 5.
It is.
Because of what's going on with the whole telepathic, storylines and stuff. So he's like really, really agitated because now he's kind of dealing with two things. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. And now he's like, holy fuck, but we'll get there. But I always thought that was quite interesting because I actually thought about that today, about how agitated he becomes.
Yeah. His character is the same throughout 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, yet he is an evolved version as the film goes on. He's still, there's nothing different about him, in terms of like, it's still the same person. Like Myers changes each film, you know what I mean? He feels different, he looks different, stuff like that. Loomis evolves. He is or devolves actually, you know, because he gets crazier and crazier. I that's why Sam Loomis is to me one of the greatest characters.
He's so insane by part 6, man.
I think a lot of his, his character arcing and becoming more agitated and quite obviously
loses it.
Just yeah, he's starting to lose a little bit. Is due to the fact of the end of Halloween 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the after effects of between Halloween 2 and then Halloween 4, which is 10 years, what happens to him in the end of Halloween 2 and then having to deal with that. And then when you get to see him for the first time in Halloween 4, what he looks like, I mean, dude, all he wants to do is just put this guy behind fucking closed walls, man.
Yeah. And
he's having
that
a rough
guy
go.
is a quote machine, dude. Like Carpenter wrote like probably the best dialogue of his career for Sam Loomis, like when he wrote for Sam Loomis. I mean, like the quotes that he says is just like poetic.
Oh yeah. It's very
I
iconic.
love that about Donald Pleasance's character, man. Like his delivery is just so
it's so elegant too.
It
but
is.
It's perfect that he's British too, though. I find.
Yeah, but it's not like a real thick and annoying kind.
No, it's like a.
Yeah, you don't even notice unless you're like really paying attention to it.
I think it's because I've seen like so many movies with him in there. Like I notice it, but
yeah, he's in like every public domain movie in those box sets. He's in a lot of them.
Yeah. He's in fucking a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. The one part in Halloween that ever since I've watched this movie, for as long as I've watched this movie, that I could never wrap my fucking head around, that it just makes absolutely no sense to me, is the fact that, at this point, Michael's been locked up for 15 years.
Yeah.
So he breaks out of Smith's Grove, and he's doing his thing. He's coming home, and where did he learn to drive?
Well, if you would watch Adam Green's short film that came out a couple Halloweens ago, you would know exactly where he learned to drive.
Okay, well, that makes no fucking sense. But for the average person, so you're watching this movie for the first time.
They explain it in part 6, actually.
Well, okay, I haven't watched part 6 in a while. But anyways, again, my point is that you're watching this movie going, okay, this kid was institutionalized when he was, very young. He's been there for 15 years. He's quite old enough to drive, but he's quite obviously never drove.
Yeah, but do you hear what Donald Pleasance says, right?
Yeah.
He says, well, maybe somebody gave him lessons.
Oh, come on.
I know,
that's such bullshit.
But it happened. Part 6 says that it happened, so
just because they needed to come up with a reason.
Yeah,
so that's what
they
said.
Obviously,
but that's totally what they did. But we know for a fact that there's no way that they're giving driving lessons to somebody like that who's never ever going to be able to use a license. Like a license.
Let me just give you something that could kind of ease your mind on this a little bit. I used to drive when I was like 6. Okay, not like full pedals and everything, but I sat on my pap's lap and drove, steered and stuff, Same. And I feel like maybe, by the time I got older, I might have been able to just hop in a car and like at least drive a little bit.
But he's never seen it unless,
they might have
TVs
in there.
But that's different though, JP. I mean, it's not like you were starting the car.
Yeah, where the fuck did he get the keys?
Managing the gas and brake and also putting it into gear. I mean, there's other things that you do have to learn. It doesn't just come natural. Yeah. Right? Like, so for
I've always found it weird that Michael Myers drives at all, period, because it's just like your slasher killer doesn't drive. It's just that feels weird.
Well, that was bringing me to my next point because, what kind of slasher? Like, could you imagine Freddy just jumps in a fucking Honda and he's like, hey.
Not as much as Freddy. I could see Freddy because he was like a person, but
Jason, but he's in like the dream world. He like rides on broomsticks and shit.
Yeah, not like Jason. Exactly. I can't see Jason driving.
Yeah, dude, I definitely couldn't see Jason driving.
Actually, Leatherface. I just can't picture Leatherface driving for some weird reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can maybe see like Pinhead like driving like a lowrider.
But yeah, I don't know. That's the one part in Halloween that's always kind of annoyed me a little bit.
I agree too.
Yeah, because it just really doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, it's a little gripe on the film, but to be honest, it doesn't really affect the overall product at all. It's kind of a little, whatever. But I don't know. But I don't know. You guys have any issues with any things you've noticed that just kind of bug you about the film?
No, but I always I actually don't have really anything that I can really point as like something that bugged me or negative besides what you said about Michael Myers driving and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe that when they're smoking weed, they like see their dad and they're like, put it out, but they just roll up to him and like, damn well he'd be smelling that.
Yeah, I've noticed that yeah.
Yeah, he's a cop. He's definitely gonna smell it. Like maybe like I almost wish they would have had him like do like an act or an like almost have like a certain face like he knew about it, but he just let it slide because he's like a cool cop dad or something. But I never seen any like indication that he was aware of the smell.
Yeah, but you see stupid shit like that happen all the time in movies. Like I'm just gonna say this as an example of it, like the end of Ferris Bueller when he's at the stop sign and his dad's right next to him. It's like, really? How do you not know that's your kid?
Well, there's a lot of silly shit in Ferris Bueller.
I know, but
I always thought that it was interesting that Laurie was smoking weed in period.
Yeah, because that's not your characteristics of your final girl.
Oh.
Well, exactly, and also that you could tell that she was very proper. The way she dressed, the way she acted, the way she talked. She was a proper person. Her friends, on the other hand, were the weed smokers. They were the partiers. They were the ones having sex, and stuff like that. So,
oh yeah, totally.
And it just seems like for her to be smoking weed with her friend, it just, I don't know. It didn't seem like a very
final girl characteristic.
Let me ask you guys something. Are any of these three girls like hot?
PJ Souls all the way.
PJ Souls is good looking.
She's good looking in Carrie too.
None of them seem like maybe it's just like a disconnect with the times, but like I don't know, man. I don't think like Jamie Lee or PJ Souls or the other one is very attractive. Like, I mean, they're all like pretty and stuff, you know what I mean? But like I don't see them as like hot girls.
I mean, I don't find any of them.
I don't find them hot, but
yeah,
they're not ugly.
Because I always hear people like talk about PJ Souls as like kind of the primary one where like it seems like a lot of people crush on her from this film.
Huh. I kind of crush on her more from Carrie than this film, to be honest.
Yeah. So, I love the feeling of Halloween. Like the reason that this film works so well to watch on Halloween, it's set on Halloween, but it has like the feeling of when you're a kid with the babysitted kids, Tommy Doyle or whatever.
Yeah.
And Lindsay Wallace, like they're just sitting there watching monster movies,
The Thing,
and eating popcorn. And this was before like cell phones and shit, and the carving pumpkins and shit. Like no kid's excited to do this anymore. But that was me when I was a kid.
Me
this
too.
stuff still existed
100%.
when I was there, and I would get like super excited with a big ass bowl of popcorn. Remember when eating popcorn was something like special?
I love eating popcorn.
You know what I mean? Like it was something special you did. Like it just seems so like basic now.
Yeah.
And I just love that film, man.
It does. There's many scenes in this film that are very nostalgic for me. Also, the scene where Tommy meets up with Laurie when they're going to school there.
Yeah, dude.
And he's really excited. He's like, yeah, you're going to come over. We're going to watch blah, 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 and do all this stuff. Like, that was literally me. Yeah. Because I used to be babysat by my neighbor.
Was she hot?
Yeah, was she a cutie?
She was super hot, and that's the funny thing. She was like super hot, and I used to walk to school with her too and stuff because she was a few years older than I was. And but that was me. That was me, and it just brought back those nostalgic memories and just being so excited throughout the daytime at school. And you're like, I get to go trick or treating tonight.
Yeah, dude.
Do shit like that, and and you're just ultimately super excited, and you can feel that in Tommy. Like, I legitimately excited.
I still go by my childhood friend's house on Halloween just because I always did that growing up. So it's like kind of like a nostalgic that I still just go over there on Halloween for a few hours just because. Mm-hmm. I always have. So even though I'm 20 years old, I never go trick-or-treating anymore. It's just fun to go over there and look out the window and see the kids trick-or-treating and things like that. Very nostalgic. I love Halloween.
along with all of those things that make this film feel close to you guys in terms of, like the nostalgic stuff, it also has the, spooky house that every neighborhood has one of, the one like dilapidated, spooky house that no kid will go by. Like everybody has one of those. And that's something that is just missing from films today. Like you never see that type of stuff, that stuff that, lets you know that this is like a town that you lived in, like that anybody could have lived in. And you hear a lot of people say that about the original Halloween, that why it resonates so well with everybody is because of the town, that any town USA type thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, it just... growing up in my neighborhood, there was this one house, man, and it kind of sucked actually, because the people that owned it before, they were, I used to think that they were a little more creepy than they actually were. I think for that I wanted them to be more creepy. You know what I'm saying? You guys ever have those people in your neighborhood? But yeah. But anyways, this the lady that lived in this house, she used to hand out like candy apples and stuff. But, she would, tell the parents and stuff. Like, she was known and stuff. But the way she would hand them, she would, like, dress up in, this witch outfit. But, like, creepy fucking outfit, man. And have, like, the whole decoration on the outside and, like, the mute, everything, man. And she would have, like, smoke machine. Like, it was fucking crazy,
It's like
man.
my childhood friend's mom that I still go over to. She, like, goes, like, all decked out with like... And we used to dress up. Like, one of my friends used to dress up as, like, a dummy. And she would put like huge candy bars inside of a bowl, and she would sit on the front porch with a sign that said "Only take one."
I got caught on that one too.
And that's called the honor ball.
Yeah, when if like somebody would be like, "Oh," and they would like take more than two, she would like pop up and scare the shit out of them. And so it was the funniest thing ever.
Oh man, I just shit my pants. That happened to me one time too.
I just love fucking with people on Halloween. This is fun.
I got two quick stories about Halloween, if you don't mind. So back what Moodz was saying about his creepy lady in the town, we had one called Crazy Helen, and this was in my friend's neighborhood actually, but she was absolutely like actually nuts. So her windows in her upstairs were like all busted out and shit, like, but she lived there, like no like tape up against the wall or anything. It was crazy as hell. You would ride past her house at night, and you would go past as fast as possible. In the morning, you would wake up and go outside, and pots and pans would be laying all out in her yard and stuff. She would just throw them out the windows, and you never seen her go get them, but they would be in the house eventually, and then they would be out again. And there was one time where some kids, now this was obviously a story that has been passed down, but there was some kids who climbed on her roof one day, and she would always talk to herself. Like, you could hear her talking to herself, like, outside of her house, and she would scream at night and talk to, like, voices. And I've heard her do this, but they said they was on the roof, and she was like, shut up, there's no demons outside. There's no demons on the roof. You shut up now. Or something. And it's just, this woman was creepy as
Well, what does she look like? Does she look like...
Scary? Like a witch?
Like wrinkly
like
skin and...
witch? Yes.
Gray hair?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. And then, I actually forgot about the trick-or-treating story that I wanted to tell, so go ahead.
Awesome.
Would you have Halloween stories?
I always think that the worst candy, there's like three bad candies. Yeah. There's candy corn, which I hate.
I hate candy corn.
Especially when somebody gives you a handful of candy corn. It's like, it's just going to be in the bottom of the bag, and it's going to be like terrible.
No one's going to eat it because your hands were all over it.
Then there's the awful, like peanut butter, gloopy globby, black and orange wax paper wrapped Mary Jane candies that are awful, and everybody knows about those. And I don't know what nobody sells them. I never see them. These old people like find them somewhere. They're like ancient. Like they had them when they was kids. Up on them. Give them away.
They bought about 20 Halloweens worth. You know,
and we have enough ramen to last through the winter.
And by far the worst trick-or-treating item that you get is pennies, because they drop them in your bag and they get all over your candy corn, and now you really don't want to eat your candy corn. And there used to be this old black lady who lived up in the patch, and she had like this fence around her yard, and her yard was like filled with dirt, like some like she's outside like hoeing like dirt and stuff. Like this is like some classic like movie type old black lady, and her name was Aunt Dolly. None of us were her nephews or anything, but she was still Aunt Dolly. And she she had like scarecrows out in her yard and stuff, but never grew anything like all year long, like a scarecrow out in a like dirt thing. The like vines was growing up over the fences and stuff, and she would give us pennies for trick-or-treating, but she was nice.
Pennies? I've never seen anybody give anybody pennies.
She was really poor.
That's interesting.
Would you have any funny Halloween stories?
Oh God, I have so many. We could be here all night with those, man. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to get into them. I could seriously tell them all night, man. I got so many funny ones. But yeah, I think one of my favorite things about Halloween is the atmosphere that's captured in this film, not only at nighttime but in the daytime.
Yeah, I am 100% with you on that, dude, because you can pop this in like after school type of afternoon where the sun's just starting to go down a little bit, and it still like works just as well if you would watch it late at night on Halloween, because it goes through the whole day, right? The morning of Halloween when she's walking to school with the leaves blown and shit, and then sort of the end of the night when they're driving home from school, walking home from school and stuff, and you can pop it in and it feels right at any time of the day during October.
Exactly. It's perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. And the end scene, like the whole like chase sequence and the stuff in the the house and the closet and stuff, man, all that is some like standard great slasher stuff right there. They created the genre from that kind of stuff.
There's so many iconic scenes in this film with, it's almost like a perfect stalk and slash film with iconic, just the way he utilizes, the back, like the way, I mean, the one scene in this film that I've always remembered, when I think of Halloween, is the scene where Laurie's standing in the doorway and, she's taking out Michael and he sits up behind her.
Yeah.
The scene?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
love the way that's shot, but, it was kind of like the first of its kind, right? It's obviously been mimicked 1,000 times.
Yeah, it's like cliched as hell now.
Exactly. But my point is there's so many shots in this film that have been, obviously done to death now. But, this is the film. This is where they all came from. A lot of these iconic shots. And that one right there is always stuck in my mind as just being so brilliantly executed. It's creepy as fuck, man. He sits up. He does like this perfect sit-up,
Yeah, and Myers is like, very much an animal in this film. He doesn't have any, personality to him, obviously. And I love the scene where he's just like in the background and he just like, like his mask slowly appears, like it's dark and then it slowly appears in the background. Oh, I love that shot, dude.
I love when he like sits up though. It's awesome. Like after Laurie stabs him and he just like sits up. It's like, oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and there's so many of those type of shots in this film. And I didn't know what I want to go with that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really know what else to say about the movie. I mean, just there's so many things that are just executed so perfectly in this film.
Yeah, like the shot where he is, after he stabs dude and he like tilts his head, like that's been talked about to death. But I mean, that shows like it's like a dog, right? Like it's like somebody who isn't human who's like tilting his head and like kind of in wonder about what he just did.
And that always seems to be brought up by people that aren't fans of Halloween or Michael Myers and stuff. They're like, well, Michael Myers, he's got no personality. All he does is, tilt his head and stuff. And I'm like, that's the point.
Yeah, that's
exactly what he's all about. That's what he is.
He's a monster. He's not a human.
He's the shape. He's the boogeyman. He's not supposed to be human. I mean, theoretically, he's fucking flesh and blood, but, the point is, he's evil.
Yeah, that part of him, left long ago, the human part, and now what's left is just, the devil's eyes.
Exactly.
Dr. Loomis. And, I mean, I'm actually surprised we was able to cover this much on the original Halloween, because I thought we wasn't going to have anything to say, because
There's so much to say about it, man. There's still more to say about it.
It's all been said, but I feel like we tackled it in a way that maybe, not everybody has. I'm actually kind of, happy with that conversation. But I mean, do you guys have anything else to add?
Yeah, I do actually. I got, not another, gripe with the film or anything, but I've always asked this question to myself, and I still to this day don't know how I feel about it. Mm-hmm. There's a scene in the film, and it's kind of one of the only ones really in the franchise. I mean, there's brief scenes, I think, in the later sequels and stuff, but it's not as captured as this scene where you actually see his face in this film.
Yeah, and like the shadows.
Oh yeah.
It's like the main argument with the film.
You get to see it. Now my question is that good or bad for the film? I mean,
I think I like it.
Well, we'll get into that when we talk about Halloween 2, but
I actually like that you see his face, because I feel like it's so brief though that like obviously if you've seen it a bunch of times, like you kind of have
pause
to
it
down, but like when I first seen it, it was to where I literally was like moving my head to try to see through the shadows, even though like you can't do that, but like. And I'm like, and when he put the mask on, I felt like I still didn't see anything. It's like it was just a glimpse behind the mask, but I thought it like added something to it. I'm not sure exactly what that is.
Well, I understand what Carpenter was doing with that. I mean, he's basically showing you that Michael is theoretically a human. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's also one of those things where you have to show the boogeyman's face. Like you have to show your killer's face. Like you can't, like, I think the audience would feel pissed off if you don't do that, See,
I don't know, man. See, I kind of find myself always leaning towards the fact that maybe seeing his face isn't a good thing for myself, but for myself personally. I mean, obviously people are going to think differently, and they're like, oh yeah, we got to see his face. It's fucking awesome. Me, on the other hand, I've always been kind of on the fence with it. And I think, after talking about it, I think that I'm leaning towards the fact that I don't really care for it that much.
Yeah.
That I see his face. Because me personally, I don't really need to see it. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, but I think you're also looking at it from seeing the film. Like you're at the point of view where you've seen the film so many times. Like I'm saying, when I seen it, like we seen his face, but I didn't see his face. Like I thought I seen his face. In my head, I kind of saw his face, but I really didn't see it. So, like, I feel like there's actually something that it does to you that's actually beyond like just seeing it or whatever. Like I feel like it tricks your head and like makes you feel like. I can't figure out exactly. I would have to think about it more, but it makes me feel like confused or like irritated or like something like that. And I think it kind of is effective in that way. Maybe in your first viewing or your, but repeat viewings, obviously it changes. But back then I just remember it making me like really uneasy, because I was like,
you don't know what he looks like.
Yeah, but I still don't know. Like he showed me his face, but I still don't know what he looks like. It was like kind of like scary or something.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. There's another scene in the film too. Jeremy, you got anything on that?
No.
On the face. Okay, so there's another scene in the film that I've always thought about from different kind of point of views too. I've kind of beaten around the bush on this one. Now, Michael is supposed to represent, pure evil. He's not human. He is fucking. So basically, he's an evil shape, and he's not really supposed to have a personality. Okay, now this brings me to the scene where I think it's fucking brilliant, but it does kind of contradict a little bit if you look at it the way I'm explaining it.
You talking about the sheet scene?
Yes, where Michael puts the sheet.
That one.
Yeah, because when you think about it, Michael shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, it's kind of like funny.
He should take out her fucking boyfriend, walk upstairs, and stab the shit out of the girl. Well, and theoretically, but he's putting this on, and he's kind of toying with her a little bit, and like that shows that he does have a personality. Because to me, it's kind of fucking funny that he's doing that. I think the scene's brilliant, but
but that's because we've seen
it is contradictory a little bit.
That's an interesting point, Moodz. I've never thought. I never thought that.
I actually have thought that in the past, but I've never brought it up. But I was always thinking like, okay, so first we have to examine why Michael Myers would do this. Is it only to fuck with him or fuck with her, or is there another reason why he would do this? And I haven't been able to think of anything that is just he wanted to fuck with her. Can you guys like think of any other reason why this character who is supposed to be like the type of character that'll stare at a wall for 10 years and not look at the wall but look past the wall to
because it's
Halloween
not like
night?
he's concerned about I mean, if you take it from this point of view, Michael, say he's not supposed to have this personality and stuff like that, but he shouldn't be worried about anything that's up there. Therefore, he shouldn't be worried about her seeing him come up the stairs and freaking out and causing a ruckus and possibly getting away.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic of him.
It's
that's
very
like Jason. Jason wants to, like get everybody by themselves and shit like that. Like he's more of like a plotter.
So basically what, by him putting the sheet on there, it's kind of suppressing that possible scenario. She sees thinking it's her boyfriend and she plays along. She totally thinks it's her
PJ
boyfriend.
Souls, isn't it?
Yeah.
PJ Souls. Yeah. She plays along with it going, oh, fuck, whatever. Where's my fucking beer? Shit like that. Right. And then it doesn't go too well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, what is he doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like some way to justify it because I do think it's uncharacteristic of him, and
it's completely uncharacteristic. I think that I don't think there's any way around it. I've thought about this so many times, and every time I watch the movie, I think the same thing. I'm like, is Michael actually a comedian?
Oh, what a great audience!
Because I find it fucking hilarious. I find that part just so comical every time I see it. It just cracks me up.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that. I think even if you tried to explain it as, he was just trying to, sneak up on her and kill her that way. Like maybe he wasn't trying to like fuck with her, but just the other way where he's just trying to not startle her and stuff like that. I still don't think that. I think you're right that it still doesn't fit right because it's just not something he would do in this film. In the original Halloween, he isn't the type to plot out, putting the sheet on and I think the big thing is the glasses. Like putting the glasses on too.
Oh yeah, the glasses.
makes him seem like he's actually trying to portray the boyfriend, which just doesn't seem like something he would do.
Exactly. So, I mean, no matter how you look at it, I think it is a little peculiar that Carpenter didn't really
think about that.
I mean, maybe he did, maybe he just didn't care. I don't know. But I find it.
I've never thought about that.
Yeah, it's a little peculiar and it's a little odd and strange, but I don't know. But oddly enough,
it's still an awesome scene.
I have really no issues with the scene. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I'm sure other people maybe have thought of this, the same thing that I thought of. But I mean, it still works. Oddly enough, it really does work. And I think in a lot of films, I don't think it would. But this one, oddly enough, it does, like I said. So I don't know what else to say about that scene. It's great. Jeremy, you brought up that they're watching The Thing in the movie.
Yeah.
I just love the fact that they're watching the Howard Hawks theme
and like the opening sequence like comes up that we ultimately see Carpenter copy a few years later.
Yeah, that's so weird that he end up doing it.
I wonder if he had that like
4 years later.
Yeah, I bet he definitely maybe he didn't think like I want to remake The Thing, but he was obviously a big fan of it. So,
oh no, yeah, that's exactly why he did.
I've actually never seen it.
You've never seen what?
The Thing?
The Thing from Another World? Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh, the original. Oh, yeah. It's completely different.
Yeah, it is completely different.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's why some people argue that, John Carpenter's version of The Thing isn't a remake, but Carpenter even said it's his version of the story.
It's his
vision.
Yeah. Which is what, in my opinion, a remake's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it really does work. So.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love that film.
Yeah. But yeah. Anything else? Any other thoughts on Halloween? The ending? Which, I mean,
I love
theoretically.
The ending.
You don't see that kind of ending these days very often, which is that kind of cliffhanger.
Yeah, and I don't even think it was meant to be like a cliffhanger, I don't feel like it was meant to set up a sequel even. I just thought it was meant to be
he's still out there. And he's still out there.
Yeah, and I don't think he had sequel in mind at all.
Which is even more brilliant
yes,
in itself. Because if you're going to leave the movie like that, that's fucking awesome.
Because people are going to want more.
Let's be honest. They didn't do this back then. They didn't do cliffhangers. They didn't do sequels, right? I mean, how many sequels
people weren't writing, scripts like this to create franchises like they are now.
Yeah.
I think in some cases, some of these movies they're trying to create the new franchise character, Leslie Vernon.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, that's a brilliant screenplay right there.
I mean, a good example is Adam Green created Hatchet with the idea of a trilogy in mind. Like, that goes to show you there. Yeah. He was attempting to create a franchise and an iconic character. Back then, they didn't even, can you even think of, direct, sequels? There's not very, very many of them from, the 70s. Yeah, it started after Halloween, right? That's when the sequels started coming.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, Psycho 2, which came out quite obviously after Halloween, which was 20 years after the original Psycho, but it was probably influenced. Let's do a sequel.
Yeah, I don't think they were planning a sequel at the end of Psycho, to be completely honest.
No, and that's
I don't think Hitchcock was like sequel.
That's one of the most brilliant things about Psycho 2, though, that, it comes 20 years later in real time and works so fucking well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's just amazing.
That film does not get enough credit for being able to successfully do that.
It's good, man.
It's actually one of my favorite sequels ever.
Yeah.
I love it. So.
Anything else with Halloween?
No, I think I'm pretty much satisfied. You guys got ratings? Jeremy?
I don't want to be the first one.
No, you're first.
Okay. Fucking hell. I thought about this so much. I was literally staring down at the piece of paper for 10 minutes going, what the hell do I give it? I'm going to give it a 9.5 out of 10.
It's obviously a 10 out of 10. It created an entire subgenre. It has one of the most iconic characters in horror, if not the most iconic character. It was the influence for so many films, and so many people have ripped it off to no end. It's created an entire world, and there's no way you can't give this film a 10 out of 10.
All right, you changed my mind. I'll give it a 10.
Jonathan Carpenter did something truly amazing, and the people that were involved with this film, and even a lot of people would still think, today that this film holds up and withheld in the test of time, and it's just something that you don't get very often. There's only one or two of these every 10, 20 years. It's something that you have to appreciate, and it's Halloween, man. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I give it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's interesting, when you look at it, from how it created, or, obviously this is the beginning of the slasher as we know it, and the legacy holds up and, all that stuff. I generally don't rate films like that because, the way
you're absolutely right too. That should not matter at all when it comes to an actual rating of a film. But even still, I give it a 10 because just what we talked about. I mean, we talked about it all. If a battery gets to 10 for me, if the battery gets a 10, then Halloween definitely gets a 10. I mean, the cinematography alone with the score on top of it, that's 10 quality right there.
Oh, I know. And just going back to that whole thing, you look at, I always kind of compare that argument to the cannibal genre. It's like Man from Deep River, I think, is kind of like the one that started the whole, cannibal craze and stuff like that. And then Cannibal Holocaust came years later and stuff. But if you wanted to credit, that movie with, starting this whole awesome subgenre of horror films and stuff, it's not a 10 out of 10 film at all. I mean, I can't give it that type of credit, but I don't really know exactly fully where I was going with that. But I
100% get you. And you're, just to reiterate on it, you're absolutely 100% right. Anything besides the film should not be included in your rating. It's only the film. But I was just, going on about how awesome it is and, how much respect it deserves and stuff. But I actually think, Jeremy, if you truly feel that it's a 9.5, that's what you should rate it.
Yeah, because I've heard people say, pretty much exactly what you said before, and the first thing that always popped in my mind was the cannibal thing, and that's just kind of why I brought that up. But it's just a perfect example because Man from Deep River is definitely not a 10 out of 10 film, but it did kind of start something that's pretty crazy. But Halloween, I've stated there's parts in the film that either don't make sense with the driving, or there's scenes that you can kind of overanalyze and whatnot and stuff. But to me, the film, not based on anything. If Halloween didn't even spawn the subgenre of slasher films and create what it did, it's still a 10 out of 10 for me.
Because it's near perfect. I mean, those issues you had is small potatoes.
So
if you're actually comparing horror films, there might not be another horror film that is near perfection out there. I think Halloween is the closest to perfection. Obviously, no horror film or no film in general. I have a hard time saying anything is perfect without flaw. But Halloween is probably the closest to that, and I don't really know of another horror film that gets that type of closeness to perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree. 100%. Great film. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
I shot him 6 times. I shot him in the heart. This man, he's not human.
Universal Pictures presents Halloween 2. More of the Night He Came Home.
Who is it?
There was nothing within him, neither conscience nor reason, that wasn't even remotely human.
This is some kind of a joke. I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight.
You don't know what death is.
Janet, go tell Mr. Garrett we're having trouble with the phones.
There is no place to hide. He will always find you.
What's this? It's a Celtic word. It means the Lord of the Dead.
Mr. Garrett?
Halloween 2. More of the Night He Came Home.
All right, so moving on to Halloween 2 from 1981, directed by Rick Rosenthal. And I think, one of the coolest things about Halloween 2 is that it literally starts from where the first one leaves off.
And goddamn, does it start great.
Oh, yeah.
It really does. It's
when the music drops after he goes downstairs and he's like, you don't know what death is. Oh my god, dude. I literally like clap almost every time when that scene happens. He's like, I've been trick-or-treated to death. And he's like, you don't know what death is. And the music, dude, like I literally like want to clap every time that happens. That's one of my favorite scenes like ever. I don't know what it is about it. It's like, yeah boy, like here we go again.
Yeah. You know, this fucking blows my mind that, you know, Rick Rosenthal is responsible for Resurrection too.
Yeah. How do you go from like one of the best to one of the worst?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, exactly. You go from the best sequel, arguably, to the worst sequel, not arguably.
Yeah, it's really an interesting transition there, isn't it? But yeah, you know, Halloween 2 obviously discontinues long from the first one. Laurie is taken to the hospital.
Yep.
Traumatized, taken to hospital, where she is being treated for her
craziness,
her wounds and whatnot. Yeah. And of course, Michael is still after her, and that's your film right there.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, there is some, you know, backstory added to the characters. I know there's the thing known about John Carpenter when he was trying to write this sequel. He had no idea what the hell to do, so he got like blitzed drinking one night and came up with this story and made Laurie Strode Michael Myers' sister. That's why he's still after her, because before it was just, you know, random. He randomly picked people. He just so happened to see them that morning when he escaped or whatever. But in this film, he needed a reason for Michael Myers to track Laurie down. So he created the sister angle, which pretty much is
like
known
shipped
as
the rest
mythology now, right? I mean,
it's shaped the rest of the genre.
Yeah, it's pretty ingrained in the mythology of the Halloween series. They even used it in the remake, so it's pretty interesting that it wasn't even a thought in the original.
That's like the first thing that pops into your mind when you think of the Halloween franchises that Laurie and Michael were.
Yeah, it's very family, or like there's a lot of family in it. The whole series.
Yeah, it's kind of all based around that, right?
Yeah.
You know, different angles of it. But yeah, I think that's actually really brilliant. I mean, quite literally, the first Halloween is just random.
Yeah, other people say that it takes away from the scariness of Michael Myers, though. I have absolutely no problem with it. And it actually I'm always the type of person that wants a little bit of logic in my films. So I don't have a problem with that. Like, he's after her because he's a sister.
But the argument against that it takes away from Michael's scariness is that, I mean, by a sequel, you have to have a reason, you know, for actions now. I mean, otherwise you're just remaking the first one, right? If you put the angle on, like, in the film where Laurie's actually related to Michael, now it makes a lot more fucking sense. And it's scary in its own. He's trying to fucking take out his own sister.
And Carpenter was able to create this story without betraying what we've seen in the original. At no point do you watch the original and you say, well, no, he couldn't have been the brother. Like, you watch the original and you're like, yeah, well, he could have been, right? It makes kind of sense. So he's so that's what I like about it, is it doesn't betray anything that happened in the original film. It literally just adds to the story.
Exactly. I think Rick Rosenthal did a fucking fantastic job in this film with recapturing, you know, the look of the first film, and carrying over that atmosphere.
I swear Carpenter had to have like a lot, because it literally feels like the same film, dude.
It's fucked up, man. Like, it really does. I mean, it's shot like, you know, 2.5 years later, came out 3 years or whatever.
Wouldn't that be like an interesting question to ask Carpenter if you ever got the chance to like talk to him? Be like, how much influence did you have on Halloween 2?
Yeah,
like, I'm curious to know.
Are we talking like Steven Spielberg, Tobe Hooper influence here?
Or like, how much was he on set when the film was going on? I would assume he was there the entire shooting.
I would be curious to that, but
I don't know. But like, I mean, you know, if he wasn't, you know, that involved, Rick Rosenthal, you got to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah. You got to give him all the credit in the world.
Like, I love, like I did, you know, a few days ago, I watched, you know, Halloween 1 and 2 back to back, and it just feels like a 3-hour film.
Yeah, like one film.
It literally feels like a 3-hour film. It's fucking awesome.
I think that's what makes the film so special, that it does that, because like I said this a lot tonight. They just don't do that anymore today.
No.
Yeah.
Like I can't really think of anything
Hatchet.
Hatchet, but it's obviously referencing Halloween a little bit. But I can't even like think of any film that would even have the balls to do that.
Yeah, there is examples
Cold
like
Prey, I
Hatchet
does
stuff.
that too.
Cold Prey,
Yeah, Cold Prey. Yeah,
it does actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does do that.
But
not
I
many
love when
examples.
they do that.
Cold Prey 2
2
is fucking
Phantasms
good.
do
Oh
that.
yeah, Cold Prey 2 is
really good sequel.
Yeah.
So Halloween 2, like I stated in the first part of this, I love the score in this film. It's a little more amped up. It's a little more frightening, but it fits. It fits the mold and the feel of this film because everything's a little more amped up. The kills are a little more amped up. It just seems like it's a little more aggressive.
Like
It
it's
is
a little more
more
synthesized.
influenced from like the Friday the 13th of the world, though. You know what I mean? It feels more slasherish this time around.
Yeah,
I think even the kills feel more slasher.
Isn't it funny that maybe like Halloween was like influenced Friday the 13th, and then Halloween 2 was influenced by Friday the 13th?
Completely. I mean, especially with the scene in in the hot tub.
Yeah,
Which
that's my
is
favorite kill.
probably my favorite kill in the entire series.
Yeah, I love that kill. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, to be honest, man, in the first 5 Halloween films, when you really look at the kills, there isn't that many spectacular kills.
No, there isn't.
Halloween 6
They're
has
really-
some good ones.
Like Halloween 6, yeah. I mean, okay, we're talking about the first 5 here, but the first 5 films, there isn't a lot of like, really crazy fucking kills. And
Nothing
I think
like innovative
the hot tub
or anything.
one, yeah, like the hot tub one does kind of feel like a Jason kill. That almost seems like something that he would do.
Yeah.
It almost feels like
I mean, he did it in Jason X.
Right? Yeah, totally. But yeah, this one's definitely a little more amped up. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I've actually heard people say like when they was younger, like they thought that Halloween, before like the internet and stuff, like they thought Halloween 1 and 2 was shot back to back because even like Jamie Lee Curtis like looks the same. Like I also love that what Carpenter did to make it really feel like the same movie is there's all these character connections to the first film, name drops, characters saying like, oh, that happened just down the street from my house, like it feels really in that same world because everybody's reacting to what just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
The police and the neighbors and the siren, like everybody knows what's going on now, and I love that about the film.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I don't know if Rick Rosenthal was doing like a little tribute to what Carpenter did in the first film with The Thing, but in this one he's got Night of the Living Dead playing on the TV. I love
like
that.
The classic one that like everybody in the world uses in their film.
Well, because it's public domain.
Well, public domain, but I mean, how many people used it up in before 1981?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's been overused since, right? But I thought that was a cool touch. But it's for obvious reasons because it is public domain and anybody could use that, right? So that makes sense. But I like that touch that he used an iconic film, in the kind of like what Carpenter did. I like that. I thought that was really.
What
nice
do you
touch.
guys think of Myers? A lot of people say that they don't like his stiffness in this film.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel about that?
Yeah, he is a little different in this one. I don't really tend to notice it a whole. I mean, you do notice it a little bit. I think that's one kind of subtle.
Like when he walks through the glass and stuff, like he's robotic, right? Like a lot of people.
Even when he's like chasing Laurie down the halls, he's just like.
Yeah.
Even in Halloween 4, you see that occur again when he's very.
I don't even. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah. So like, how do you guys feel about it though? Because I've heard a lot of people say like they hate it.
It's kind of like a major problem I do have with the film because it's the one thing in the movie that makes me feel like it's not one movie. Go ahead, finish. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I always feel like it's one big ass film. Everything kind of feels the same. But then when Myers is going from, the first Halloween to this one and he's acting a little more robotic, it's, it's kind of an issue a little bit, right?
I have a way to fix this for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How about Michael Myers was shot 6 times? Maybe that might affect your posture a little bit, eh?
Yeah, but nothing affects him. I mean...
But I mean,
he's like walking around.
Explain it away, right? Like,
but he's still walking around normal though.
I guess. I mean,
he's like robotic, but he's still like walking around like
but,
nothing.
I just feel like that's a good way to explain it away. Like he's been shot 6 times. Maybe he's gonna walk a little different now.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. It's an interesting argument.
Yeah. But Dick Warlock, I actually like this Myers. I like the mask in this one. I actually have a big issue with the masks in the Halloween films. I think he looks like shit a lot of the times, to be honest, in some of the later films. But the first 2 films, he looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think part
it's a major
5.
overhaul,
I think part 5. It's really, really noticeable.
Yeah.
How bad he looks.
Well, even Halloween 4, he looks pretty shitty. Like the first time you see him when he lays up in Laurie's bedroom, it's like.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I to be honest, I think one of the funniest moments actually in the entire franchise comes in part 2. And it's the part when the cop car takes out the fake Myers.
Oh my god!
It's on the ambulance. Yep. I swear to Christ, every single time I watch this movie,
laughing.
I think everybody busts out laughing.
It doesn't matter. I could be watching at 4 a.m. I'll shit myself all by myself laughing out loud. It gets me every time. It just looks so fucking hilarious.
And then they just like look at each other and like, and then they just keep on going. It's like,
but like I've heard many people. I've heard many people bring up the fact it's like, hey, there's kids everywhere. You know, there's shit going on in the streets. Why is that cop driving like 80 miles an hour in a residential area?
Now who was that got hit by the car?
I think it's just like a guy that was dressed up. But that
later
doesn't
on
make
in
any
the
sense.
Later on in the film, a couple of the kids they come up to the cop and they say, "Hey man, we're looking for our buddy." I can't remember his name. It's like Bobby or something like that.
No,
we're looking for our buddy.
The kid that remember in the original Halloween when Annie is telling Jamie Lee Curtis's character that she told so and so guy that Jamie Lee liked him or something. Isn't that the same guy? Like Ben or something? I want to say that it is, man.
It quite possibly could. I never actually even kind of thought of that. If there was actually supposed to be some type of...
Yeah.
Is there actually a connection to... Really? Shit, I've overlooked that.
And if you pay attention, they're throughout the whole film. Like the names are names that you hear in the original.
Wait, I'm going to look that up right now.
That would actually not surprise me because I'm so bad with names in films, especially with secondary characters, that I probably forgot the guy's name.
Moodz, have you listened to my reviews? I don't call anybody by their first names. I just call them guys. But anyway, yeah, this is what it says. The head nurse, Dr. Loomis and Sheriff Bractive continues to search for Michael, only for an oncoming speeding police car to accidentally hit and kill Ben Tremor, who was dressed for Halloween wearing a mask similar to Michael's and was Laurie's crush in the first movie in the process.
Oh, Laurie's crush got nailed by the car, yo. Remember she's like, call him back and I'll watch Jamie or Lindsay for you.
It's such a subtle thing because it never gets brought up again. Like Laurie's never like, oh, Ben got killed.
Yeah, because she never knows, right? She's in the hospital.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
But I thought that was just cool that they there's a couple different, I'm pretty sure there's a few times in the film where they name drop people that were in the, because that guy wasn't never seen in the original film. He was just a name that they said. And I give mad credit because as a horror fan and somebody who loves franchises and sequels, there's nothing I like better than when a sequel actually does not ignore the stuff that happened in the previous film, and this one even goes to a greater extent to tie that stuff in.
Well, because it all takes place on the same night, so it's it has to, or it would just feel weird.
But it's even more cool that they brought up a character like that was never seen in the first one. That's a really, really fine detail, to kill him off, and I think that's really cool, really cool. But it's still the funniest fucking scene in Halloween. It
is.
Funny.
I just love that it explodes. It's boom.
Oh, I know, man. It's just ridiculous. It's so over the top, but it's so funny. And I always said to myself, I'm like, why is the cop driving 100 miles an hour in that scene, man? It's so funny.
And how about when that kid has the fucking razor blade in his mouth? Oh my god.
Yeah. I know,
that's just a little tiny scene in the middle of nowhere, but it's disturbing.
I gotta say, man, one of my favorite things about the movie though is like the hospital setting, man.
Yeah, that's the darkest damn hospital in the world, though.
It's the what?
The
most
darkest hospital in the world. It's pitch black, dude.
It's the quietest fucking one too. Like, there's nobody around.
I know, but have you ever like stayed in a hospital as a kid? Like, I had meningitis when I was a kid and almost died, and it was so quiet at night. It was eerie as hell.
I've always stayed in the hospital overnight when I broke my arm and I had to get pins and rods, which was a bad break as it is. But yeah, I remember that also. I mean, it was 10 years ago, but I remember hospitals being pretty quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. I spent a couple nights in one before too, and I don't really remember, to be honest. I was so hopped up on morphine the whole time. I don't know, man. I don't know.
But you know me, I love my hospital settings, and this one is one of the best.
It's something I've always noticed in this movie is the fact that it's like, it is really dark and it's quiet, but there's like nobody around. There's no other patients in this fucking place.
Yeah.
Like, they never seem to have anybody come out of these rooms. It's just, the night staff, which like my sister's a nurse and she obviously does night shifts and stuff. There's more people working than that, so.
Oh, even Rob Zombie's Halloween too, but.
Yeah. A bit, I mean, it does it, but it adds to the, you have to, disconnect yourself from reality a little bit, kind of give them a little bit of credit and create an atmosphere where there isn't as many people and stuff, right? So I get it does work, and I really do like the hospital setting, and it's kind of cool. But
what do you think about the ending
to this one?
Yeah. I find it enjoyable. I think it's fun.
I find the shots to the eyes to be a little much.
Yeah.
The bullet hole, the fucking gunshots to the eyeballs.
Masculinity gets shot in the face.
I think it's a little kind of unrealistic. I mean, those are some fucking amazing shots.
Yeah.
But I have to say, man, besides that, and stuff, like the music that's used in this, like the Mr. Sandman song, like fucking amazing.
Definitely.
It's so damn good. But the whole ending, like, it is what it is, right? I mean, like I said, you gotta have to give them a little bit of credit. They're trying to do something, but
I think they were just trying to end it. And that would be the end of it.
The image, but no, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I do think we are a little bit looking at the film after seeing the other films, the 4, the 5, the 6. Yeah. So I do think that has effect on us, like that was not a good way to end it, but because we know that he comes back and stuff. But I also do think that the specific thing that bugs me is he gets shot in the eyes twice. It's a cool image with the blood tears. I love that image, but it's too much. It really is. And that's my biggest problem with the entire film, probably, is I hate that. It just doesn't feel right to me. Like, I know he's trying to, not kill, you can't kill the boogeyman and stuff, but, to the eyeballs, dude, you're just pushing it.
I think he looks even more like an idiot, flaying
around.
Awesome
in that scene.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love the, sound.
Oh, dude, I think the sound effects are so overused, but it kind of adds to it, though.
Yeah. But he looks cool, right? I mean, I like the look of the mask with the blood tears. But it's
great.
Stupid.
Well, I mean, especially for, if they had ended Halloween right there, it would have been, I think, fine. But, him coming back in part 4, but I don't know, man. Did his eyes just regenerate themselves?
The only thing that I can figure out is they did some sort of eye transplants when they in part 4,
Oh, come on. Now you're just fucking stretching it.
I mean, you have to explain these things away, right?
I don't even think they could do that today.
But I mean,
do they? But is there
But it's not logical. It's not logical. I mean, of course, it's logical that they could do that, but at the same time, they would never, because it's Michael Myers.
Yeah, but isn't there something about not that shit not mattering when it's a medical emergency or something? Maybe you had damn good health insurance, dude.
You're not gonna give the boogeyman eyes back so you can go and fucking terrorize, another city. No, it's not gonna happen. But I don't know, man. I guess if Halloween, like I said, if it ended right there.
Yeah. I know, it's still stupid, dude. He gets shot in the eyes. What do you mean if it ended right there? He's moving around after getting shot in the eyes. Like I understand the 6 shots, but like the eyes, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's your
especially
brain.
After like,
brain.
especially
you know what's behind your eyes. It's your brain.
Dude, you can get shot in the eye and still move around. It just depends what gun you get shot with.
Especially since we like
that gun isn't like a 22.
Well, I know.
Especially since we like see
like
his
you said,
face.
you got to disconnect yourself a little bit here. But
Especially since we like see his face in the first one, we could obviously see that he's like, you know, we see his eyes and we could see that he's just like a normal guy. So it's like,
well, I know he has the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes, but
that's a good point. That's a good point. We know that he's, you know, this human. So yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Again, you know, disconnecting yourself from the natural reality of this. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
but I still think it's a bit much, dude. Like I don't like.
No, totally. I'm not overly the biggest fan of it either, and I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, especially when, you know, Halloween 4 starts up and you're just like, okay,
yeah,
okay.
But I mean, yeah,
That's
it's
weird.
just something about like, I don't know, man. Like, what? I just don't know what the point. I mean, I guess it gives that scene where he's blind and he can't like see anything, and like, we couldn't just like mace him or something.
I think it just kind of fits into the whole mode of how the mold of Halloween 2, though, because everything is amped up right from the score to, you know, the body count's higher. There's more blood.
Yeah.
You know, so they kind of just added, you know, towards,
they're like,
you know, the end of the film. They just made it ridiculous too. So
they're like, you know, we shot him 6 times last time at the end of the film. Like, there's only 6 bullets in the revolver, so
yeah,
Well,
we're
there's
gonna have
2
to do
shots.
something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he reloaded, man.
You know, that's actually something I forgot to bring up in the first one. The body count in the first film there's 7 kills in that film. 5 are on screen. Halloween 2, there's 9 kills and 7
much
were on
more
screen.
graphic.
But that's the thing. It's way more graphic, and
Yeah.
it just feels a little bit
Friday
different.
the
But
13th.
I always get confused about like, does the guy, you know, the paramedic guy who's like crushing on Lori, does he live or die?
Don't they like see each other at the end?
Well, the reason I get confused is because there's the TV cut and then there's the theatrical cut, and I think both of them have different.
Are you talking about Jimmy?
If that's his name.
Yeah,
no, not
who's he talking about, Moodz? Like I said, I fucking...
the guy that was in Laurie's room by himself there. You know when the nurse comes into the room and kicks him out?
Yeah, he's the love interest, dude.
Yeah, the love interest guy.
All right.
Not the fucking scumbag dude that lures the nurse into the hot tub.
That is not a scumbag. He just
I don't remember his names.
Yeah, but yeah,
Terrible with names.
I don't know, man. I think Halloween 2 does work though on a lot of levels because I always talk about it being a little more amped up, but it makes sense because we've just, you know, sat through basically the first half of the night, and then the second half is just, it has to be a little more elevated, right? Because Michael's going now. You know, people are fucked up. There's, you know, everyone's hunting him and shit, so things are going to be a little more amped up. So I do like that angle that it just, you know.
Yeah. And I feel like Halloween 2, unlike the first one, is one that you almost have to watch at nighttime. Like you have to watch it at night. Because I mean, obviously you don't have to, but it has that feel to it. Like the world's settling down a little bit. It's starting to get like real late at night, you know, like midnight-ish, 11 o'clock, stuff like that. And it feels like, you know, as the hospital like shuts down a little bit and everybody starts, you know, leaving and it's less staff and stuff, I feel like it gets later into the night. And I love that feeling. It has a great atmosphere, that late night feel.
Oh, totally. 100%. All right. So Halloween 2 ratings, peoples. JP, you want to start?
I give Halloween 2, despite the ending that is really the only thing I have problems with. I mean, there's a little bit more of an unrealistic tone to this one. Obviously, he's been shot, you know, 6 times, and, you know, the whole thing at the end with the bloodshot eyes shooting out his eyes and stuff, he's still walking around. But, you know, also just the
I don't find that the most unrealistic thing about the ending is the fact that Loomis survives.
Yeah, he gets blown to shit.
You
Same with
don't
Michael,
know
though.
that in part 2, right?
Yeah.
We're only
don't know
talking
until
about
part 4.
part 2. in retrospect, yeah, it's stupid as hell. But so also, I do feel like the hospital is like way too damn dark and not enough staff. Like that stuff, like kind of is like horror movie way of thinking. Like you have to obviously suspend your disbelief a little bit. But overall, I mean, it's one of the funnest sequels ever, picking up right after the first one. And I feel like it, like Moodz said, that tone and look of the film is there throughout the entire film. And Loomis is awesome in this one as well. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Jeremy?
I agree with everything you said, JP. Like I said, there's not many sequels. We don't see this kind of sequels taking place right after each other like this one does, and I really enjoy that. I wish more films would try and do that. And I never really paid attention to the darkness part of the hospital until you started to talk about it a little bit. So you guys are telling me things that I haven't really thought about before, like Moodz with Halloween with the sheet and UJP with the hospital being dark. So I'd be curious to watch the films again to pay attention to these things that we've been talking about even more. But
well, how familiar are you with the franchise? Is it something you grew up on? Is it
actually? I
just
watched the sequels. I just watched the sequels for the first time like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is like my second time.
Well, that
watching.
makes sense then.
Yeah. So I haven't really been paying attention to. I'm not big of a franchise person, to be completely honest. Like I said, I grew up with the Saw series, so that's mainly the main franchise I watched growing up. I mean, I watched the Nightmare series, one or two times before I really got into horror, 4 or 5 years ago. But like I said, this is really my second time watching the sequels in the last, 4 years or so. So I'm not really too familiar with them so far. So I mean, like I said, maybe after we talk about all of them, I'll have to go back and watch them again just a little bit more. But I love the sequel. It kind of reminds me of the Hellraiser 2 a little bit. But I give it an 8.5 out of 10 as well, JP.
Awesome.
Well, like I always said with Halloween 2, I think it's a great sequel. It's like JP said, it's the tone of the first film. I just don't see. It just never happens like this. You never capture that feel of a film that wasn't shot right after. I just have
even
so much
the films that we
for
mentioned that do it, like the Hatchet series and stuff. They, like you said, they don't capture what this one has. I think Phantasm does a pretty good job of it, though.
That is a good example.
Phantasm is it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, what can I say about Halloween 2? I find it so entertaining. It's fantastic. Like I said, it has still the funniest part in the entire series, but I personally love this film. I've watched it so many times, and it's a perfect companion with the first film, obviously. And I give it a 9 out of 10 because I just love it.
Yeah. And I see an argument for that, especially it's one of the best part 2s out there,
Oh, yeah.
And something we forgot to mention, freaking Halloween is in our Hall of Fame. That's like the second film.
After The Battery.
Yep. So yeah,
and The Sacrament, isn't it in that Hall of Fame too?
I don't think it made it. I'm not sure.
I think it's a half a point short.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that moves us along to
one of the most underrated horror films of all time.
Yeah, and I would probably say the bastard child of the Halloween franchise, according to most people.
Season of the Witch, the night no one comes home.
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, 1982. This film follows Tommy motherfucking Atkins as he is rolling through the town with his bitches. No, I'm just kidding. So there's a large Halloween mask corporation that is run out of this very eerie town. And one night, Tommy Atkins sees this guy just get murdered and stuff. So he hooks up with the guy's daughter. They try to track down what the hell's going on and what happened to her father. They go to this eerie little town and they find out that this guy is trying to kill all kind of kids and shit with these
snakes.
Halloween masks with snakes coming in their eyes and
Fucking
all kind of
awesome.
other stuff. And Tommy Atkins and awesome.
Silver Shamrock, motherfucker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now we must note that, John Carpenter's vision for the Halloween series as it, went
That's a
along
good
here
start.
was, was to actually, kind of do an anthology type series, so basically have like a different type story for every Halloween film. And this was the first, basically entry into this idea.
Yeah, and they did the Michael Myers story in Halloween 1 and 2. Then they was going to do the Season of the Witch story, and then the following year a different story for Halloween 4.
Yeah.
And then any of those films could have created their own number of sequels as well. Genius idea, right? On paper, hell's yeah. Execution, not so much. And
Take away Michael Myers, man.
I think it would have worked a little bit better if they didn't pick such a complete opposite story for their first time doing this, because it really is so much different than the first two Halloween films.
But that's not a bad thing, though.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
That's like the main thing I hear about when people talk about this film is, of course, the main argument, there's no Michael Myers, but now that the film has started to mold into a film that's starting to be respected by more people besides the independent horror community, even walking around school sometimes I hear people talking about how they've rewatched Halloween 3 and they've came to enjoy it. I just think it gets shat on because it doesn't have Michael Myers in it, and that's unfortunate.
Well, that is exactly why. But I also do think
it has a lot to. Well, sorry, JP, but I think it has a lot to do with the fact that people don't understand why Halloween 3 is what it is. It's because they don't understand what Jonathan Carpenter's vision was for to proceed with this this Halloween series or franchise or whatever you want to call it. See, a lot of people don't even know that. They're like, what the fuck is with Halloween 3? There's no Michael Myers. So if you're asking the question where Michael Myers is, you most likely don't know the story of where this was going.
Yeah.
So once you educate somebody, I think that maybe they start to respect and go, oh, okay, no, that's why Season of the Witch exists.
Maybe that's why with things like the internet,
Yeah, that's
people are able to realize that.
A great point, because you couldn't even inform people. You couldn't put that in the trailer, like, oh, by the way, this is not one of those Michael Myers movies. It's actually a different story that we're going to do you couldn't do that, right? And so,
well, I'm not necessarily saying it needed to be done then. I'm just saying, even for the people now, I mean, people still say, what the fuck is with Halloween 3?
Yeah, where's Michael Myers?
Right? And they have all the, they obviously have the internet. They have the option of looking up the story and finding out what the hell's going on, but they choose not to because it doesn't have. They're just plain ignorant, right?
I'm going to actually play devil's advocate a bit, and I'm actually going to say maybe like something that's a little less popular now than it would have been a little while ago. And I do think that it being different is a bad thing, because it's so different to where it really does stand out as just like a bad decision. It's like, if you're going to try this idea, ease into it with something kind of familiar. Maybe like maybe an actual
slasher
film about
that's
a witch
where marketing
or something,
all comes in.
You know what I mean?
This
film
I
is
think this
so...
is where marketing comes into major play here. I think that they should have marketed it as, saying maybe not in the trailer, but just, done promos and whatnot, and maybe even Carpenter go out and do interviews and just state, this is what we're doing with this. I mean, just because there was no internet back then doesn't mean that they didn't have this type of promotion and, trailers and interviews, radio spots and stuff. Like, there is ways films were promoted back in the day. Why couldn't it just be told, this is what we're doing. This is the way this is what we want to do. It just wasn't executed properly.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree
I bet you
with that.
Jonathan will probably even say the same thing. It wasn't, they took a shot in the dark with this, and maybe they didn't promote it like how they should have. Honestly, if it had been promoted and be like, okay, Mike Myers is not going to be in this film, we're going to have some silly fucking Silver Shamrock song with a crazy ass story featuring Tom motherfucking Atkins in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to let people know, I think, ahead of time. And I think that might have been the biggest mistake. It's not the fact that it was completely different and didn't have Michael Myers in it. I don't think that's the fucking problem.
I think that you're right, and I think that that is a big part of it, but I don't think it's the only part. I do still say that this film is too out there. It's too convoluted and ridiculous for the modern audience to connect with, like a Michael Myers film. That's why I think if you're going to try this idea, you should have done something a little bit more standard. Because honestly,
that's where coming in and telling people that the shit is going to be different.
Even if you told them, dude, I'm telling you right now, this film is as successful as it is because it's part of the Halloween franchise. Other people say if it wasn't part of the franchise, it would have been a great film. I disagree, dude. I think this film would have been lost in time and not many people would even talk about it. And I love this film. It's the first Halloween film I've seen, and it's one of my favorite horror films. But I'm being honest, dude. This is not a great film in terms of storytelling. It's really all over the place and it doesn't make a lot of sense. But and I don't think that it
doesn't need to make sense.
It actually does make sense. The movie totally does make sense in what they're doing, but I mean, to actually execute this, no, it would never fucking work. The whole idea behind the film.
I really do think this film wouldn't be as popular. Definitely not as popular. It might still be like talked about, but I would actually bet that this film would be a really obscure film that nobody talked about if it was just called Season of the Witch.
And I also think that, a lot of people would, I mean, there's the flip side of the argument. I think a lot of people that would discover this one would be like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think it would be one of those obscure things that like some horror fans would champion and stuff, but it would be shuffled, swept under the rug for the most part, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's actually get into the film, I guess, now, huh?
Yes, Halloween 3. I think the most notable thing for me with Halloween 3 is the catchy ass song, the Silver Shamrock.
I just love them like watching the TV and they're like bobbing their heads back and forth. I just love that.
I think that theme is so fucking fitting because it's so silly, but it's so perfect for kids because what kid wouldn't like get attached to that theme?
Yeah, it's like bobbing their heads back and forth.
It's so perfect, man. I think it's fantastic. Honestly, every time I watch the film, it gets stuck in my head, man.
Everybody, Halloween.
Yeah, Halloween.
Yeah, it's like you can't, like, once somebody starts saying it, like, you almost like have to finish it because it's so catchy. So the villain guy, like, his idea is like he's been obviously selling these masks for a while, right? Like he's been, he's a toy maker from like Ireland,
Mr. Cochran.
Yeah, Colonel Cochran, and so like his main plot of this is he's trying to recreate or he's trying to do some like ritualistic stuff, right? Like the pagan druids who would sacrifice, fucking stuff, and he just wants to murder. Like, he just wants to murder a bunch of kids, right? But I think where the film like falls apart is actually in that story. For one, like his plan is to melt these kids' face, and then snakes come out of their heads.
Yeah, where the fuck does the snakes come from?
Which bite the parents, and it like you maybe kill like 3 people per house instead of just 1. So, and then you also have like Tom Atkins, who literally like this girl's dad just like dies, and she's like, all right, I'll come with you. Let's like go find stuff out. Like that. Those are problems. Those are problems in filmmaking. Like that is bad. Like I love it, but
what about the fact that Tom Atkins is a doctor? That he's a doctor, and all of a sudden he's just going to invest. He's like, "Hey guys, and he's quite obviously on call because he receives a call at his ex-wife's house. But then he just, he witnesses, this dude fucking blowing. He needs to go investigate this murder and stuff. and he's an on-call doctor. And he's just like, fuck it, man. I'm taking a road trip. Like, yeah, I found it so funny. He's a doctor. He's on call, and he's just like gone. He's just gone.
He's obviously like a shitty father and like husband, like ex-husband. He just like talks to his like wife or something on the phone, and like he has like a 6-pack, and like then he's like just rolls out with the girl.
I don't think that he's a bad father. I think that he was an alcoholic. I think that's what it was.
Is it?
So that he was just neglecting, his family. Yeah. So I don't think he's a bad person. I think it's just his decisions. I think that's what they were implying, that even with the scene towards the end of the film when he's phoning his wife, trying to tell her to get rid of the fucking masks. And she's like, oh, you're drunk. He's like, no, I'm not drunk. But that's the first thing she says to him. So it's quite obviously the problem that they have. He's not a bad person. He just makes poor decisions.
He's a me person, I think, dude. He's out rolling by himself, man. He's just a guy who's like doing him,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I like about him, though. I think he's he's not stereotypical like lead character. Like he's pretty interesting. He's a lot different than your typical, lead male.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, he's also established too, right? Like he's a doctor.
Yeah.
So I think that's so interesting. He's a doctor / investigator. Turns into a fucking PI, man. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. But I just love the fact that like he's just so quick to, pick up the girl or to go on this road trip. But like soon after, they're quite obviously having relations and stuff.
That's what's quite interesting.
But I love the question though. They're like getting into it, or maybe it's after, and he's like, "How old are you?"
Yeah. And beforehand though, he's like, yeah, maybe I should, go sleep on the floor or something.
Do we ever figure out how old Ellie is or not?
And she's like, well, where do you want to sleep, Dr. Chalice? And he's like, that's a stupid question.
Well, they never disclose her age, I don't think, because it never does matter because of the end with her.
Uh-huh. Well, how old do we think she is?
I don't know. I'm assuming that she's probably like 20.
20?
Yeah, that's probably what I was about.
But Tom Atkins he's quite a bit older than her. That's
no kind of shit.
Yeah, but he's Tommy motherfucking Atkins.
Yeah.
Exactly, that fucking wicked mustache.
With mustache, mind you. With mustache.
Yeah. With mustache. Yeah. So Mr. Cochran, like what exactly is he?
He's a toy maker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but he's created like these type of drones.
Well, he uses Stonehenge, right? Like he takes a piece of Stonehenge, which is considered to have, mystical powers. He then uses technology it's a technology and magic. That's what we're dealing with here. You're taking technology and using it with magic. Yeah. And then you have these masks that melt kids' face. So you take
it's all
technology,
in the chip,
you add magic, and you get masks and it equals masks that melt kids' face. Dude, it's simple math.
But what about his drones that he's created? Like they almost seem like they're almost like alien-ish until you start seeing like what's inside them.
Yeah.
Like they're obviously like robotic, but they ooze like yellow shit and stuff.
Which reminds me of like Phantasm Blood.
Exactly what I thought too, but I thought it was interesting. I'm like, did he create these as robots, but then he gave them like kind of like a life?
I don't know. Like I think that's just like the magic deal.
Yeah,
I guess so.
The main problem, magic or not, where the fuck do these snakes and bugs come from? It's like,
that's the magic part. You take the technology, which is the computer chip, and then when it does stuff, it melts the kid's face, and then the magic happens, and snakes come out.
Oh, that makes fucking sense.
Dude, you really need to learn math.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you look at the film, it's silly and stupid, but
that's like the one part that boggles my mind.
It's
like,
silly and
just appear out of
that's
fucking
why
nowhere.
I like it. It's there's just something about it that is.
Oh, dude, this film is so much fun. Like right from the fucking scene, this movie's so awkward. Like, or not awkward. It's odd and kind of strange because, when that drone or whatever you want to call him goes into the hospital. You can guess you'd call a hotel if you want. Into the hospital and fucking breaks that dude's nose.
Yeah,
like that part's brutal. Every time I'm just like, oh god. And then he goes outside and fucking dousses himself in gas and explodes himself. I think it's so strange. it has like the most strange feeling.
It's a
to the film.
bizarre film, and that's what is so appealing about it, though. Is just there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. There's no film that kind of has even tried to do anything like this. It's so out there. The idea that this guy is trying to mass murder kids. He's not trying to murder every kid. Like that would be the plot of some like mustache twirling guy, right? But he's just trying to murder some kids, like a mass amount of them. Like his end goal isn't to kill all kids, because that seems a little like unrealistic. But if he can just mass murder a bunch of kids, like he's cool with that. Like that's his goal. Like that's fucked up, dude.
But I like how he has so much power though too. Like he's in a small little Irish community somewhere in California or whatever. And, he's got a curfew on the town. And I always like the scene where...
It's such an eerie town. I love where they filmed this.
It is an eerie town. And it's very kind of... It's just so... It's kind of secluded. And it's like... It's so... What's the word I'm looking for? It's just so... It feels tiny and tight. It's very segregated. Exactly. That's a good word. But I like the scene where Tom Atkins runs into the bum. Or into the guy.
Yeah.
And, he's like, hey, man, you got a drink? And he gives him a drink and whatnot and stuff. And then they kind of get bullshit. And he's like, yeah, I've fucking asked Mr. Cochran for a job and stuff like that. And
it reminds you of Willy Wonka, right? Like he brought in all his Oompa Loompas.
Exactly.
That's such a good analogy.
I was like, it's so funny because he just kind of created this whole kind of fantasy world. And it's like the evil version of the Willy Wonka chocolate factory.
Which is also pretty evil.
Exactly.
That movie's fucked up when you think about it.
But
isn't that on the list, that Bravo list, JP?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But I always like that scene, though, when he's talking to that dude, and you kind of get this feeling, because you're not quite 100% sure what's going on, but you're like, hey, this guy doesn't have a job there because he's real. He's actually a fucking human. So
yeah, and
I think that's pretty cool.
I do know that originally Tommy Lee Wallace wanted all of the henchmen to look very like stereotypical Irish, like red hair and stuff like that. But just due to whatever issues when trying to get that done, it didn't pan out. I thought that would have been cool if they were able to do that, though.
They didn't have enough people come in and audition for the movie.
Yeah, like they couldn't find enough extras to do that and stuff, I guess. Or it was like a time constraint thing. I forget what it was. But Tommy Lee Wallace is pretty cool if you listen to the commentary on the Scream Factory DVD or Blu-ray. It's a pretty entertaining commentary. I actually really like Tommy Lee Wallace.
Besides Halloween 3 and It, I can't really think of anything else that he's known for.
He wrote Amityville 2, right?
Didn't he direct Fright Night 2?
That's right. He did direct
Fright Night 2
and It.
Yeah, and It.
That's about it. I don't think he's directed anything in a long time.
I believe
he's done some other stuff too. I swear he did.
Yeah,
maybe he didn't. Yeah, but anyway, I like Tommy Lee Wallace. I actually, that's somebody who I wish would do more work, because a lot of directors, decline, since It, I mean, he, everything before and after that, well, I guess there was nothing after that, but, he made some pretty solid stuff, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Halloween 3, man. It is such a fucking bizarre film. I can see why people, when they first watch this movie, are like, no, that movie's fucking terrible, But I think it has a lot of charm and a lot of heart to it.
It does.
I love. It seems like it's almost like a homage to the Willy Wonka, or to the Willy Wonka factory. The scene where they're literally getting a tour in there.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
I love the fucking. Of course, there's a kid there and stuff like that, and he's trying on masks, or he asks Mr. Cochran if he can put on the mask, and Mr. Cochran replies. He says to him, he goes, "No, that mask hasn't gone through final processing."
Yeah,
dude, I fucking piss myself at that every time, because. And then they actually ask, what is final processing? And he gives them some bullshit explanation that's totally not what it is, right?
Yeah.
But I love that, because
it really does
final
feel
final processing just means that you're putting the final touches on the mask that's going to kill you.
Yeah, we got to attach the magic.
It's exactly, and I fucking love it. It just has this weird, strange charm to the film that's so ridiculous that I find it really works. I find it so entertaining, and I mean the effects in this movie are hilarious too, like the lasers and shit. Especially with the lady in her hotel room when she finds that microchip and it kind of opens fire on her, what they call a malfunction or whatever. That shit, man, her fucking face, dude. It's just annihilated, man. I love that scene. It's great. But this movie surprisingly has it's a little gory than you would expect it to be.
Yeah, but I find that the gore scenes are like really far spread apart. They feel
totally. It's cheesy effects. It's like melt effects and stuff like that. But I find that it really works. It's perfect for the film. It's perfect.
Well, the kid killing scene is ballsy.
Brutal. It's brutal. Their faces get fucked up.
I remember seeing that as a kid, and like when I was a kid, I would watch this movie all the time. All the time, I would watch this movie. I've seen this movie more than any of the other Halloweens, and I remember always watching this movie and never knowing what the hell was going on. But I knew that when that kid had the orange mask on, that it got really crazy for a couple minutes, and I would just watch it for that scene all the time. And
that's like the one thing I remember the first time I watched this movie back in the VHS days. Like that shit fucked with my mind. It's still fucked with my mind when I rewatch it because it's just so brutal and it doesn't have a heart. It goes for it.
Yeah, I think this one's a little more brutal
and
than people
weird.
give it credit for.
Yeah, it is weird.
Very strange.
Yeah,
very strange.
This film also has one of my favorite shots of all time, and it's when they're going around to the different cities around the world, the trick-or-treaters and stuff, and it's like the hills in the background, like the sun setting scene. It's on the cover. I love that shot.
Yeah, they have Fright Rags as a T-shirt.
I know, but
it's awesome.
Yeah, I love that shot.
Man, I fucking love when one of the henchmen rips off the fucking dude's head. It's just so good, man. So fucking good.
The Blu-ray looks good as hell on this one too.
Oh yeah,
that's like the first Scream Factory I bought. Well, it is the first Scream Factory.
It is the first Scream Factory I bought too.
Mine came with a slip case too.
And up to date, this is actually, up to Halloween, out of the first 3, this one has the most kills. I think overall it says it's got 23 kills in it, but 12 of those is like the end henchman massacre, where Tommy Atkins fucks some shit up there.
I love
but there's like 11 other kills in this film. It's crazy when you actually think about it. There's that many kills.
I didn't even think about it. That's when you said 22. I was like, 22?
Yeah,
but I guess all the kids and things add up to that.
There's like 11 kills besides the 12 henchman ones, but I don't know.
I wonder their heads decapitated after the snakes. Oh, it's brutal.
It's so good.
It's brutal.
It's not just snakes. There's bugs and
there's bugs and stuff. Too. But the fact that their heads
there's
cave
totally
in
roaches
and
and shit
decapitate. It's just
they
gross.
Actually the pumpkin mask was perfect because it looks like a rotting pumpkin, right? The kid's head is turning into a rotting pumpkin.
Yeah,
how it gets all wilty and stuff.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's what I actually thought happened when I was a kid. I was like, oh, his head is turning into a pumpkin and it's decomposing, and that's why there's bugs.
Yeah, it's a cool effect too.
It's not bad, actually. Not bad.
But, this film is, it's kind of like, Tommy Lee Wallace has said this, but he really was influenced by, the Body Snatchers.
I could see that.
That makes sense.
Especially with
you hear that in the commentary?
Yeah, and he said it in interviews and stuff. It's pretty commonly known, but the ending was, directly... influenced, yeah, and I love the ending to this film. I think Tom Atkins sells it so well, dude. For the character he's playing, he is dead serious. He's like, stop it, it's on the other one. And dude, come on, this is another big problem. He's gonna literally call.
Kaboom!
He's gonna call the who do you even call? Who do you call?
I don't know. Apparently, he called somebody that has access to all the channels.
It's like the master
as you switch
cable
the channel
company. It's like the cable
they're like,
gods.
oh, okay. Okay, we have
Okay.
channel 4 off. Oh, okay, we got
Wait,
channel
it's on
7.
another one. It's on another
Oh my
one. Like,
God.
who is he on the phone with? And why are they listening to just some random guy? They're gonna turn off like $1 billion advertising campaign.
Because they listen to him because he's
Completely
Tommy
ridiculous.
motherfucking Atkins.
That is
It's
actually
completely
correct.
You always listen to Tommy Atkins.
That is true.
You're lucky he didn't call the Ghostbusters.
I'm still laughing about final processing. I love when they're fucking taking the tour.
Like, real what's the final processing? You know, what's that all about? Can we see it?
I just love the look on Tom Atkins' head or on his face when Mr. Cockburn and I think he takes the kid and the parents or whatever down the one hallway, and he kind of looks back and he's looking at literally these doors, these twin doors that say final processing on them. And he gives this look like, that's where all the trouble happens.
Oh man, dude.
Don't enter those doors.
Fucking laughed so hard at that point. I don't know, man. It just cracks me up.
Yeah. I'm pretty much
so
good
good.
on Halloween 3. I don't know what else you could say about this one. dude.
Underrated, man. Most underrated.
It is underrated, but I think it's starting to like even out. Like I think it's starting to be like rated where it should be now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always, Halloween 3 has always been a fucking blast for me, man. I've always been one of those people that's never disliked this movie. I don't know why.
I didn't get it for the longest time when I was a kid. Like,
Well,
I just didn't understand what was going on.
Consumerism, man.
When I was a kid, I was confused too, because I remember watching the Halloween, marathon on TV and stuff, and it'd be like Halloween 1, 2, and then 3 would come on. I'm like, well, did they just fuck up and put Halloween 3 in front of Season of the Witch? I don't get it. Like, I was always confused by the subtitle, because as a kid, I didn't know what the fuck season, like a subtitle was.
I still don't know what the subtitle means.
Season of Witch. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that too.
I think it's like, the season of like the druids and shit, like something like that.
Well, it has something to do with that, but it is kind of ridiculous. But I don't know, man. Halloween 3, like I said, has a really special place with me. It's just so goofy and oddball, and it's such a fun film. By no means is it like a fantastically execute, or not, I shouldn't say executed. The script, like you said, it does have some little bit of holes and stuff and doesn't really make a lot of sense. And it is actually very mean-spirited when you really think about it.
Oh, definitely. That's what I like.
Dude, it has fucking kids' heads getting decapitated.
I know.
It's like, it's brutal.
And I think that's why I respect this film so much, is because they not only did something different in the Halloween series.
They had balls.
They had balls with this one, because killing kids is generally not looked upon as something that is very acceptable, and
especially
or even funny.
In that kind of a light, they just didn't kill them; they fucked them up.
Oh, they're basically melting these kids' heads and stuff.
Yeah. And they're like, you could like see like they're in pain, and they're like, "Help us!" And their heads are just like a pan of butter in the microwave, and it's just like. It's awesome.
And I think this is why I love the film so much, because it's so quirky on all levels, and it's just fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And you can't deny the soundtrack, man. It just works so well. I think it's great.
Soundtrack works well in every movie.
It's not a brilliant film by any means, but it doesn't really matter for me at this point because of what the storyline is. If I had to rate this one, I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10.
All right, solid.
I gave it a 7.5. Like, I didn't really talk that much about it. It's a fun movie. I like I said, I'm happy that I'm starting to hear more people at school talking about it a little bit more, especially in my horror class. Like last week, like I said, I heard somebody talk about Halloween 4. So then we started talking about Halloween 3 and how he really didn't like it when he was first watching it growing up, and now it's starting to get a little bit more recognition, and somebody else chimed in. It was a whole Halloween conversation. So I'm happy that the film is starting to be seen as what it is, and not just connected to the series. So if you like watching kids' heads get melt like butter, you should watch it.
and not even feeling bad about laughing about it after.
Nope, I never feel bad.
Yeah, I think that the film, I think that it just took a while for people to get over the fact that it's not what Yins wanted it to be. It's something different. And once they accepted that, I think now people are like, yeah, it's almost kind of cool that there was something like this that happened. And, they started appreciating it.
It's part of the Halloween legacy, man.
It was universally hated when I was a kid, though. I don't remember anybody who liked it besides me.
Oh, yeah.
But my rating, and I'm going to come in with a very generous rating, I think. I do love this film. I've always liked it. It's the first Halloween film that I've seen. It's the one that I've seen the most. I have a great time watching it. I look forward to watching it. I pop in the Scream Fit. This is like the 4th time I watched it this year. But this film has many, many problems. And if I'm being, really like analyzing the film, it's a generous 7 out of 10.
Huh. No, apparently I'm the generous one here.
No, I think that this film probably should be even lower than that, just based on it has a lot of issues.
But does it have nostalgic inside of you that makes the grade higher?
I'm not giving it an 8 out of 10 because it's a good film. I explained. The reason why I give it an 8 out of 10 is because it's an 8 out of 10 for me. It fucking does it for me. The shit makes me laugh. It's weird. It's strange. It's quirky. It's fucking ridiculous. It has all these elements that I like in a film, so that's what I give it. I'm
just trying to be unbiased as possible when I give my ratings, because I'm trying to give what I think like the film actually is. But
I guess it depends on how you want to rate films, but yeah, that's the way I do it. So
yeah, Halloween 3 is a blast, though. I love it.
All right. Halloween, moving along to Halloween 4. The Return of Michael Myers. And I think that people were, like, insanely excited for when, Michael Myers came back in 1988. And this one basically...
They had to subtitle it right there just so there was no confusion this time. It's like, you motherfuckers wanted it. Here it is. The Return of Michael Myers.
And that's a true story, though, because they did it purposely.
Exactly.
They actually put Return of Michael Myers on here to sell the film.
Years ago, on the night of October 31st, a small Midwestern town fell victim to an escaped killer. Under the cover of darkness, he carried out the most horrifying mass murder on record. 16 people in cold blood. Ever since that night, no one has forgotten his name. And Halloween has never been the same. Now, Michael Myers has come home. He has returned for one more night of unholy terror.
Michael! He's here to kill that little girl and anybody who gets in his way.
Oh, God.
Who's gonna be next?
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
Maybe nobody knows how to stop him.
We have The Return of Michael Myers from the year 1988. So, the film takes place 10 years after the first two films. Michael Myers has been in a coma since the explosion at the Haddonfield Memorial Hospital in the ending of Halloween 2. Is being transferred to Smith Grove Sanitarium via a ambulance. Upon hearing that he has a niece, he awakens, kills the paramedics, and makes his way to Haddonfield to find her and Dr. Loomis.
You know what? I never realized that because he heard that he had a niece, that's why he awakened. That's pretty interesting. I just thought it was Halloween again. It's been 10 years. It seems about time to get up. So he just got up.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean...
I always thought that was the reason, because she's talking about...
Yeah, I don't know why I never put that two and two together. What about you, Moodz?
Yeah, totally.
He's talking about Jamie.
Yeah. Daniel Harris's character?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, for years, I mean, I figured it out, a little while ago. But watching these back in the day, I was like, it's so convenient that he's being transported and he fucking just wakes up at that moment where he can break out, fuck everyone up in this ambulance and then get away. I'm like, he's being transported. Of course he's gonna wake up, right? But yeah, I remember questioning that lots of times and then going, there has to be that's just so ridiculous, right? Hence Jamie.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
And when we see Michael for the first time, we'll get into that.
And I thought that it's like, just like a 10-year thing. Like, maybe just like after 10 years, he feels like doing something again.
he gets bored with his life, decides to go on a midlife crisis.
It's like if you think like, what's a special time? It's like, well, 10 years is kind of a special time.
He kind of
like, how long was he in the mental hospital for?
15 years?
15 before he broke out.
Oh, shit. Well,
so he's in a coma for 10 years, and the coma's just like, well, you kind of overstayed your welcome, buddy. It's time to wake up.
Midlife crisis.
When he's riding in a fucking ambulance. Yeah.
So how old is Michael Myers in this film?
35?
So he's 10 years, 15.
25 plus 10, 35.
He was like 21 in Halloween 1, right?
I think he's 21, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 31.
So 31.
Yeah, he's getting old. But,
yep.
All right, first of all, I just got to get this out of the way. Jeremy mentioned it a couple times. I fucking hate the stupid shoulder pad looking Michael Myers.
Yeah, like when he lays up.
Nerves, man.
When he lays up in Jamie Lloyd's room and like the thunder's happening and you see him for the first time. It's just so fucking bad.
Well, I actually think that's kind of a little creepy.
Why? He looks like shit, though.
He does.
His mask looks like crap.
I actually don't mind his mask so much.
Why? It's too white.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm thinking of Halloween 5. This one, the mask and the shoulder pads, dude, can't stand. He actually has on shoulder pads in this film? Like,
is that what he really does?
Yeah. Like, he has on shoulder pads. The director was like, this is going to be cool.
Oh, God, that's bad.
This is going to look cool? Well, I'm not going to hire him to direct my next
It's
movie.
kind of a shame, though, too, because, this movie actually doesn't look that bad. I think there's a lot of, pretty well shots in this film, too. It sucks that Michael does look like...
You mean you're not going to hire the guy that directed Free Willy 2, The Adventure Home? And Anacondas?
Yeah, totally right. I know. It's so bizarre. But what's the guy's name? Dwight H. Little?
Yeah.
Directed this film.
So this is the first one that didn't have anything to do with Jonathan Carpenter, correct? I mean, he's just a producer, or does he have...
I'm not actually sure if he has... I'm sure he must have some type of credit on this.
I would assume he would have... Doesn't he have credit for the entire series? He kind of helped create the character.
He automatically will always
have
writing credit for characters and stuff like that.
Yeah, but to be actually officially associated with the film, you might be right. I don't think he does, actually. But I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on this one?
I actually like this one quite a bit. I think it's a nice return, I think it does what it's supposed to in the return of Michael Myers. Like I said, I have a huge issue with the way he looks. It really does take me out of the film sometimes, but I like the idea of throwing a little kid in there again. I mean, in the first film, the little kids were kind of a big part of it, and kind of, making it center around a little kid again, like a little bit more to this in this film, I think is a little bit more scary. And I actually, I like Rachel enough, if that's her name, right? Rachel? Yeah. I think so.
I liked her too. I kind of cared about her too.
Yeah, I think...
I kind of care what happened to her.
I think what really shines in this one, and this is when you really feel like this is happening, but Donald Pleasance is Dr. Samuel Loomis. He's really involved in this one, and he feels like you feel like his pain from, blowing up. And, obviously he couldn't survive.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know how the fuck he survived. Not
it's so ridiculous.
A young person that's in good shape like Moodz wouldn't fucking survive that. Nonetheless, an old man. It's like, come on.
I think Myers is even worse, though, because, his face, actually, melted away.
Yeah, and how does he see now? We already talked about that.
Yeah, he's fucking devastated in this film. He's all burnt up, and he's, walking with a limp. But this is the
my-
start of his major agitation here too.
Yeah, well, he's just been,
He's like, it's been-
what do you think he's been doing for 10 years? Like obviously we know in Rob Zombie's Halloween film
Skin
that
grafts.
he goes into like Loomis's obsession with Myers, but we even got that from the first film of the original series where he says, he spent, 10 years trying to keep him reaching him, or like 5 years trying to reach him, and then 10 years trying to keep him locked away and stuff. Like you really get the sense that like Loomis at about this time, even 10 years from that event, like he's literally wasted his life away worrying about Michael Myers.
And that's why he starts to become crazy, man.
And
because it became a life project. He became obsessed with it.
And one of the best character development scenes is when he's riding with that old guy, and the old guy is even crazier than him.
Yeah,
and he realizes, like he's saying, you can't, you're hunting him or whatever. You're hunting damnation. Like you can never, escape it. Like that's some good shit right there, man. I really like that for character development.
Mm-hmm.
That crazy priest is crazier than he is.
Yeah, and even Loomis is a little taken back by it, and I think Loomis kind of needed that. It's like a release of, like a relief, because he's able to take a step back and let somebody else take control for a second and just be the crazy guy.
It's a good observation.
Like you can tell when he takes a drink, it's funny too. He just pulls out it's a priest, and he just like pulls out this like thing. He's like, want a drink, mister?
Well, he's the one that molests his children, probably. Probably the ones that were in Halloween 3. Getting their heads eaten out by fucking snakes and bugs.
And I think without convincing Donald Pleasance to come back for the fourth film, I think it is way less strong. I think he really, really like is the crutch for the rest of this series.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Especially like as we get later on, especially like Halloween 6, there's like no reason to watch that movie, even though Donald Pleasance acting's a little bit by then. But
he's about to die.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like in real life.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think that I think I have issues throughout Halloween 4, even with Donald Pleasance's burn scars.
They don't look that great, to be honest.
No, they actually look bad, but they obviously are completely different even in part 5. I mean, if you look at the scars, they're just so different, but they do change quite a bit in part 4, which is annoying. Maybe it's the high def, I don't know, but
yeah, they
something
explain
that just
them
kept
away in
bugging.
part 6, though.
Yeah,
which they should have done earlier.
One thing about this film, with the introduction of you find out quite early who Jamie is. She's she's the orphan child of Laurie. Yeah. And she was given up at birth, right? Right at birth.
Yeah.
Because they never actually. Well, because in the timeline, I'm not sure because.
Because you don't really hear Jamie Lloyd ever talk about her mom, though.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, she's 10. This takes place 10 years. Actually, she's not given up at birth because in the storyline, this is 10 years after the original events. So 10 years. And I think Jamie is 7 years old. She's playing 7 years old in that film. So she wasn't given up at birth. So she was actually a couple years old. And I think
they mentioned that like her mom died like a year before that. Or something. I swear I thought they mentioned something about when Jamie Lee Curtis's character Laurie died. I thought they said it was like a year before the events that are happening. I could be wrong.
I'm not sure actually because they don't really go into too much. It always seems like Jamie has the pictures around and stuff because she doesn't really remember her mom. A lot. She looks at him and because she's quite young, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but if she was given up a year before that, she would have been like 6 years old, right?
But I feel like she has all of those like issues that like a child that is being placed in a foster home would have, where she's like feels like she's in the way and stuff. And I don't think
like in
that
Child's
would
Play
happen
2.
from I don't think that would happen from being placed there from such a young age, like 3 or whatever.
I kind of think like Rachel and Kyle the same.
It completely does, JP. Trust me, it does. A 3-year-old knows a lot more than you think they do. They would have the exact same issues. Trust me, I just went through this whole adoption thing.
Wait,
what's that?
Like
if she was placed with her foster parents when she was 3 years old, she would still have the same issues.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, dude.
I would listen
trust
to
me.
Moodz.
I have
he knows what he's talking about.
too, though.
Trust me, dude. They do. 3
right.
years old, a 3-year-old child knows a lot more.
But
than
it's
you think
not.
That they do.
It's family, though, dude. It's a little different.
But whose family? But she was taken away from her family and adopted.
Yeah,
right?
but I thought they were relatives. It's her niece or something, right? Or aren't they? Are they just complete strangers that she's with?
Yeah, they're not family. She was orphaned, and this family adopted her.
Wow, I thought they were somehow related.
No, it's like
It's fosters.
It's like a foster mother and foster. Well, she's got
Cotherders.
Yeah. Like she's literally.
Yeah, but I thought they were
orphaned.
like on the dad's side though. They're like on the dad's side of the family.
No, I just think they're
don't
just
think
like a foster family.
because then they would they're totally a foster family.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I just have different experiences, and from what I know, she those issues wouldn't be still like that at that age, where it's like she feels like she isn't part of the family. But that's just me personally. There's different experiences for different people.
Okay. I just did like months of schooling on this, so
yeah, but
it's pretty evident that that she would have these issues. I mean, it's natural. It's fucking natural. You're not with your real parents. You're gonna have these issues.
I actually grew up without my real parents, so I kind of have like a different
I never knew that, Jerry.
Like first,
but you weren't but you grew up with family though too, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, that's different. She's actually adopted, right? It's totally different. These are complete strangers to her.
She doesn't know any of her family.
Being adopted by family, you will have less issues because you still feel kind of like you have that connection, where she doesn't at all. So she does feel like she's kind of an outcast and stuff, and she stresses it in the film too. When her her stepsister, whatever you want to call
Wants
her,
to go out.
Yeah, and she's like, oh, I guess I'm just a big burden. I'm just a big burden. That's pretty natural. I mean, that's probably going to happen. One thing I really did like in the film is that, when Jamie's at school and she's being taunted, I like that, man, because it's kind of like,
like Michael.
It's just like in the first film.
Yeah.
When Tommy's at school and he's being taunted, but the boogeyman, and she's basically just the female version of Tommy right there. But, oddly enough that, Michael's actually her uncle. So, but I really like that scene though. I think that's actually a nice little setup to, her and stuff. But,
when like early on the scene where Rachel and Jamie are there and she's like, I wish we were real sisters. That felt like really forced to me, man.
Like as in like acting wise?
Like I feel like acting wise, and just like it's forcing it into the story that like, hey, they're not real sisters. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I think what they're doing, they're just trying to get the point across that she is orphaned. Like she's not.
That's what
they
I'm
just
saying.
really
it's like
want
forced. It's not done naturally.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Totally. I mean, right at that moment in time, she's like, I wish we were real sisters. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I mean, I understand what they're doing. It just wasn't executed exactly how it probably should have been.
Yeah.
I think they probably could have incorporated that a little better, a little more subtle maybe, instead of just coming straight out and saying something like that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But yeah, I gotta say, man, getting back to the look of Michael Myers in this one, the mask does look.
It's too white, man.
It is a little white, and fucking, I just didn't know the shoulder pads. It just cracks me up. But now thinking back on it, it's just like completely ridiculous.
It's worse than Halloween 2.
Yeah.
By a long shot.
And it's too bad. It's too bad, like I said, though, because I think there's a lot of decent direction in this and some pretty decent shots and atmosphere, actually, at times. And a little goofy, with the scene where...
The ending.
The ending. But actually, the scene where the audio starts to go out of sync, actually, where you can kind of cue that up right there. When Jamie's walking down the street and then the fake Michael is standing behind the bush and then all these Michaels start coming out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of a goofy scene, but I oddly like that scene though. And like, I don't know, there's so many weird things about this movie that just fucking drive me nuts, man. The whole rednecks, the trigger happy rednecks and stuff. I find it a little over the top, but
I have a problem with that film too, because it's that prior to the film too, especially the ending when they ultimately kill Michael. It's like, this is really necessary that they're the ones that,
Well, it just feels so vigilante and but I mean, I understand what they're doing.
Frankenstein,
they're trying to protect, their little small town and stuff like that. They don't want anything bad to happen, but
they took our jobs.
It gets so excessive though, because the scene where they just open fire on that bush and they're like, oh man, it was like, it's fucking Jake or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm like, there's so many fucking odd parts in this film, man. But I gotta say though, it's pretty, I mean, up to the point in the series, man, there's some pretty gory scenes in this film, or some parts anyways. Mm-hmm. The fucking cop's fucking arm getting ripped off. That's pretty awesome.
The electrocutional scene, man. And the fucking guy gets electrocuted to death.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Right at the beginning.
See,
Michael sure loves electricities, as we see later on in Halloween 6.
But see, this is why they had Michael Myers in shoulder pads, because, it needed to showcase his muscles, because he's going to pick up dudes right across above his head and throw them on fucking...
But, he's been in a coma for 10 years, so he could totally build up those muscles. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. But he's not human, though. He's the shape, right?
Okay, so he makes muscles even though, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't, actually. Another thing about this movie that I really find very entertaining is the 80-ness of it, too. Some of the characters in this film just look so fucking 80s. So awesome. But I also find in this one, too, I think it is in this one. In part 4, I find the music in this one is the weakest out of, like, all the films.
Yeah, I don't notice it that much, so you're probably right. If I didn't notice anything.
They changed the music a little bit in this one, but it does not hit as hard as, like, part 2 at all. Like, there's just something else there, and it just kind of, it's not as aggressive, and I don't find it works as well. And the cues are off a little bit, too, in this one.
Just something also to add to the thing we was talking about earlier is I did find out that Laurie Strode apparently did die just 1 year prior to the events in Halloween 4.
Huh.
So It is as if Jamie Lloyd was just entering the foster care, like Child's Play 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I think they do mention it somewhere in the film, but I had to look it up on the internet because I couldn't remember.
Okay. But I mean, even if she was there 2 or 3 years, she'd probably be very similar. Who knows?
Yeah, but my argument was just like, since I thought that she like was only there for a short amount of time, I thought that's why it was so amplified, her discomfort with being the foster child. I think it was a little bit more amplified, and that's why I was kind of saying that I think that she hasn't been there very long.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. I mean, yeah, for some the weird reason, I just always thought it was like 3 or 4, like she'd been there 3 or 4 years for some odd reason. I don't know why I had that timeline in my mind. It's weird.
The Halloween timeline is crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
that it's fucked up, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are gotta pay attention to the fine detail. Yeah.
Anything else? Should we talk about the ending or no?
The ending was, I didn't have a huge problem with it, but...
So this guy's got shot 6 times. Let's see, he's got his eye shot out. He's got blown up, and now he gets fucking blown up again, shot to death again, falls down the mine shaft, and somehow still lives.
Sounds about right.
Oh my god.
Now this one right here, it's got a pretty decent body count, but the problem is with this one, there's a lot of kills that are off screen. You guys notice that? Like there's 18 body count, but 8 are off screen, so there's really only like 10 kills in this one.
Not enough budget.
Some of them are okay. I really like the one where, the first kill actually in the film where Michael, first wakes up from the coma and puts a fucking thumb right in that guy's forehead. I'm like, okay, seriously? This dude's been in a coma for 10 years and he's got strength where he can put a fucking thumb into someone's skull.
That's what I just talked about, man.
He's not human.
I don't care how not human it is. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Like, they kind of always ignored that in the Halloween films. Like in the Friday films, at a certain point they're just like, well, Jason's just like he just can't die, and he's like, they never really go that route with the Halloween films. They're just like they just kind of ignore the fact that he's took so much punishment.
Yeah, totally. He's fucking boogeyman. He's unstoppable. Another thing I noticed about this film, this one right here feels like the biggest Halloween film to date too, because of like the road scenes and stuff. Yeah. It just feels like it's just fucking huge.
Oh yeah. I think the second, out of the original, films, I think it's probably the second biggest feeling. I think H2O definitely is the biggest.
Yeah. But yeah, this one, it's really noticeable after watching the first two films and then watching this one. It's like, wow, this movie just seems like ginormous,
Dude, how about those stunt guys getting thrown out of those trucks, dude? Wow, like that one dude like lands on his back.
Yeah, fucking right.
Stunt guys, man.
Yeah, those are some bad motherfuckers.
I think, fuck, man, the stunts. I love those old school stunts. Are so fucking fantastic, man. Such good stuff. I think Danielle Harris does a pretty good job in this film. What do you guys think about her performance?
I think
child actor.
Yeah, I think there's moments where I see some some little iffy stuff in there, and I'm not trying to take anything too much away from her because she's like a legend and all, but I'm being serious. Like there will be times where I feel like, and I feel it more in part 5 than part 4. I think her acting's better in part 4.
Oh God, yes. Part 5, all she does is cry throughout the whole fucking film.
That's the one thing you learn into film when you're doing film school. When you're in film school, if you don't have to write a child in the script, you shouldn't have to, because most of the time, you're just not. Your film's gonna get it's gonna get penalized if you have a child actor that's not good, then not to have them at all in the story. So,
well, they say the hardest thing about writing a part for a child is finding the right one. That's why people don't write children into films like that, because it's so hard to find a good child actor.
I believe Danielle Harris is 37.
Yeah,
she's 11, and she was 11 years old in this movie, playing a 7-year-old.
She looks good for 37.
So
I thought you was gonna say she looks good for 11.
No, for 37.
I think one of my favorite things about this movie, actually, we never noted on what's his face, Sasha Jensen's in this film, the guy from Dazed and Confused.
Yeah,
he's the boyfriend. It's fucking awesome. But anyways, one thing about this film that has cracked me up for years and years, and I even fucking replayed it for the wife when I was watching this. I was like, you have to check this out. I'm like, what's wrong with this scene? And she looks at me and she's like, oh yeah, fuck, that's bad. It's the part when, what's the sister's name? Rachel?
Yeah.
When she's driving the truck, after she hits Michael Myers, and she fucking hits the brakes, but she hits the gas in that scene, and the
I didn't even notice
stops.
that.
Man, that scene has made me laugh for years and years and years. I've seen this movie; it's so fucking funny to me.
It's just a fuck up.
It's a total fuck up, man. Yeah. But my favorite thing about that scene, though, is the fact that in the recap at the beginning of part 5, they show that scene again,
but it's flipped.
No, it's the exact same scene. So she's pressing the gas and the vehicle's stopping. So they rehashed the same fucked up scene from part 4 into part 5.
Oh, we didn't notice that until you said it.
Fucking cracks me up so much, man. It's such a bad mess up, man. Ugh, horrible. But overall, man, I really do like this film, though. Like,
yeah,
I find
do
it
too.
Actually pretty good, man. Like, it's got some pretty decent gore. I mean, the kills again aren't the craziest thing in the world. The story's a little muffled at times.
It loses a lot of atmosphere from the previous 3 films.
Oh, it totally does. It totally does. And I think a lot of that has to do with the goofiness of like the rednecks and stuff. It kind of takes you out of the film a little bit, right?
It just feels more.
I actually don't feel like they're that goofy.
It just feels more
it's not even,
studiozed.
well, really, like maybe it's in the. Is it in part 5 with the retarded cop? Yeah, I think it's in part 5 with the stupid cops. But yeah, like in part 4, I think the thing that kind of takes me out of the film a little bit is that there is more use of a lot more characters. And I mean, Loomis is around and stuff, but there's a lot of focus on this entourage of fucking, you know, this fucking gang of motherfuckers that want to kill Michael Myers and stuff. And I find it just kind of takes away from what's really going on, you know, at times. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all.
How do you guys feel about the ending?
I already said how the.
Well, now, okay. If just put it this way: if there was never a part 5, which obviously they were setting up for a part 5, but it doesn't make the ending doesn't actually make any sense, because if you look at Jamie's character throughout the film, she's pretty normal.
Yeah, she never shows any attributes that she's gonna have Michael's gaze at the end.
So I don't know if this is bad, like in the screen, like they just didn't put any ideas that she was potentially gonna be like a little crazy.
We kind of know that she's a little bit crazy throughout little bit, but like,
the
not
thing is,
that she like would snap like that.
With the ending of this movie is interesting because, you know, the way it ends, you go, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's totally out of character for Jamie to do. But in part 5, they try to justify why she does it. Right? Because basically in part 5, they say that Michael actually knew, it's this telepathic bond that they have because they're family. And she basically was told by Michael to do what she did. She had no control over it. That's what they try to say. But with that said, that's told to you in part 5.
Yeah, okay,
so at the end of part 4 doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, I disagree to a certain extent. I mean, obviously, let's forget about part 5, okay? Pretend that, you know, this is 1988 and this is part 4. The reason I think it doesn't matter that she doesn't show any characteristics of that is because you go back to the first film and we don't know anything about Michael Myers. So obviously what they're trying to say is the curse or whatever, or the evil has been passed down. And since we don't know that Michael Myers wasn't completely normal before he snaps in the first film when he's a kid, it fits. And that's why I like the ending. I used to not like it until I thought of it this way. And then I love like Loomis at the very end. Like that's just perfect.
What, with him screaming?
Yeah.
Really? Why?
Yeah, dude. That is odd. Like that, he like, cause you can just see that he like this fear of like, oh my god, it's a whole new.
It's happening
beginning.
Again.
It's a new beginning after all these, you know, like decades. Like it's not over and it's just starting again. And now, like, I gotta end it right now. I'm gonna shoot this girl in the face.
You know, it's interesting because if it was me doing the film, I wouldn't have had Loomis do that. I think in my I love Loomis. I love, you know, the whole character and stuff like that. But I find it was just a little over the top. I think it was a little overacting in that scene. Like, to be honest, man, I think
say that, and
me personally, really, see, I personally think I would have had him kind of react differently, like almost like a shock reaction. Maybe fall to the ground and just be like, you know, just to kind of like, holy fuck, like something so. This thing just affected him so bad that it literally put him into shock.
Yeah, Halloween 1 Loomis, I'm with you. But this is Halloween 4 Loomis. This is a guy who's been doing this for decades. He doesn't know what else to do.
But that adds to it, though, because like you would expect him to be able to handle it. But this is so shocking. You know, he's like, holy fuck, like I never thought that this evil was passed down through the genes or whatever, however you want to look at it. You know, like he reacts like he's just fucking stunned. I mean, that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, it's just literally two different interpretations. But like to me, I feel like it's so much that the only thing he can do is just unleash this pent up feelings and just complete just rage. Like, I feel rage out of him there. And like I feel like he's always been the one that is like the calm. He never really gets too mad, even when he's like, you don't know what death is or whatever, like, like, and I feel like this was like, he finally had it. It's enough. Like, this cannot continue. And that's why he gets so over the top there, like you guys say. It's because, like, he's tried everything else. All else has failed, and it continues in a new beginning. Hell no. He just doesn't know what to do anymore.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's totally valid, right? I just feel that, just the way I look at it, I probably, like, I mean, if I was the filmmaker, I wouldn't have got him to do that.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm completely wrong, and maybe it just would have sucked ass too, but who knows? I mean, overall, I mean, I do have issues with that end. I mean, I don't really...
It's the Friday the 13th Part 4 ending.
Yeah, totally. It totally is. And I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I've seen this before, but I think for the characters in this one, I was like, with the whole Tommy Jarvis character, I think it kind of does work a little more because they kind of, he was into, horror stuff. I think it's just different.
I don't think it ever works, actually, but I just kind of look at it a little different now than
I think it works. I think it works better in Friday 4 than it does here because there's no... I don't know.
I mean, don't they do this shit in H2 too?
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to get to that, right?
Yeah, like I said, I've only seen this only the second time I'm watching these sequels, so it's like I'm not as experienced.
Yeah, I
series as you are. Like, I don't even remember the later sequels.
I think that like it may like I always feel like they want to like Hollywood or the producers always want to like end a character and begin like set up for a new one, but then by the time they get to the next sequel, they're like, yeah, but maybe we should just keep Michael Myers around, and then they just like, well, we'll just have to write around it then, and I hate when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't put it in to begin with then, man, because they're not going to continue from Jamie Lloyd as being the killer. They're just not.
Oh, I know. Totally. I mean, it doesn't... that would make the worst movie.
It might not, though.
I don't think it would be good, though. That's just my opinion, but...
Yeah, I mean...
overall, like, I do really enjoy this film, though.
Yeah,
I think it's not bad. I think there could have been more tits in it. Is there even any tits in this?
I was watching, like, Halloween 4. I was like, dude, there's a serious lack of tits in the Halloween
I think
series.
it's because it's that scene where... Sasha Jensen is hooking up with that hot blonde, the one with the big boobs, but they don't really show her boobs.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I said I was like, there was almost boobs, but then they didn't do boobs, and like that made me realize like they never do boobs in this series.
Yeah, they're quick shots, man. They're real quick, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what else to say about Halloween 4. I think the end still cracks me up with the gas pedal brake, but. It's fucking funny to me. Ratings. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Or wait, it's actually back to Jeremy, right? Yeah, Jeremy, your turn.
All right, so, like I said, I'm not experienced with you guys as you guys are, so I just had to look at it the way I watched it. I'm just gonna say I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Solid.
Cute.
I actually give Halloween 4, and it does have issues and stuff, but I think it's a nice follow-up, man. It's just, like, it's a good return. It's not the best return. It's, like, not Friday the 13th Final Chapter type of, return, or Elm Street 3 type of return, but I give it a 7.5. I think I'm being very generous with that rating as well. It does have problems, but I've always liked this one.
Yeah, besides, the problem I have with this one, of course, again, is the really weak theme music in this one. Just kind of drives me nuts a little bit. The very obvious fuck-ups in it. But I do really enjoy this film. I also give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, so. I think the Michael Myers, like, shoulder pad guy is, like, my least favorite part of the film.
Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck, man? I didn't know about the shoulder pads. It's ridiculous. It cracks me up.
Help me now. We both know he's alive. But you know where he is.
Halloween 5. This time, they're ready. This time, he's unmasked. And this time, he's back with a vengeance. Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
All right, so moving on to 1989's, I guess, sequel to Halloween 4, The Revenge of Michael Myers, directed by, I don't really know this guy too, Dominique
Girard.
Yeah, he was the guy that directed. Didn't he do the TV film?
I have no idea, dude.
He did, of The Omen 4. So Halloween 5. Plot?
You want me to do it, or are you doing it again, Jeremy? Alright, Halloween 5 from the year 1989, subtitled Revenge of Michael Myers. Ugh, so cliche. I hate
Shit, my mic was muted. Stuff. Damn it, I was supposed to do it. Sorry.
Alright, well then go right now.
No, you could do it, JP, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I didn't even notice my mic was on mute.
I'll just edit here. Let me write down the time real quick. I'm gonna forget all these times. I think I forgot to write down a few.
No, there's only been a couple.
This is the longest episode.
Is it?
It's like 4.5 hours.
What was our longest episode?
4 hours.
It's longer than 4 hours.
Wow. Alright.
Am I going?
Yeah, just start with Halloween 5 from the year 1989.
Alright, so we have Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers from the year 1989. So the film begins with a recap of Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. After Michael Myers fell down the mine shaft, the state troopers tossed dynamite down the mine to make sure that Michael was dead. But Michael escapes and stumbles into a nearby river where he is found by a hermit. He collapses into a coma while in the hermit's care and remains in a catacombs state for a full year. On October 30th, 1989, Michael awakes, kills the hermit, and returns to terrorize Haddonfield, where his niece, Jamie Lloyd, continues to live after nearly being killed by Michael the year before.
For somebody who lives in Illinois, you sure say Haddonfield wrong.
Oh, great, because I'm totally going to get a fucking place that doesn't exist at 1:10 in the morning after I've gotten 7 hours of sleep in 2 days, yeah.
Now, the best thing about... Not the best thing, but I do like the way the opening credits were.
Oh, yeah, it's very
we didn't even mention that in Part 4. That's one of the best things about Part 4.
Yeah, the opening credits, yeah.
All of the whole series has good opening credits sometimes.
Actually, they do, yeah. I don't know, for some reason, I noticed... I really just wanted to note that one on this one, but again, they show the fuck up with the gas pedal brake.
I actually don't even know what you're talking about. I don't remember that.
Okay, dude, you know when she hits Michael Myers in the truck?
Yeah, I know you talking
about it. And she's going down the hill, she goes to slam on the brakes, but she hits the gas pedal.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is. It's so funny that it's replayed at the beginning of Halloween 5. It fucking cracks me up. But
wait, are your gas pedals the same up in Canada?
Dude, of course they are.
It's not like he's in fucking London and he drives on the wrong side of the street.
I'm just saying, wouldn't it have been funny if if she was really doing it right the whole time and he was like up in Canada? It's different.
No.
Okay, so Halloween 5, man. First of all, I cannot stand the fucking linkage thing going on between Jamie and Michael. I just don't like it, man. It's just a way to explain like why the events in Halloween 4 happened.
This whole movie was created because of the fucking end of the movie.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, if you don't end Halloween 4 like that, you could possibly have a better Halloween 5 film. Ugh.
Yeah. God. They kill off Rachel early, which a lot of people hate that.
Ooh.
I actually don't even mind. I never get the problem. I never understand why people can't.
I liked her, man. She was like the most likable character in this entire.
It's that whole Kincaid thing, man. Fucking dies right away. It's like,
yeah, but Kincaid was like, you can't even compare Rachel to Kincaid, dude. Kincaid's the shit.
No. I'm talking about the same type of setup.
No, I know.
Main character throughout a film dies early. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I actually, to be honest, one of my favorite characters in the whole series is very controversial because a lot of people hate her, and it's kind of our lead girl in this one, not Danielle Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
The main character in this one?
Yeah.
Like what her name is?
Yeah, I think it's Tina, right?
Fuck, I'm so bad with names, I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like her for some reason. I don't know why. She's like, everybody thinks she's annoying, but I like her a lot.
Fucking jump scares, man, in this fucking sequel drives me off the fucking wall.
Really? I didn't even notice them.
I got problem. I got
in the barn. Are you kidding me? That's all they are fake jump scares. It's so annoying.
Are they like cats jumping out at shit?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this is not really Michael. It's just a guy in the fucking. It's so annoying.
I just don't understand. Okay, so they blow Mike Myers into this, into this mine shaft.
Dude, it's so funny that he's chilling with that hermit, though, right? I mean, how funny.
He reminds me of the priest in Halloween 4.
But they even say, like, they're like, oh, Michael Myers is all buried and he's gone and stuff like that. Did they not, like, he fucking escapes, like, right away. And they're saying that he's buried. They blow him down, and in part 5, he literally, like, slides out the back of it into the water. And they're like, oh, he's all buried and shit. So nobody fucking checked?
Yeah, and they don't even look for his body.
They don't even look for the body.
Like, I'm pretty sure that's all sorts of illegal if you just, like, know a body's, like, chilling there and you just leave it.
But I just love the fact that they even say, oh, he's all buried and he's all gone and shit. I'm like, yeah, no one obviously checked because he slid out the back fucking alive.
He
floats
slid
down
out
the river.
back.
And then spends a whole fucking year living with this hobo.
You know that hermit dude was molesting Michael Myers. You know it.
Yeah. You know what is fucked up about that,
jerking
though?
him.
You know what's really disturbing about that, which doesn't make sense again? So Michael lives with this hobo for like a year. And then fucking just gets up one day and snaps the guy's neck and fucking walks out.
After he's like cared for him and like
it reminded me of like Danny Trejo.
I was like, exactly.
Like, I was good to you, Mikey.
Exactly. He just like nurses him back to health for a year and he's like, okay, fuck you, snap.
Yeah. That is very rude.
Yeah,
it is,
so
man.
mean.
It's so fucking rude. You don't do that. He brought you in, man. Come on. But yeah. But then, yeah, so the Halloween 5 basically starts like a year later with, Jamie in the mental institution who no longer can talk because she's been so traumatized, so she can't talk. And all of a sudden has this telepathic tie to her uncle.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
See, how did that happen?
My thing, okay, Halloween 4. It's pretty much your standard beginning to end type like slasher type film. But it's okay because it's the return of Michael Myers and we need to reestablish everything. But in the 5th film, you can't just do the same film and then throw in the one stupid like subplot of the connection between Jamie and Michael and expect to get away with it and just do like a regular film again. Like they added nothing to it. They detracted.
Yeah. I know. Another thing that really bugs me. So the story picks up a year later and Jamie's apparently fully recovered from killing her stepmom, or not her stepmom, but her adoptive mother.
Yeah.
The doctors
I believe
literally
they even say that she didn't kill her though.
What's that?
I believe they say that she didn't kill her. She like attacked her.
Attacked her.
Yeah, because did they? They might have. I don't know.
No, I think that she did. But they said that she's all better from, the events of that night or whatever. But I'm like, she's been in there for a year and then she's just all good to go. And they're like, hey, Jamie, you're good. But she clearly isn't okay because she can't fucking talk anymore.
Oh my! I hated that too.
So she hasn't recovered.
Choice because it's not even like she can't talk. She's like, that actually drives me insane.
Dude, this movie, all she does is fucking hand signals and fucking cry.
And you can't blame Danielle Harris because that is bad writing.
This is what the screenplay offered her. This is what you're doing in the film.
Yeah.
Like, really? Ugh, dude. And then that's where they introduce, you find out right away why, or this is how they justify, what the events of Halloween 4 is, by throwing in the idea that, Michael actually told or made Jamie kill her or stab her mom or whatever through these telepathic fucking abilities that they have. But like, I just don't understand how they think that this actually works. Like, how do they? It doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
I mean, like, where does it come from? And like, why would? And my only question was why? Why would Michael tell Jamie to do that? Like, what is the purpose? Why not her fucking sister or somebody else? Like, there's this movie right here. I find every time I watch it, all I have is questions after. This one raises so many questions. I just cannot, like, obviously these are rhetorical. I don't expect you to answer them.
I mean,
but you know what I'm saying? Like, it does raise questions. Like, why? Why her? Why at that moment?
Connect a little something. You know, in Halloween 4, when like Jeremy was saying, I didn't think of this till now, but he was saying that they start talking about his niece, and he awakens. Like, I feel like that could almost be used as like a link to how they are connected.
Well, at the end of Halloween 4, I think we see like some kind of this idea that they have some telling.
Like, well, no, I don't think so. Like, I think in Halloween 4, their idea was like, let's make Jamie the killer now.
Yeah,
yeah. She just inherits what Myers had, whatever made him do that night in 1950, wherever.
I think they were sitting there going, I'm not really too sure how to end this film, so let's just throw this fucking curveball in there. That's what it feels like to me. And then they fucking rolled with it in part 5 and then tried to justify with this telepathic bond that they have.
Well, they didn't roll with it, though. They backed out. You know what I'm saying? If they rolled with it, Jamie would have been, a killer, or at least...
No. I meant with the telepathic, like, Jamie can feel Michael and stuff like that. Like, it's very evident right in the scene when she sits up in the bed and Michael's putting on the mask and then she's mimicking putting on the mask. Right? I'm still saying that they still have this telepathic type.
Yeah, but that wasn't in part 4.
No, I know. I'm saying this is how they justified the ending in part 5.
The ending in part 5?
The ending of part 4 and part 4.
Jesse, come on, man.
No, you're confusing me.
No, this is how they justified the end of part 4 in part 5.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they justified it that way. They kind of backpedaled, and in order to not have Jamie the killer, they had to bring up that bullshit of like how she really wasn't in control of herself. And that's what I'm saying, is they backpedaled from part 4. They had the story going one way, and they're like, maybe we don't want to take it that way, so they backpedaled and did what you said.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, at the same time, do you think they really had full intentions at the end of part 4 of making her the killer? So therefore, they wouldn't be backpedaling. I think it would just be,
that's what they set the story up for, right? I mean, like, she didn't have to be the killer, but she was now a killer. That's my point. Like, she is now a killer. She is no longer a good girl. Like, she's either going to be locked up in jail or killed or whatever. Like, when you take her and make her the good lead character again, that's backpedaling from what you set her up as, was now she's evil like Michael was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, let's face it, this whole telepathic thing is fucking ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
And it's not good. This is a really bad film.
And I don't mean it's ridiculous in terms of like, oh man, well that can never happen and stuff like that. I mean, it's just a poor choice. It's just it's not a good place to take the story.
And even to make it worse, this film doesn't have like really any good kills in it either. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah. And none of the characters are
all the characters are memorable. Fucking none of them are really that memorable, but you know, this is the one with the stupid cops and fucking a lot of
why, dude? Can you even understand the choice of putting that music on with the cops?
Oh, dude, it's so stupid. Why do you do that? Why do you make it all fucking comical and fucking? Oh God, give me a break.
Oh my God, I like that is Last House on the Left type shit right there.
Yeah, and like there's just so many flaws in this film. Obviously, starting with the stupid fucking
scene, man.
The story, the story, the fucking
that stupid little kid following Jamie around. Nobody cares about you, kid. Leave.
Exactly, you know, and the scars on Loomis's face are so shitty, and like, I
just don't think they had a big
Loomis
budget.
is still good though, man. I really do. I mean, he's starting to like lose it, but I think it's pretty cool that Loomis was like dying at the same time that his character was like dying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he's beat down and run down along with his actual self in real life. So it mirrors that, and it works for the final two films that he was around for.
Yeah, you can actually see that. It's quite evident, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, actually. It's pretty sad, actually, but
I hear he's like a big time smoker.
He seems like, yeah, I could
really?
see that.
Interesting.
I could be.
I think this film was like the smallest budget of the series too.
That makes sense.
I think it only had like $3 million. You could obviously see that.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say about, you know, the middle part of the film, but the fucking scene at the end with, you know, Jamie and Michael, the demasking scene.
Uh-huh.
Fuck, I hate that scene, man.
I like the laundry shoot scene though. I think that's like pretty cool, like her climbing up the laundry chute and Michael's
I actually do like that. I think that was a pretty solid
suspense scene.
Yeah, I actually think that's one of the most effective things in the entire film, and they play it out long, and they use it good enough to make it be able to be that long. They do a lot of stuff with it.
Well, you really see Loomis like loses it at the end there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he really goes bonkers.
But then all that goodness right there is just, you know, Jamie laying down in this fucking coffin.
Yep.
Practically, and then this whole demasking. Oh, fuck, dude, I hate that scene, man. It's just so bad and cheesy and just like, it drives
I hate
me
when
nuts.
she says, "Uncle."
Yeah, it's a bad scene. It's just fucking poorly done. One thing about this movie that's always kind of like, I don't know if I'm missing something, but the very end scene when they put Michael into the holding cell.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you know, the 12 cops or 8 cops or whatever the fuck it is get gunned down.
Yeah.
And then she runs in there and she's like, she sees that, you know, Michael's obviously escaped again. And she's like, oh my God.
She says, oh my God, a lot in this film.
Yeah. And when she starts talking, and that's like halfway through the film.
Yeah.
So, but like, okay, the end, like, explain it.
Well, explain it in part 5 or explain it once it's been explained in part 6.
That's the thing. I know. That's what I was getting at. It's that because the end of part 5 just reminds me of like part 4, where it's like it leaves you and go, what the fuck just happened? You know, like Halloween 4, all of a sudden Jamie's killing people.
This is even way worse though, because we see the guy one other time earlier in the film.
Yeah, and then you're like, who the fuck just opened fired and killed the whole fucking sheriff's department?
Thorn.
It's the man in black, I believe his name is. Yeah. I like to call him, I wish you were Creighton Duke.
I just call him the Thorn Man.
Like I always, like every time I watch this, I'm like, okay, did I miss? Do they actually tell you that this is coming in the film? But they totally don't.
Yeah. Did you know that? I guess what was happening was like they knew they was making a part 6, and they was like, well, we got to set it up. So, like, let's create this guy in black, and they're like, well, what's he gonna do? And they're like, well, we'll just figure it out when we get there, dude.
I think the guy in black is like the ultimate coffin, the nail in the coffin for the series. Like, I think that's like the main thing people like talk about when
I think the main thing people talk about is the mythology set up in part 6.
Yeah, the thorn, but that kind of carries in from part 5 a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting back to that, the end scene there too, it makes me laugh because they put Michael into this holding cell, and this guy fucking guns down all the cops so he can fucking escape and stuff. Well, Michael does the honors of ripping the bars apart.
Yeah.
Well, he got out anyways. Like, it's not like Buddy fucking opened up that cell for him.
Yeah, but the cops might have stopped him if he tried to pull.
They might have stopped it. They might have stopped him. But my point is that they put him in this cell.
Didn't take his mask off. Just and he did, stuck him in there.
But he broke out himself essentially. Fucking cracks me up every time I see it. I'm like, fuck, he destroyed those bars, man. He's tough.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. This one is. I'm not a really big fan of this movie at all. I think it's actually.
I thought you liked this one. I thought this was like your.
No, I like number 6. Maybe that's what you're thinking of.
No, I'm talking about Moodz.
I think I used to like it a lot more when I was younger, and I don't know why. Maybe because I was dumb or something. But like, I don't know what it is with this one, man. I find it just irritating. There's so many people in this movie I do not care about. Mm-hmm. There's stupid music. There's stupid cops. There's stupid decisions. There's stupid
people.
Story.
People in the fucking barn.
And the end, I just fucking hate it, man. I'm like,
I actually don't mind the end, to be honest. Like, it's a bad ending, but I actually like that's like the least of my problems with this film.
Oh,
like,
no,
and
totally.
It's just like it's kind of mysterious and stuff. I don't know, like it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, totally, but yeah, I mean, this whole
did I just fucking say whatever? Oh my god.
Whatever.
Damn, that's bad.
I've been hanging around too many fucking girls at work. Jesus Christ, it's late.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really know what else to say about Halloween 5. I'm just,
Yeah, I'm done too.
It's not good. It's not good. It doesn't even capture like any decent atmosphere. The fucking
it really, this is like the least atmospheric Halloween. It is. No, maybe Resurrection, but this one is like right up there too.
Yeah, Resurrection's just
Resurrection could have been set in a goddamn summer.
Reality, man. Reality TV.
Fucking stupid fucking
shit direction, man.
But yeah, just everything about this film, not really that great at all.
Yeah.
You guys want to do some ratings on this one, or you want me to go first?
I'll go first because since I'm next, I guess. I rate Halloween 5 a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. That's
Yes.
higher than I thought you were going to give it.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It's by far not. Well, I shouldn't say by far, but it's definitely not the worst one in the franchise. But
second to worst, though.
It's pretty close. But on a scale of like fuck, I don't even know what to say. I'm just gonna give it a 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's very kind of average. It's not complete shit. But it's got so many stupid things.
Well,
going
I
on.
actually liked this film a lot more before I watched it this time. Like I believe the last time I reviewed this film was like, I think I gave it about a 7. So I came down a point from my last rating. And I think I stayed the same on all my other films. All of the other films were the same ratings as I rated them last time, but Halloween 5 I came down a point.
I don't know.
Jeremy?
Oh,
interesting.
I also gave it a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10s. Cool. All right, well, Halloween 5, that is the first half of the Halloween franchise. That is the first half of the Halloween franchise. I'm not actually 100% sure how long this first half was.
It's probably about 5 hours, dude.
About 5 hours. 4:45.
But yeah, I think we are fading like Dr. Loomis was towards the end of the series too right now.
Like I said, I've slept 7 hours in 2 days.
It's 2:32.
Yeah, it's
right now.
1:30 in the morning. That's why I like part 4 and 5. My brain is like a scrambled egg.
Yeah,
kind of like the kids in part 3.
I slept like 5 hours in the past like 2 days. So get on my level, Jeremy. Get on my level. And I'm
nice.
Yeah, but you just went to work. I used my brain.
You got to use your brain at work.
Yeah, watching
How
Child's
else
Play
am I gonna
2.
Well, yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed the first half of this. We will be back next week with films 6 through 10. That's obviously including
11.
the remakes.
There's 11.
Yeah. I guess we're doing both versions.
Oh
of,
shit, that's right. That's why I was thinking
part
there was
6.
11. Sorry,
Part 6.
sorry. I'm
so
stupid.
there's technically 6 films that we'll be talking about.
Oh my
but
god, that's more than
next week. So. But I think next week, like, we can just do a comparative between the theatrical and the director's cut.
Yeah, we'll probably do something
part
like
6.
that. Well, I don't know.
So,
I kind of want to rate them separately because I hear they're completely different films. We'll see.
No,
we
can
watch them.
So,
I've never seen them or the second. The
I've never seen. I know, me either. But yeah, so that's going to do it for the 28th episode.
You're not gonna
of
let
the
me do
22
my
Shots of Moods and
outro?
Horror. No, and I'm going to send it off to you right now.
All right. So, thanks everybody again for listening to the 28th episode of 22 Shots of Moods and Horror. If you want to follow the man Moodz himself, you could do so at youtube.com/Moodz616 or click the subscribe button down below if you're watching on YouTube. If you want to follow JP, aka the man who watched Child's Play 2 at work, you could do so at youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. And if you want to follow me on YouTube, of course, you could do so at youtube.com/NESRuler22. And as always, you could email us any questions that you have at 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, you could do so at 22shotspodcast. And as always, you can listen to us at thedevilseyes.com or follow us on the Podomatic page. And as always, you could always talk to us on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Facebook page. Just go to Facebook, type in 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, and join the community and the conversation over there on Facebook. I hope everybody enjoyed this quite lengthy episode of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, we will be back with you guys in a week to finish up this lengthy series that is known as Halloween. Hope everybody has a good week, and we shall talk to you guys again in 7 days. Have a good one, everyone.
Damn, that was a long show.